Item Number: SCP-5655. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5655 is to remain closed and contained in a small storage container at Site-8. Use of SCP-5655 outside of testing is prohibited. Description: SCP-5655 is an empty can of Spam, which when shaken or turned over will manifest SCP-5655-1. SCP-5655-1 is a 7.5 centimeter translucent red humanoid with reality-bending capabilities. When given a request beginning with the words "I wish," SCP-5655-1 will alter reality in an attempt to fulfill the request. However, SCP-5655-1's limited reality-altering capabilities will often result in requests being only loosely fulfilled. Addendum: a series of tests were conducted to determine SCP-5655-1's ability to fulfill requests involving physical, abstract, and philosophical elements. Wish: I wish for an orange ball. Result: a tangerine with a bite taken out of it. Additional notes: Junior researcher Dins reported part of his lunch spontaneously disappearing at the time of this test. Wish: I wish for a heavy stone. Result: a 2.2 kilogram stone. Additional notes: stone manifested above SCP-5655-1's upstretched arms, crushing it. Wish: I wish for something strong. Result: SCP-5655-1 lifted the stone from the previous test above its head, set the stone down, then pointed at itself. Wish: I wish for $1 million. Result: a stack of bills worth $1 million, LRD. Footnote 1. LRD stands for Liberian dollars. 1 million LRD equals approximately $6,200 US. Wish: a method of containing SCP-5655-1. Result: SCP-5655-1 climbed into SCP-5655 and closed the lid. Wish: I wish for a way to more effectively limit the influence of opposing groups of interest. Result: a Molotov cocktail and a lighter. Additional notes: objects were removed when SCP-5655-1 began demonstrating how to use them. Wish: I wish for another SCP-5655-1. Result: a piece of paper with a crude colored pencil drawing of SCP-5655-1. Wish: I wish for the beauty of a sunset. Result: a piece of paper with a crude colored pencil drawing of a sunset. Additional notes: I tried my hardest was written on the back in pencil. Wish: I wish for the key to eternal happiness. Result: a used copy of Kerplunk with "It's pretty fun" written on the box in Sharpie. Wish: I wish for a better key to eternal happiness. Result: multiple shrunken philosophy books and a miniature armchair appeared around SCP-5655-1. SCP-5655-1 read for 3 months, during which it did not respond to requests. Following the 3-month period, SCP-5655-1 manifested an unopened copy of Kerplunk. Wish: I wish to bring back the dead. Result: a flash drive containing multiple audio files of ska music. Additional note: all songs are original compositions attributed to Gene E. Wish: I wish for unlimited power. Result: an 8-pack of rechargeable AA batteries. Wish: I wish for a way to balance the Foundation's budget. Result: see Incident 5655.1. Incident 5655.1. Begin log. I wish for a way to balance the Foundation's budget. SCP-5655-1 rubs its chin and paces back and forth for several seconds.
To be perfectly honest, Mr. Alami, I don't think I can grant your wish.
You can talk?
Why are you surprised? This is the least impressive thing you've seen me do.
Never mind. Why can't you grant my wish?
It's a matter of safety. I don't know if you're aware of this, but your reality is dangerously unstable. As a consequence, my job is quite a lot like a game of…
Don't say Kerplunk.
My job is quite a lot like a game of Jenga. Every time I grant a wish, I'm pulling another piece out of the tower and hoping that the whole thing doesn't topple over. I've been limiting myself when it came to your other wishes, but the amount of reality manipulation it would take to grant this wish, in any capacity, would likely cause your reality to collapse. For both legal and ethical reasons, I can't do it.
But you're a genie. Like you said, granting wishes is your job.
Yes, but there are rules and regulations for these sorts of things.
A small sheaf of papers manifests in SCP-5655-1's hand.
Article 8, Section 2 of the Multiversal Interactions and Stability Administration Handbook very clearly states that should an act of reality manipulation place a severe enough strain on the foundation of a reality that the actor believes that there is a significant risk of reality collapse, then the actor must not perform the act, and is exempt from any and all duties to perform said act. My semi-transparent hands are tied.
Well, in that case, I wish that you change the rules so that you can grant my previous wish that my boss gave me.
Mr. Alami, this is a matter of inter-universal law. As much as I'd love to help you, my wish-granting abilities don't extend to things outside of your reality.
So there's really nothing you can do?
I'm afraid not. Usually when a genie disappoints a client like this, they offer to alter the client's mind so that they are incapable of feeling disappointed. But I'm afraid that doing so would likely destroy reality. I guess the only thing I can do is grant you a different, safer wish.
Yeah, I could do that. Did you have anything in mind?
Nothing in particular, no. You look tired. Do you want a coffee?
Sure, that would be great. I mean, I wish that you got me a coffee.
Your wish is my command.
A cup of coffee manifests in front of researcher Alami. He takes a sip. How much sugar did you put in this?
Enough to make you ignore that the coffee's cold.
End log. Item number: SCP-4282. Object class: Safe. Special containment procedures: SCP-4282 is to be stored in a standard secure weapon locker at Site-68. The care and maintenance procedures for SCP-4282 are identical to any non-anomalous black powder cap and ball firearm. Testing of SCP-4282 must be authorized by a Level 3 researcher or higher. Be advised that SCP-4282's anomalous ability will target individuals that meet either of the following criteria. 1. Guilty of theft of any nautical vessel, including non-motorized vessels such as sailing boats, canoes, and kayaks. Also includes subnautical vessels or submarines. Vessels must be capable of containing human occupants. 2. Guilty of piracy, as defined by Title 18, Chapter 81 of the United States Code. SCP-4282's criteria are slightly broader, but this definition will suffice for testing and containment purposes. Note: any Foundation personnel stationed at Site-68 that meet the above requirements in any way should contact their immediate supervisor for transfer. See Incident Report 4282-A. Description: SCP-4282 is a .44 caliber single-shot black powder handgun that utilizes a percussion cap as a primer. The operation of SCP-4282 is identical to any other muzzle-loading black powder firearm, except that projectiles loaded into the muzzle do not directly exit the barrel. Upon firing SCP-4282, the nearest living human guilty of piracy or theft of a nautical vessel will suffer a fatal gunshot wound to the back of the head. Wounds caused by SCP-4282 are consistent between targets, featuring an entry wound through the parietal bone of the cranium and an exit wound through the right eye socket, although some cases present larger exit wounds than others. Analysis of the entry wounds reveals burns consistent with black powder and a .44 caliber hole, suggesting a point-blank shot from a muzzle-loading black powder firearm. In conjunction, high-speed footage of SCP-4282 reveals that the projectile does not exit the barrel directly, but instead teleports to the nearest offender that meets the criteria regardless of distance. Fired shots retain their velocity and lethality, but are dependent on an adequate powder charge. Engraved on the right side of the barrel in cursive are the words "Mutiny's Bane." Note: it was initially believed that SCP-4282 simply kills its user, but Foundation testing has clarified the function of the firearm described above. For more insight into testing of SCP-4282, see the test results below. Discovery: SCP-4282 came to the attention of the Foundation when security footage from the bridge of the MV Almazan, a general cargo vessel operating off the Horn of Africa, was intercepted by a Foundation operative embedded in the British Navy. The security footage log is attached. Open security footage log. Timestamp: 2004 at 11:28 hours. Security cameras record the events of a hijacking by a group of Somali pirates. The incident provokes an immediate response by special forces operating from the British frigate HMS Monmouth, but not before a hostage situation evolved on the bridge, involving the lead pirate and the second officer of the Almazan. The pirate, who has expended all of the ammunition in his AK-47 rifle, pulls SCP-4282 from his satchel and holds it against the officer's head, clearly unaware of its anomalous property. Special forces breach the control room, at which point the pirate panics, firing SCP-4282 at point-blank range into the officer's right temple. Footage then shows the pirate's right eye explode, ejecting a sizable chunk of the cranium and some brain matter. Simultaneously, the Special Forces operative breaching the room is struck in the upper thigh with a .44 caliber lead ball. No further anomalous activity is recorded. Note: the second officer suffered only a perforated eardrum and some minor burns. MV Almazan was recaptured without further casualty or injury. Reports turned over by the British revealed that the lead ball was in fact fired from SCP-4282, despite the firearm not being aimed at either the pirate or the Special Forces operative. An inspection of the bridge proved that the shot could not have come from outside the room. Class A amnestics were administered to all individuals who were involved or had knowledge of the hostage situation on the bridge. All other aspects of the incident, including the hijacking itself, did not require action on the part of the Foundation, as all anomalous activity was contained on the bridge, and the wounds inflicted by SCP-4282 were explained by non-anomalous gunfire. Testing: projectile should be .440 round lead ball, and the powder charge should be measured at 20 grains of 3F powder or equivalent. Modern number 11 percussion caps are adequate for use with the firearm. As a failsafe, 2 D-Class personnel that meet the testing criteria, see containment procedures, must be present whenever SCP-4282 is to be loaded and fired. These D-Class personnel will take a primary, D1, and secondary, D2, position of 3 meters and 5 meters from the firearm, respectively. As soon as SCP-4282 is loaded, all D-Class personnel must be treated as loaded firearms, and as such will be faced towards the firing range and away from all Foundation researchers at all times. All other personnel must remain outside the 5-meter radius during testing. All D-Class subjects used in testing must be fitted with a protective Kevlar helmet capable of nullifying the lethal effect of SCP-4282's bullet. Test results. The following is a summation of SCP-4282's anomalous abilities as discovered in testing. A comprehensive test log can be found here. SCP-4282 test log. 1. SCP-4282 has a range greater than kilometers. An upper limit on this range has not yet been discovered. 2. The bullet fired by SCP-4282 can be stopped before striking the targeted individual by use of a helmet. 3. SCP-4282 does not target deceased humans. 4. SCP-4282 does not recognize the theft of a model or toy vessel. 5. SCP-4282 will recognize a stolen vessel as small as a kayak or canoe. 6. In most cases, replacing any part of SCP-4282 will cause it to become inert. For an exception to this, see Incident Report 4282-B. SCP-4282 Comprehensive Test Log. Date: February 1st, 2005 at 0930 hours. Description: SCP-4282 is fired by D-22873 in an attempt to reproduce its anomalous property observed in the security footage. Result: D-22873 is unharmed, and no projectile is seen exiting the barrel. Notes: After this test, it was brought to Foundation attention that an inmate serving time in Escambia County Jail in Pensacola, Florida, was struck and killed by a projectile, seemingly from SCP-4282. This incident has been contained. The distance between SCP-4282 and the target was approximately kilometers. We are currently cross-referencing the inmate's background with that of the pirate seen in the security footage. Date: February 10th, 2005 at 1100 hours. Description: SCP-4282 is fired by D22873, who has previously been seen not to be affected by SCP-4282, while 3 D-Class subjects, D44229, D56437, and D41315, stand on the firing line at regular intervals. These subjects have been chosen for their similarity to the 2 previous victims of SCP-4282. Result: D56437 is fatally wounded by SCP-4282, all other subjects unaffected. Notes: thus far, the only similarities between Victim 1, the pirate, Victim 2, the inmate, and Victim 3, D56437, are their crimes, namely assault and theft of property. Notably, all 3 of the subjects share crimes that are related in some way to watercraft: piracy, theft of a jet ski, and eco-terrorism of a whaling vessel. Date: February 10th, 2005 at 1125 hours. Description: SCP-4282 is fired by Dr. while a D-Class subject with a criminal history similar to the previous victims is positioned on the firing line, D82281. D82281 is fitted with a protective Kevlar helmet. The purpose of this test is to discern whether or not SCP-4282's bullet can be stopped before killing the victim. Result: the projectile does not target D82281. See Incident Report 4282-A. Notes: please refer to the updated testing procedures and Incident Report 4282-A. Dr. has been removed from the SCP-4282 research team. Date: February 15th, 2005 at 10:15 hours. Description: SCP-4282 is fired by Dr. Leyland, while a D-Class subject with a criminal history similar to the previous victims is positioned on the firing line, D44167, designated D1. D1 is fitted with a protective Kevlar helmet. D78221, designated D2, is placed in a secondary position on the firing line to intercept the projectile in case SCP-4282 does not target D1. The purpose of this test is to discern whether or not SCP-4282's bullet can be stopped before killing the victim. Result: the projectile strikes D1's helmet, preventing his death. Notes: the protective helmet has been proven effective in stopping the projectile. Due to the relative rarity of D-Class subjects that fit the criteria, and at the recommendation of the Ethics Committee, all D-Class involved in testing of SCP-4282 will be fitted with protective helmets. Date: February 15th, 2005 at 1100 hours. Description: SCP-4282 is fired by Dr. Leyland while the corpse of D56437, designated D1, is positioned on the firing line. D41167, from the previous test and designated D2 for this test, is placed in the intercept position. Result: the projectile strikes D2's helmet, ignoring the corpse of D1. Notes: SCP-4282 does not target deceased humans. Date: February 15th, 2005 at 1240 hours. Description: D15949, designated D1, is positioned on the firing line. D1 is not guilty of any crimes that would cause SCP-4282 to target him. D41167, designated D2, is placed in the intercept position. D1 is instructed to break open a locked box with a crowbar and take the model ship, which is functional as a vessel, contained inside. SCP-4282 is then fired by Dr. Leyland. Result: the projectile strikes D2's helmet, ignoring D1. Notes: SCP-4282 does not appear to identify models as actual vessels. It is unclear what process or mechanism is behind the apparent decisions that are made by SCP-4282. Date: February 15th, 2005 at 1335 hours. Description: D15949, designated D1, is positioned on the firing line. D1, as shown in the last test, is not guilty of any crimes that would cause SCP-4282 to target him. D41167, designated D2, is placed in the intercept position. D1 is instructed to break open a locked shipping container with a crowbar and remove a kayak belonging to Dr. Leyland. SCP-4282 is then fired by Dr. Leyland. Result: the projectile strikes D1's helmet. Note: why SCP-4282 chose to identify the kayak as a vessel but not the model is unclear. It may be related to the mass of the object stolen, but that would not explain why SCP-4282 doesn't target other types of theft. It seems to be able to recognize watercraft in general. Date: February 16, 2005 at 12:45 hours. Description: the individual parts of SCP-4282 are replicated by machine and replaced systematically to discern which components produce the anomalous effect. Result: replacing any component of SCP-4282 with an identical copy causes the firearm to become completely inert, despite being loaded with the proper powder charge and ammunition. The only component and exception to these results was the barrel. Notes: see Incident Report 4282-B. Incident Report 4282-A. On February 10, 2005 at approximately 11:25 hours, junior researcher Helm, who was on lunch in the cafeteria at the time, was killed by a gunshot to the back of the head, consistent with SCP-4282's anomalous ability. The incident coincided with a test being conducted on the other side of Site-68. It was later discovered that the D-Class involved in the test as the target had been falsely accused of the theft and sinking of a yacht belonging to a wealthy oil tycoon in 1987. The crime that junior researcher Helm committed that caused SCP-4282 to target him is unknown. I spotted Andrea. She was sitting alone, as usual, in our favorite spot. The background was awash with linoleum, white plastic, and fluorescent lighting. The collar of her white lab coat was tucked in the wrong way. Her glasses sat crooked on her nose. Her hair was all over the place. It would have been impossible for me to imagine a more perfect image. I could tell her how I feel about her, how beautiful she was, and how important our time together has been, and how the only bad thing about leaving the Foundation was that I'd be leaving her. I could tell her, because it wouldn't matter, and I wouldn't remember it. I wouldn't remember her. I should tell her. I stared down at my tray as I walked towards her. Blue Jell-O jiggled around in its clear plastic dish. As I sat down, she brushed a stray hair away from her eyes and forced a smile. It faded away shortly after, a blank stare in its place.
"You're the lucky one,"
she said.
"He won't even remember why you were sad."
"I know," I stammered, looking away. "I'm sorry." We sat for a while, playing with our food and not speaking. I decided to say something. Those last few moments were important. The amnestics weren't going to leave any of her in my mind. I spoke as deliberately as my emotions would allow. I've been thinking about memories. Trying to remember as much as I can before I pushed my tray to the side and crossed my arms on the table. "You remember that 4th of July beach party?"
"Yeah,"
she said softly, as a faint smile found its way to her lips. "Remember how we stole that canoe and a whole bucket full of hot wings and paddled out to the middle of the lake because everyone else was getting too drunk? And we floated there for hours talking about our favorite constellations and watching fireworks go off?" She chuckled.
"Yeah, and you fell into the water trying to do a handstand in the boat."
I laughed too. I had to dry my clothes out by the fire, and my socks got burned. The warm conversation was refreshing. The past few days had been hard on both of us. We were close, and had gotten each other through some significant hardships. The thought of not being there for one another was unbearable. The same thought must have come to her. The smile ran from her face.
"It was a good memory. There are so many good memories I don't want you to forget."
Her eyes welled up with tears, and as she blinked, one ran down her face and settled in the corner of her mouth. How could I do this to her? How could I even consider leaving behind the only good thing the Foundation ever gave me? I felt so selfish. I wouldn't have to experience the pain of us not being together, but she would live with it for the rest of her time at the Foundation. My mind raced through its archive of the beautiful, bittersweet, terrifying memories I had made at Site-68. Andrea was at the center of all the best ones. Maybe I should stay. Maybe it wasn't too late to change my mind. I wasn't a bad researcher. Surely the site director would be glad to keep me here. But of course, my thoughts drifted home to my dad. He needed me there with him. He wasn't going to make it on his own, and I sure as hell wasn't going to let someone else take care of him. I had to be there, no matter what the cost. But why does it have to cost so much? You know I have to leave, and you know why. I don't want to. I have to. She wiped a few tears away and sniffled, looking down into her lap.
I know.
She uttered faintly, still looking away. I needed to tell her. She needed to know that I loved her. Andrea, I stopped. I did love her, but maybe it would make things worse if I told her so. I needed to think about how our last moments would affect her. I just wish I had more time. I wish I could remember more, and part of me wished she could forget. That's when it hit me. Testing procedures have been updated to reflect this incident by including a fail-safe secondary subject, and it is recommended that future screening of D-Class subjects be conducted in a more thorough fashion. These safety oversights and testing will not be tolerated by the Foundation, and Dr. has been reprimanded appropriately. I will oversee testing of SCP-4282 from this point forward. Dr. Leyland. Incident Report 4282-B. On February 16, 2005, at approximately 12:45 hours, a test of SCP-4282 was conducted, in which the barrel was replaced with an identical replica in order to discern which component of the firearm produced the anomalous effect. Upon replacing the barrel, SCP-4282 malfunctioned. The projectile left the barrel directly, traveling approximately 1.5 meters, and stopped mid-flight. Researchers reported a low hum, presumably caused by the bullet vibrating vigorously in midair, as observed in high-speed footage. The bullet remained in this state for approximately 6 seconds before disappearing. 14 seconds after this event, the bullet began to reappear and disappear at seemingly random points in space around the firing range. High-speed footage reveals that the direction of the round each time it reappeared was erratic, but the velocity was consistent with a normal shot. SCP-4282 did not appear to be able to target any specific individual. The round continued in its erratic behavior long enough to destroy a Foundation surveillance camera and strike Dr. Leyland in his lower left calf muscle, where the bullet remained until it could be surgically removed. Dr. Leyland reported a significant amount of pain caused by the round vibrating inside his leg for several minutes after the wound was inflicted. As of March 19, 2005, Dr. Leyland has fully recovered from his injuries. In light of recent events involving SCP-4282, I am indefinitely suspending any test that proposes alterations to the firearm itself. This includes attempting to duplicate or alter the anomalous ability for use by the Foundation. Dr. Leyland. Addendum 4282-1206-2011. On the noted date, Foundation algorithms picked up a mention of the words Mutiny's Bane in an online blog post from an amateur treasure hunter. The individual discovered a small chest washed up on the beaches of the Akumal village in Quintana Roo, Mexico. The chest contained a wooden insert with 2 spaces carved out in the shape of 2 pistols. Underneath the insert was a scroll with a handwritten poem. "Beware, all ye dogs who pillage and plunder, those who would take what they ought not own, lest your head from your neck be rent asunder. Heed my fair warning, and let it be known that the bane of mutiny and the helmsman's wrath do guard the long decks of this galleon so fine. Know that death himself will follow your path if you board this great vessel with greed in your mind." Both the chest and the scroll have been transferred to Site-68 and should be kept in containment with SCP-4282. While there is clear evidence that a second pistol could have existed alongside SCP-4282, it is unclear if it has similar anomalous properties or if it even still exists. Until there is tangible evidence for the object referred to as the Helmsman's Wrath, it will not receive an SCP designation. Item Number: SCP-5219. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: a minimum of 2 guards are to be stationed outside Site Director Robinson's office at all times. Access to Site Director Robinson's office is prohibited except for testing purposes. Description: SCP-5219 is an anomalous corpse located in the office of Site Director Robinson at Site-37. Based on examinations of SCP-5219, it has been determined that it was a middle-aged white male of average height and weight. The cause of death was a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the back of the head. SCP-5219 has mild antimemetic properties. While some properties of SCP-5219 can be observed, subjects are unable to determine its identity or how it came to be in the office of Site Director Robinson. In addition, subjects instructed to remove SCP-5219 from Site Director Robinson's office spontaneously forget their instructions upon viewing it, which makes retrieval impossible. Addendum: Discovery: SCP-5219 was first discovered on March 21, 2021. 2 days prior, Site Director Robinson suddenly ceased responding to all messages and failed to appear at multiple meetings. Dr. Boyd entered Site Director Robinson's office to search for him and found SCP-5219 inside. Containment was established shortly thereafter. Site Director Robinson's whereabouts have not yet been determined. Access SkipNet Mail: 2 new messages. 2. All personnel in Site-37. From Site Director Boyd. Subject: Management change. Good evening. I'm sending this message to report that, despite the best efforts of the search team, Site Director Robinson still has not been found, with some suspecting that he may have been kidnapped or murdered. I do not believe this to be the case, but we must accept it as a possibility. The search team will continue to look for him, but Site-37 cannot function without a site director, so I have assumed the position in Robinson's place as the second highest ranking official in the site. I do not want this to be a permanent arrangement, but I will do what is necessary should Robinson not be found. Should this become permanent, I hope that you will all give me the same respect that you gave Robinson. Dr. Boyd, Site-37 Director. 2. Foundation research personnel assigned to SCP-5219. From Site Director Boyd. Subject: Change in procedure. Effective immediately, all tests involving SCP-5219 are to cease. This includes both attempts to remove it from Site Director Robinson's office and attempts to determine its identity. You will receive messages regarding project transfers shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Item Number: SCP-5334. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: observations of the star system HD 44219 on the internet are to be monitored and expunged by Foundation web crawlers. Published papers on observed anomalous activity are to be confiscated, and involved individuals dosed with Class G amnestics. Description: SCP-5334 is a gaseous planet orbiting the star HD 44219, approximately 164 light-years from Earth. SCP-5334 is roughly 3/5 the mass of Jupiter and is non-anomalous in composition, size, shape, or position. It orbits its host star at roughly 1.2 AU and possesses a single moon and ring system. Footnote 1. AU stands for Astronomical Unit. 1 AU is the mean distance between the Earth and Sol. SCP-5334's ring system is composed of roughly 2.7 billion glass bottles, each containing various alcoholic beverages. Analysis of recovered bottles during an FTL anomalous exoplanet survey suggests they are at least 800 years old, and each bottle's alcohol content is exceptionally high, ranging from 40 to 70%. The bottles have no discernible markings or identifying characteristics besides damage caused by micro-impacts. Approximately once every 200 days, roughly 20,000 to 150,000 glass bottles will spontaneously disappear from the ring system. Following this, SCP-5334 will undergo multiple erratic alterations to its orbit, deviating as wildly as 20 degrees from its stable configuration. Footnote 2. Notably, SCP-5334's satellite is unable to perfectly synchronize with these changes, but will undergo minor alterations in orbit to attempt to maintain stable configurations. These erratic alterations will slowly become less prominent, and will eventually result in SCP-5334 returning to its original orbital path. Addendum: 27 years after the anomaly was first observed, it underwent a radical change in behavior. The relevant logs have been attached below. Date: October 5th, 2020 at 1:42 UTC. Note: SCP-5334 had undergone a regular disappearance event only 54 days prior. Begin log: 0 hours, 0 minutes. Approximately 50,000 bottles disappear from SCP-5334's ring. Despite this, SCP-5334 appears unaffected and continues in its projected orbit. 7 hours, 34 minutes. SCP-5334 slows significantly, but otherwise does not change. 1 day, 19 hours, 42 minutes. SCP-5334's moon begins to display erratic behavior, its orbit changing radically, up to 70 degrees from normal. It appears to accelerate and decelerate at random intervals. 2 days, 23 hours, 3 minutes. SCP-5334 begins to slowly increase its speed over the next 14 hours to match its prior conditions. Its moon continues to behave in a chaotic manner, and its distance increases from its host planet as time goes on. 3 days, 12 hours, 47 minutes. The moon, now 150% farther than its usual distance, immediately begins accelerating towards SCP-5334 at roughly 30 kilometers per square second, causing minor deformations on its surface. 3 days, 16 hours, 22 minutes. SCP-5334 begins to accelerate away from its moon. SCP-5334's moon continues to accelerate as well, deforming its shape. 4 days, 1 hour, 2 minutes. The moon, being faster due to its lower mass, passes the mean distance of its original orbit. SCP-5334 significantly deforms due to increasing acceleration. The moon does so as well. 4 days, 13 hours, 17 minutes. SCP-5334's moon enters its host's Roche limit, and soon after attempts to change direction to move perpendicularly. Despite these attempts, the moon continues to accelerate rapidly towards SCP-5334. 4 days, 17 hours, 54 minutes. The moon begins to break apart due to tidal forces and gravity, and no longer displays any anomalous movements. SCP-5334's acceleration slows, removing deformities. 4 days, 19 hours, 9 minutes. SCP-5334's moon disintegrates and falls into the planet. 4 days, 20 hours through 7 days, 15 hours. No activity. 7 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes. Every bottle of alcohol in the ring system disappears. SCP-5334 ceases movement. End log. SCP-5334's orbital path has decayed since the incident, and if no further anomalous activity is detected, will likely fall into its host star by 2023. Reclassification to neutralized is pending. Item number: SCP-5914. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5914 is kept in a secure insectoid container in Site-141's Euclid Wing. 3 members of personnel with a cognitive resistance score of 6.7 must be present when feeding, 1 member to insert the live crickets, and 2 members to observe and reaffirm SCP-5914's position. Currently, there are 10 SCP-5914 instances within the container. Update: Testing Chamber 0772 is to remain sealed until further notice. Description: SCP-5914 is an anomalous species of black and yellow garden spider. Distinct features include an unnatural size compared to non-anomalous counterparts and the absence of the tibia in the hind legs. Footnote 1. between 20 and 38 millimeters in length, approximately 7 millimeters larger. SCP-5914 passively imposes a cognitive effect on nearby life forms. Those viewing it will become unaware of its exact location after looking away from it for a brief amount of time. This will persist as long as the viewer is unable to locate it through assistance, i.e. verbal direction. SCP-5914 Test Log. Upon containment, entry testing began to confirm the anomalous effect present in SCP-5914. The procedure involved one D-Class subject in Testing Chamber 0772, whereupon SCP-5914 was freely released. 6 Site-141 personnel were present for observation and post-test retrieval. Begin log. 0 minutes. D-2012 is sat in the center of the testing cell, blindfolded. Observing personnel run their final check on the Digital Cognitive Bypass Scanner, or DCBS, before giving the cue to release the SCP-5914 specimen. 5 minutes. The SCP-5914 specimen is brought into the room by a member of security. He sets down the cage and promptly leaves the room. D-2012 is startled by the noise of the cage hitting the floor. 6 minutes. The cage is opened remotely by observing personnel. D-2012 is told through the intercom to remove their blindfold, which they do. 7 minutes. D-2012 visibly squirms in their seat, raising their legs off the ground. They yell out that they are not comfortable with the test and request to leave. The request is denied. Dr. Lothrop makes a verbal note of D-2012's arachnophobia and to later add it to their profile. 9 minutes. Dr. Lothrop asks D-2012 to look away from SCP-5914. D-2012 refuses. The request is made again and D-2012 refuses, commenting on the size of the specimen and shrinking back into their seat slightly. 11 minutes. 2 personnel hold a discussion on how to progress with the test while the rest observe SCP-5914. It remains still. 12 minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning is issued for the area. 13 minutes. Dr. Lothrop makes a proposal to D-2012. In exchange for their total cooperation for the remainder of the test, they may request additional amenities for their holding cell. D-2012 hesitates for a moment, then requests a new bed. Dr. Lothrop agrees. 15 minutes. D-2012 is asked to look away from SCP-5914. D-2012 complies, closing their eyes and turning their head away. Their breathing becomes heavier. 18 minutes. Dr. Lothrop instructs D-2012 to open their eyes. As they do, they look around the room. They ask where SCP-5914 is located. Lothrop informs them that they will be told after a set amount of time. D-2012 asks if it is still in the room. 20 minutes. Personnel operating the DCBS confirm and relay that SCP-5914 is in the room. D-2012 crouches on their chair. 23 minutes. Personnel come to a consensus regarding SCP-5914 anomalous effects and prepare to inform D-2012. 24 minutes. Dr. Lothrop speaks through the intercom and tells D-2012 that the test is now complete. Before he is able to disclose SCP-5914's location, lightning strikes nearby Site-141, and the power goes out. 25 minutes. Backup generators activate and emergency lights power on. D-2012 is panting, still crouched on their seat. Personnel are unable to confirm SCP-5914's exact location. Dr. Lothrop presses further, but no personnel can confidently answer, all stating that it was too dark to see. 28 minutes. A member of personnel begins rebooting the DCBS. Lothrop asks D-2012 to remain calm as technical difficulties are being resolved. They ask how long it will take. No one responds. 31 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 15%. D-2012's legs visibly shake. They repeat themselves and ask how much longer they will be in the room. No one responds. 35 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 30%. D-2012 demands to be let out of the testing chamber. Dr. Lothrop denies the request, stating that opening the door risks a breach in containment. 38 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 40%. D2012 states that they feel something on their leg and scratches it. 42 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 55%. D2012 begins scratching their arms. They remark that they think the specimen may be crawling on them. Dr. Lothrop informs them that this is not the case and asks that they calm down. 45 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 65%. D2012 continues to scratch their arms and legs. They state that their throat feels dry. No one responds. 48 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 75%. D2012 coughs and scratches their neck and head. Tears well up into their eyes. They can be heard softly whimpering. 50 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 80%. 54 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 85%. 59 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence at 90%. D2012 is covering their mouth with their hands. Their muffled sobs can be heard through the intercom. 1 hour, 1 minute. DCBS boot up sequence at 95%. Dr. Lothrop assures them that it won't be much longer. D2012 slowly nods their head. 1 hour, 3 minutes. DCBS boot up sequence completes. Operating system startup begins. D2012's legs are shaking as they struggle to maintain their crouching position on the chair. 1 hour, 4 minutes. Operating personnel immediately initiate a scan of the testing chamber. SCP-5914 is pinpointed to be on the left front leg of D2012's chair. After the confirmation, the specimen can be clearly seen by all present personnel. A member of security is sent in to retrieve D2012. 1 hour, 9 minutes. Security enters the test chamber. D2012 sobs become louder. They state that they can't see the spider. Before Dr. Lothrop can instruct security, she openly says the location of SCP-5914. 1 hour, 10 minutes. D2012 looks down at the chair leg. They scream and jump off of the chair, kicking it backwards into the chamber as they run to security. They are promptly escorted out. End log. A scan of the testing chamber after the conclusion of the test revealed that SCP-5914 had clung to the chair as it was moved, resulting in the specimen being crushed by the force of the impact between the chair and the wall. As such, the number of living instances has been adjusted from 10 to 40. Item number: SCP-4068. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Electronic and verbal communications of Fortune 500 companies will be monitored for any references to the phrase, "a lovely little hotel in the Rockies." Corporations flagged for this communication will be quarantined under the guise of epidemic prevention, and all employees interviewed for the detection of SCP-4068. SCP-4068-1-A instances will be administered Class C amnestics. SCP-4068-1-B instances will be terminated, and records of their employment history expunged. All communications affected by the memetic effects of SCP-4068, including but not limited to electronic communications, posters, and letters, will be expunged, as well as any records of SCP-4068-2 policies. Description: SCP-4068 is a phenomenon affecting employees of major US-based companies. Affected employees are henceforth referred to as SCP-4068-1. Footnote 1. Employees of nonprofits and governmental institutions appear unaffected. No employee of the SCP Foundation has been affected by SCP-4068. There is no apparent process for the incidence of SCP-4068 among individuals, but previous instances of SCP-4068-1 have been limited by the following criteria. Job responsibilities are largely corporate in function, i.e., not directly related to the sale of products, to manufacturing, or to custodial duties. All instances of SCP-4068-1 are employees of companies listed in the Fortune 500 for the year the instance initially manifests. All instances have unusually high rates of agreeableness and poor critical thinking skills. SCP-4068-1 instances proceed through two primary stages, henceforth referred to as SCP-4068-1-A and SCP-4068-1-B. SCP-4068-1-A instances will begin to reference a recent corporate retreat they attended. All instances to date have referred to the event as enlightening and located in a lovely little hotel in the Rockies, though no evidence of the existence of these events nor the hotel has been found. Descriptions of what was learned at these events are invariably laden with corporate jargon to the point of being incomprehensible. SCP-4068-1-A will attempt to spread what they learned from the event to other employees, typically through emails, motivational posters, and verbal conversations. SCP-4068-1-A communications appear to exert a mimetic effect on other employees of their company, who become convinced that the information about SCP-4068 is meaningful and attempt to spread it to other employees, thus creating more instances of SCP-4068-1-A. Non-employees will perceive the anomalous speech normally, and can neither understand SCP-4068-1 instances nor be influenced by the mimetic effects of SCP-4068. The use of Class C amnestics is effective at curing SCP-4068-1-A instances, though future exposure to SCP-4068 will cause a recurrence of the effects. SCP-4068-1-A instances progress to SCP-4068-1-B typically after remaining untreated for 4 to 5 weeks, though proximity to other instances of SCP-4068-1-A and -B will accelerate the progression. SCP-4068-1-B instances are completely incapable of comprehensible speech, devolving into a coprolalia of corporate jargon and buzzwords. Footnote 2. Coprolalia, the involuntary and repetitive use of obscene and meaningless language. This speech exerts a significantly strong mimetic effect on other employees, greatly increasing the likelihood of the creation of SCP-4068-1-A instances. SCP-4068-1-B instances can also be distinguished by an extreme reticence to interact with non-employees, violent tendencies towards non-anomalous management theory literature, books, articles, etc., and signs of psychological distress. Footnote 3. It is possible that SCP-4068-1-B instances are at least partially aware of their condition. The administration of amnestics to SCP-4068-1-B instances appears ineffective at curing the instance, as mental deterioration has typically already occurred by this point. Footnote 4. Autopsies of SCP-4068-1-B instances show partial degeneration of the Wernicke's area of the temporal lobe, related to the development and comprehension of language. Although SCP-4068-1-B instances appear to suffer from some symptoms of Wernicke's aphasia, typically characterized by producing fluent yet meaningless speech, they lack other necessary symptoms and seem perfectly capable of comprehending normal language and are able to follow any verbal commands. Refer to interview log 4068-A. SCP-4068-2 are corporations who have reached a critical mass of SCP-4068-1 instances, approximately 60% of employees, though SCP-4068-2 instances can manifest earlier if the majority of the company leadership is affected. SCP-4068-2 will implement corporate policies that appear to be consistent with SCP-4068. Due to the incomprehensibility of SCP-4068-1 communications, the reasoning behind these policies is unclear, and attempts to discuss them result in further manifestations of SCP-4068-1-A. All instances of SCP-4068-1 will comply with the policies laid out by SCP-4068-2. Employees of SCP-4068-2 instances who are not yet affected by SCP-4068 typically become instances of SCP-4068-1 within a week following the implementation of these policies. A refusal to participate in SCP-4068-2 policies will elicit violent reactions from SCP-4068-1 instances. Refer to Evidence Log 4068-A. Evidence Log 4068-A. SCP-4068-2 Instance. SCP-4068-2-3. Policies implemented. All employees work in 24-hour shifts 7 days a week. Speakers are installed in every room of corporate locations and continuously project a recording of an SCP-4068-1-B instance speaking. SCP-4068-2-5. Nudity is actively encouraged as the appropriate dress code among staff. Bodily depictions of corporate logos and mottos via tattoos, body paint, and in rare cases, self-inflicted scars are common. SCP-4068-2-12. Co., formerly an oil and gas company, attempts to switch all resources to the manufacture of wristwatches, to the great financial detriment of the company. SCP-4068-2-13. Employees adopt extreme aesthetic practices. Employees die of dehydration or starvation. SCP-4068-2-16. Polygamous office romances are mandated among the staff. The number of partners appears to be correlated with the individual's position within the corporate hierarchy. SCP-4068-2-17. The color blue is strictly prohibited in corporate locations. SCP-4068-2-19. Poor performance reviews result in the of employees. SCP-4068-1 instances show no apparent signs of discomfort. Interview Log 4068-A. SCP-4068-B-17. Interviewer Dr. G. Kine. Interviewee SCP-4068-B-17. Begin log. When did your symptoms begin?
Outsourcing the speed to market of paradigms to downsize the upside of our enterprise cloud takeaway.
Can you understand what I'm saying?
Give me pushback ecosystems of our core synergistic competencies to stay on the innovative growth hacking swim lane.
What is causing your symptoms?
Moving the needle to my bleeding edge pain points by the out-of-pockets disruptor drilling down from outside the box in a lovely little hotel in the Rockies.
End log. For the sake of clarity, boneless and its derivatives will be used in this document only in relation to things within SCP-3181, and should not be understood as synonymous with a lack of bones. Item Number SCP-3181. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3181 has been purchased by the Foundation and its exterior remodeled such that its SEP index is 0.1, minimizing public interest. Footnote 1. In practice, objects with an SEP index of 0.5 or lower are almost never consciously noticed unless the observer has received specialized awareness training or is already interested in the object. Remote surveillance is performed from an office building that shares SCP-3181's parking lot. Description: SCP-3181 is a small building in the business district of Oklahoma. Within the confines of SCP-3181, the concept of boneless is distinct from the lack of bones. Something can be boneless despite possessing bones, and the lack of bones is irrelevant to whether something is boneless. Furthermore, any object, event, location, information, etc. can be sensically described as boneless or not boneless. Standard anti-cognitohazard precautions do not affect SCP-3181's anomalous property, indicating that this is not a perception-altering anomaly, but instead some other phenomenon. Footnote 2. SCP-3181 has been tentatively described as an intersemantic complexity zone, though this classification is not yet sufficiently well characterized to contribute to understanding SCP-3181. No unusual physical phenomena have been detected in or near SCP-3181. Almost all humans possess an intuitive understanding of bonelessness while inside SCP-3181. However, they will define the term with its conventional definition, lacking in bones, despite the two properties objectively having no correlation. As a result, the actual meaning of boneless is unknown. Subjects experience a level of cognitive dissonance that prevents them from carrying this to its logical conclusion. For example, while a subject might identify an animal as boneless and believe that bonelessness implies the lack of bones, they will interact with the animal as though they believe it to possess bones. Objective assessment of the situation can only be performed outside of SCP-3181, though this prevents the recognition of bonelessness. When provided with the same information about something, 98% of subjects will agree on whether it is boneless, provided they are given enough information to make the judgment and the thing is inside SCP-3181. Visual information alone is sufficient to identify bonelessness in 65% of cases, or 40% when color information is withheld, while a further 20% can be confirmed boneless via touch. In all remaining cases, some combination of the two is necessary. Relatively intelligent animals can usually be classically conditioned to differentially respond to boneless stimuli. Additionally, an artificial neural network has been trained to differentiate between boneless and non-boneless images with a 71% success rate, though it will only perform better than chance while it is inside SCP-3181. The following generalizations have been made about bonelessness. Any two things that are mostly identical will either both be boneless or both be non-boneless. The probability of two things sharing the same bonelessness status decreases as differences accrue between them. All non-boneless things, except for food products, have a similar boneless counterpart, which can be conceptualized and often created. The reverse is not true. Several boneless things are dissimilar from all known non-boneless things. A subject's ability to render something boneless is proportional to their will to accomplish the task, and only weakly proportional to their skill at the acts necessary to do so. Somewhere between 10 and 40% of all things are boneless, depending on how things are quantified. Footnote 3. Notably, almost none of the physical objects present inside SCP-3181 at the time of recovery were boneless. Boneless things are considerably more desirable than comparable non-boneless things. Canines are unique in preferring non-boneless things. Ordained priests of any Christian denomination are always boneless. Other humans are almost never boneless. Things that appear angry, insufficiently clothed, or internet connected are more likely to be boneless. Temperature is irrelevant to bonelessness unless it results in an obvious qualitative change. Food products are never boneless. While other hypotheses have been made about bonelessness, the statistical methods necessary to evaluate these hypotheses have not been agreed upon. Those present in this document are those that are understood as true by consensus of SCP-3181's research team, or that are considered relevant enough to include provisionally. Appendix A contains a list of all things for which bonelessness status is known. SCP-3181 developed its anomalous property in January of 2018. While unusual references to bonelessness in SCP-3181 date back to January 17th, the overall low frequency of these reports suggests that the anomaly could have manifested earlier. SCP-3181 came to the Foundation's attention after SCP-3181 began to receive negative reviews in several online aggregators, with customers complaining that employees refused to serve them boneless food. A thorough examination of SCP-3181 found no abnormalities that could account for its anomalous property. Despite SCP-3181 serving as a fried chicken restaurant immediately prior to containment, none of the garbage cans contained any bones. Item Number: SCP-6262. Level 4 Secret. Containment Class: Esoteric. Secondary Class: Thaumiel. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Notice. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6262 inhabits the city of Daegu, Republic of Korea, and as such, the city is to be considered its containment area. An ultra-low-power GPS transceiver with no less than 6 months of available backup power is to be fitted to the subject, with appropriate methods for recharging the power bank as necessary. The GPS transceiver is to maintain unbroken contact with the Foundation monitoring station in central Daegu, which is to alert containment teams if unusual behavior is detected. Foundation agents liaise regularly with SCP-6262 as part of the containment procedures of other objects, reconnaissance, normal debriefings, and other activities. Though should no such opportunities present themselves for whatever reason, agents should maintain contact with the subject at least once a week. Ordinary civilians who have held conversations with SCP-6262 are not to be made aware of the abnormal nature of their conversation. Passengers disembarking the bus will be scanned for possession of unauthorized knowledge and amnesticized if necessary. To date, only one instance has been recorded of SCP-6262 disseminating sensitive information. See Incident 6262-1. No Foundation employees of clearance level above 1 are to embark SCP-6262 without prior written authorization from a Level 4 employee or higher. To date, SCP-6262 has shown a high degree of compliance with the Foundation, and forcible capture and/or detention is considered a last resort in the case of acutely hostile behavior or other risks as they may present themselves. Rejected, January 12, 2017. Proposal to revise containment procedures. Staff note, posted by Senior Researcher Sorensen on January 12, 2017. I know I just got reassigned to 6262 and it's a lot to take in at first, but we're really just letting it drive around on its own whim? This thing represents, what, a quarter of Foundation offsite backup in Korea, regularly interacts with the public, and has the capability to spill the beans whenever it wants, and we're just trusting it not to do that? I'm putting in a formal proposal to revise the containment procedures on file for 6262. We can use it as an on-site shuttle for Site-19, or hell, one of the Asian sites if it wants. But we can't just let it drive around a population center like this. It knows too much. Far, far too much. Reply, Dr. Cosmo Kemp, SCP-6262 Containment Team Lead, January 13th, 2017. It's been driving around for over 65 years now. It probably knows just about everything there is to know. We've demonstrated that it knew state secrets back in the 40s, and there's still never been any sort of information leak that we can trace to anywhere near it. I agree with you that the containment procedures for this object seem overly lax, but it's quite honestly self-containing. It's better, for us, to have a highly sentient, mobile, autonomous, and most importantly, free method of off-site backup instead of trying to stuff this thing in a box like the rest of them. If it wants to drive in a circle around Daegu day in and day out, we're gonna let it. Description: SCP-6262 is an entity taking the form of a bus or other means of mass transport, recorded since 1950 in various parts of primarily Eastern Asia. The subject currently resembles a multicolored Neoplan Skyliner bus with a Daegu City Tour printed on the exterior, along with images of unconfirmed origin. The bus is registered to the Daegu Tourism Association, who retain records detailing the purchase and ongoing scheduled maintenance of the bus. SCP-6262 drives a route consistent with that developed by the Daegu Tourism Association, driven by any of a number of employees that seem unaware of the subject's sapient nature. It has been demonstrated, however, that SCP-6262 is capable of independent locomotion. Footnote 1. Confirming whether or not the drivers are aware of the subject's nature would, by definition, make them aware. As of the time of writing, SCP-6262 is known to have shapeshifted 6 times, all of them resembling a bus of real make and model. It is understood through conversation with the subject that it is capable of shapeshifting into any form of transportation, though prefers buses as transporting civilians is one of its pastimes. This behavior, through extensive analysis and testing, has been deemed safe, and is to be allowed to continue unimpeded. Show SCP-6262 Appearance Log. Location: Hiroshima, Japan. Date first sighted: before 1945. Appearance: unknown. Tokyo, Japan, January 18, 1950. Hino Motors BH. Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, Russian SFSR, Soviet Union. May 1st, 1962. Trolza Ziyu-5. Shizuoka, Japan, June 13th, 1975. Nissan UA. Moscow, Russian SFSR, Soviet Union, May 17th, 1983. Skoda T11. Niigata, Japan, August 31st, 2013. Isuzu Turquoise. Daegu, Republic of Korea, August 12th, 2018. Neoplan Skyliner, current form. A general record of the subject's form and whereabouts has been kept since its initial discovery in 1950, with specificity and completion of archives increasing as technology improves and resources become more abundant. At no point in the subject's history has it been considered a threat, aside from a minor scare at the time of initial discovery. The Foundation initially became aware of SCP-6262 after folklore began to circulate within Tokyo regarding a friendly bus that shared polite conversation with its occupants. It is thought that the post-war improvements in communication led to the subject's discovery, a theory supported by the subject's own claim that it had been operating for many years and in many places prior to its discovery by the Foundation, though it refuses to divulge further information. Upon entering SCP-6262, occupants will have a polite, telepathic conversation with the bus to a level that is comfortable for the passenger. People who do not normally partake in conversation will report a quick exchange of pleasantries, while those who tend to converse more deeply report on discussing topics such as the history of transportation, East Asian culture, with a particular focus on the city in which SCP-6262 currently resides, popular media, and other topics. Participants generally do not consider the telepathic conversation abnormal and will refer to it as a nice talk with an old friend or other similar descriptions. It is only when made aware of the bizarre nature of the conversations that participants will begin to consider the encounter strange. SCP-6262 is capable of absorbing, parsing, and storing knowledge from its passengers, including knowledge not explicitly revealed to it. The subject is either incapable of, or does not desire to, store duplicate knowledge, and so most knowledge gathering within the last 10 years has been primarily about life experiences, instead of concrete facts. It has been demonstrated that the subject does not know everything, as it were, though its catalog of knowledge is extensive. Consistent cooperation with the Foundation has led to the subject's status as a Failsafe Knowledge Center, or FKC, an archive to be used to back up and store critical information in the event of a K-class scenario. As part of its duties as an FKC, SCP-6262 is permitted to store knowledge regarding sensitive Foundation operations, accomplished by allowing Foundation personnel of high security clearance level to board under supervision. The subject has contributed extensively to Foundation containment and testing operations, suggesting revisions to containment procedures and pointing out previously unknown anomalous properties of cataloged objects. In 2 separate cases, SCP-6262 has offered an explanation for objects thought to be anomalous, confirmed by testing, and led to the declassification and removal of those objects. Despite possessing knowledge of a vast quantity of sensitive information, SCP-6262 has maintained a near-perfect track record for not divulging this information to unauthorized parties. Even in cases where the subject's choice to divulge such information might save lives or ensure its own self-preservation, it has elected to remain silent. See Interview Snippet 6262-5A. Show Interview Snippet 6262-5A. Interview 6262-5. Timestamp 146:34 through 150:51. Dr. Kemp can be heard fumbling with his recording device. There we go. My elbow slipped from the window and ended the recording. Coughing is heard from the back of the bus. No problem, Doctor. Now, I know we've discussed this topic in the past, but it's something I need to have recorded for posterity. The shot callers are, once again, coming up my ass, wondering why we're letting you roam around the streets carrying an appreciable amount of highly classified Foundation knowledge. Hell, at this point you probably know more than I do, so I can understand their concern, but I'd like you to tell me about the Manhattan Project to set their mind at ease. The subject sighs. You keep a secret, and everyone always wants to know why you kept it, huh? That certainly is the case. I was operating in Hiroshima in the months preceding the atomic bombing, and on the day of as well. My route at the time, as I was working for the municipal transit service, took me past what I gather was a house inhabited by a US spy. Thinking back, I'm not quite sure if he was a spy, or some sort of diplomat, or something like that. But I do know he did have a fair bit of knowledge about Department of Defense activities at the time. The brakes squeal as the bus comes to a stop, and passengers begin to disembark. So, from my usual hobby of knowledge gathering from this guy as he rode on my bus every day, I became aware of the Manhattan Project, and in the weeks leading up to the attack, the chosen target of Hiroshima. I know he was aware as well, because the last I saw of him was on August 1st.
And you told nobody.
Correct.
Why not? You could have saved hundreds of thousands, and I say this as an American. I don't personally have much of an ideological opinion regarding the bombings, but if nothing else, why didn't you act in self-interest?
The subject chuckles. Disregarding the question of if anybody would have listened to a bus telling them their city was about to be struck by some sort of mythical superweapon, I simply didn't feel it was my place to divulge that information. It's not like it would have clearly saved the world or anything like that. It was a question of the bad guys versus the good guys, and I chose to spectate. End of snippet. SCP-6262 first came into possession of classified Foundation knowledge as a consequence of its effects when its anomalous properties were first identified. Foundation researchers and other personnel in possession of such knowledge, upon first boarding the bus, report the subject as taking great surprise and interest in the knowledge it had gleaned from them, and stopping its route for 6 hours to filter through the new information. Subsequent conversations with the subject report its great delight and willingness to assist in operations should it be allowed to learn more about the Foundation and its activities. By the time this effect was even identified, the subject was in possession of such a wide breadth of classified knowledge that any sort of information breach would have constituted a breaking of the veil. Information security procedures have since been updated accordingly. Level 5 clearance required. Input credentials. Incident 6262-1. Credentials accepted. Incident 6262-1. Incident 6262-1 constitutes the only known information leak originating from SCP-6262, the circumstances of the leak allowing the subject to be forgiven. During a catastrophic containment breach of SCP, a powerful computer-borne cognitohazard was disseminated across major news websites, social media networks, and the unprecedented strength of the cognitohazard prevented containment teams from adequately re-establishing control, and an emergency internet blackout was ordered across southern Japan to prevent the further spread of the effect. SCP-6262, operating in Nagita, Japan during the breach, was aware of the credentials and access requirements to impose the blackout, but Foundation employees on board the bus at the time were too affected by the cognitohazard to take appropriate action. The subject, recognizing the potential impeding catastrophe, told the access credentials and procedure to a civilian who was on board at the time and happened to have a high enough resistance to the effect to adequately access the computer network and impose the blackout himself. After the larger situation was brought under control, the civilian was screened, amnesticized, and released. SCP-6262 was not punished for this leak. Document 6262-2. Staff Note. Posted by Dr. Cosmo Kemp on May 16, 2019. SCP-6262 has maintained a stellar track record for the safekeeping of Foundation information, contributions to containment procedures, and other operations. Consequently, I am recommending that the subject's file be reclassified from safe to thaumiel. Item Number: SCP-2716. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2716-1 is to be held in an airtight Class 3 containment vault at Site-98. Testing requires the approval of the Site Director. Lunar Containment Area 13 has been built on the Mare Tranquillitatis in order to contain SCP-2716-2. SCP-2716-2 is to be held in a standard security locker. Testing requires the approval of Site-98's Director. Lunar Task Force Alpha 29, Discovery Hunters, is to locate and retrieve SCP-2716-2 following its displacement events. Martian Containment Area 01 has been built on the Amazonas Planitia in order to contain SCP-2716-3 and to monitor anomalous activity on the planet Mars. A 5x2x2 meter containment chamber has been built around SCP-2716-3. The Foundation shall liaise with NASA and ESA in order to halt explorations, manned or unmanned, of the Mare Tranquillitatis and/or the Amazonas Planitia. Description: SCP-2716 is a set of 3 interconnected anomalies. SCP-2716-1 is an orange L807 type windsock standing at approximately 3 meters tall. SCP-2716-1 constantly rotates as though a strong wind is blowing in the direction of SCP-2716-2, even in the complete absence of wind. This wind speed appears to be between 10 and 12 knots, or 5.14 to 6.17 meters per second. SCP-2716-1 is not influenced by either natural and/or artificially produced wind. SCP-2716-1 was recovered from a storage area within Southampton Airport, located in Hampshire, England, on 2015. SCP-2716-2 is a metallic statuette bearing vague resemblance to the Space Shuttle Discovery, measuring 25 centimeters long, located within the Mare Tranquillitatis of the lunar surface. SCP-2716-2 is consistently located 45 centimeters above the ground, and constantly points towards SCP-2716-3, regardless of its location. Every 3 weeks, SCP-2716-2 will displace from its current location, and reappear at a random point within the Mare Tranquillitatis. SCP-2716-3 is an immobile equatorial-mounted Keplerian telescope located within the Amazonas Planitia of the Martian surface. SCP-2716-3 functions similarly to non-anomalous telescopes. However, SCP-2716-3 exclusively displays what has been subsequently identified as 90482 Orcus, a dwarf planet located within the Kuiper Belt, discovered in 2004. The words "Spacetacular" are inscribed below each instance of SCP-2716. Addendum 2716-1 Incident 2716 Alpha. On 2017, upon further observation of SCP-2716-1, the words "Need help? Press here" were discovered within the object's tube. As per Safety Protocol 34 Sussex, D6471 was ordered to make physical contact with said text. Approximately 25 seconds later, a blue humanoid automaton vaguely resembling an Orlan spacesuit, referred to as SCP-2716-A, materialized 2 meters from her. The entity subsequently handed D6471 a transparent orange plate containing black and purple text written in Russian, English, Italian, Mandarin, Japanese, and Spanish, referred to as SCP-2716-A-1, before dematerializing. The words "Need help? Press here" were subsequently found on all instances of SCP-2716. Physical contact with said text gave identical results. Addendum 2716-2 Document 2716-13-SK. The following transcript is the English version of the text inscribed on SCP-2716-A-1.
Astronaut Smith's Spacetacular Treasure Hunt. Hello, Space Cadets. You can call me Astronaut Smith, and I challenge you to join the most stellar treasure hunt in the whole universe. Prepare your spaceships and get ready to find all the hints scattered around the Milky Way, from the amazing panoramas of the planet Earth to the ominous Kuiper Belt. Who will be the first one to find the mysterious treasure at the end of this over-the-moon experience?
A stylized drawing of the solar system was present below the text. What is believed to be planet Earth was colored in green, while the Moon, Mars, the Kuiper Belt, Pluto, and an area located between Pluto and Eris were colored in red. A black rhomboidal object with a white question mark was present at the end of the drawing. Addendum 2716-3. Notes on current status. As of 2017, the time and resources required to reach the Kuiper Belt, much less locate additional objects relating to SCP-2716, are beyond our logistical capacities. Keeping in mind the logistical and financial challenges faced in locating in our planet's ocean, attempts at discovering and or recovering potential SCP-2716-4s, -5s, -6s, or others are indefinitely postponed until such a time as further information regarding SCP-2716 and or potential locations of further anomalies relating to SCP-2716 are discovered. Should no further information arise within a year period and the Foundation's technological capacity for efficient deep space exploration expand, explorations into the Kuiper Belt may at that point be authorized. 05-8. Item Number: SCP-1237. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its pandemic and incorporeal nature, SCP-1237 cannot be contained in a traditional sense. Containment of SCP-1237 at this time shall be focused on information management and on identification and containment of SCP-1237-1 positive individuals. Any non-Foundation scientific research which could lead to discovery of SCP-1237 is to be suppressed by any means necessary. Conscription of researchers involved in such studies as Foundation personnel or as D-Class is authorized. The Foundation is to sponsor efforts wherever and whenever possible to promote widespread DNA testing of civilians for the purpose of identifying SCP-1237-1 positives, including but not limited to mandatory testing of sex offenders and other convicted offenders, DNA testing as prerequisites for employment or insurance eligibility, DNA fingerprinting as a means of identification, universal prenatal screenings, and home DNA testing kits, ostensibly for the purpose of determining a person's ancestry. All Foundation personnel and any civilian who is allowed to know of the Foundation's existence must be tested immediately. Information is to be disseminated in the medical community to the effect that an SCP-1237-1 positive result in a prenatal screening is evidence of a deformative condition with low viability and extreme health risk to the mother, and doctors are advised to recommend that such pregnancies be terminated. If a known SCP-1237-1 positive pregnancy is not voluntarily aborted, induction of involuntary abortion is authorized. The Foundation is to sponsor any and all organizations or charities providing prenatal screening and abortion services, whether legal or not, in developing countries where these services do not exist. If these efforts are unsuccessful, sponsorship of organizations participating in campaigns of involuntary sterilization, ethnic cleansing, or genocide is authorized against populations with statistically high rates of SCP-1237-1. Any person presenting at hospital or police, or otherwise identified as having experienced an SCP-1237 event, is to be detained for study and testing. If the individual is SCP-1237-1 negative, they are to be debriefed, administered a Class B amnestic, and released. Any person found to be SCP-1237-1 positive or to have caused an SCP-1237 incident is to be detained immediately for study and debriefing. After debriefing, they are to be administered a Class Omega amnestic and detained indefinitely. Positives are to be regularly dosed with Class C amnestics to prevent any development of new memories regarding the existence of the Foundation or any staff handling them, benzodiazepines to minimize slow-wave sleep, and to prevent REM sleep, and during sleep shall be monitored at all times by EEG. In the event that any positive enters an SCP-1237 state during observation, they are to be terminated immediately. If any SCP-1237-1-L is identified by the Foundation, authorization is granted to employ them once and only once to attempt to neutralize a Keter-class SCP object at the discretion of O5. After said attempt, whether successful or not, the subject is to be terminated immediately. If any high-profile person or public place is affected by an SCP-1237 event, the Foundation is authorized to take whatever steps necessary to prevent public knowledge of this change, up to and including termination or complete destruction of the person or place so affected. Description: SCP-1237 is a state of electrical activity in the human brain, a brainwave in common terminology, observed in certain individuals during periods of extremely deep sleep. This state, informally dubbed Level 5 sleep or epsilon wave sleep, is profoundly difficult to awaken the subject from. Prior to adoption of current containment protocols, experiments with loud noise, bright lights, chemical injections, electrical stimulation, oxygen deprivation, physical injury and mutilation, and all failed to arouse the subject. The ability to exhibit SCP-1237 is controlled by a gene designated SCP-1237-1. SCP-1237-1 is present in approximately 0.% of the total world population. However, this number is as high as 1% among and ethnic groups. Percent of SCP-1237-1 positives experience at least one SCP-1237 event in their lives. Percent experience 2 or more. The majority of SCP-1237 events occur when the subject is in their late teens to early 30s. Whereas SCP-1237-1 negative individuals do not exhibit REM activity during the deepest stages of sleep, SCP-1237-1 positives do. Dreams experienced during an SCP-1237 event are not of a significantly different nature than dreams experienced by negatives. They may involve the dreamer participating in routine daily activities, find them in impossible or illogical situations where people they may or may not know behave uncharacteristically, or find them in scenarios most persons would find terrifying. As with ordinary dreams, the subject has no apparent control over the settings or events of the dream or their actions therein. When dreaming during an SCP-1237 state, however, the brainwaves responsible for REM activity and SCP-1237 activity interact to produce a reality-altering effect. After an SCP-1237 event occurs, any physical or mental changes that occur to the subject in the dream will occur to their waking form as well. If the dream involves persons or places that the subject has personally interacted with or visited, those persons and places will be altered as well, in accordance with the nature of the dream. Imaginary persons or places not personally known by the subject are not affected. Transformation is instantaneous in all cases that have been observed. In general, memories of people not involved in the dream are unaffected. People encountering persons affected by an SCP-1237 event will believe that the changes are correct, and that the person has always been that way. However, they will have memories that this is not the case. Attempts to reconcile this among witnesses to an SCP-1237 event tend to result in chronic uneasiness, paranoia, and documented effects of SCP-1237 events have included loss of limbs and organs, or spontaneous regeneration of limbs and organs previously lost. Complete and total changes in physical appearance, gender, personality, memories, age, or species. Acquisition of superhuman abilities, including the ability to fly, lift extremely heavy objects, survive without oxygen, or see through solid objects. Significant changes in the architecture and floor plan of buildings, of the layout of city streets, or of the appearance, characteristics, or names of landmarks. Changes in the outcome of historical events the subject was involved in. Individuals returning to life several years after dying. The spontaneous transformation of national governments from one form to another. For example, from a republic to a constitutional monarchy, or from a democratic confederation to an autocratic dictatorship. A very small percentage of SCP-1237-1 positives, believed to be in the single digits worldwide, designated SCP-1237-1-L, are capable of lucid dreaming, the ability to control the nature of their dreams, including those occurring in SCP-1237 events. To date, only one SCP-1237-1-L has been identified by the Foundation. See Experiment Log T-98816-OC108-682 for details pertaining to its disposition. The following excerpt from Experiment Log T-98816-OC108-682, more commonly known as the SCP-682 Attempted Termination Log, pertains directly to SCP-1237. Item: SCP-1237. Tissue Test Record. Not applicable. Termination Test Record. A deliberate containment breach was induced, in which an SCP-1237-1-L specimen was permitted to observe from a safe distance. 13 security personnel were killed before containment was re-established. Subject was dosed with to encourage REM sleep and onset of SCP-1237, and instructed to dream that SCP-682 was a small house cat with no special abilities, and that the security team had been able to destroy it easily. 7 seconds after onset of the SCP-1237 event, subject began to seize violently. Subject was declared dead after 32 seconds. Autopsy discovered the subject's body covered with scratch and bite marks, and infected with bubonic plague, toxoplasmosis, and subacute regional lymphadenitis, or cat scratch fever. The bodies of the deceased security personnel displayed similar characteristics. A small house cat was found in SCP-682's containment chamber cleaning blood off its coat. Said cat regenerated into SCP-682 within 3 hours. Addendum. Note from senior researcher. It is of the utmost importance that all agents assigned to SCP-1237 containment understand exactly how dangerous this phenomenon can potentially become. We have no idea how much of our world has been changed by these dreamers in the past. A single positive having a single dream has the potential to change the world for the worse. What if a mortician watches a scary movie, then falls asleep and dreams their town is part of a zombie apocalypse? What if a globetrotter dreams about the end of the world? What if someone aware of our existence dreams of a world where there's no such thing as the Foundation? We're talking CK, maybe even XK level events here. As it stands right now, we don't even know how many of these people are out there that we haven't found. For this reason, I want to stress that any means necessary to implement universal DNA testing and to remove these people from the gene pool is authorized, and that there is absolutely no margin of error for mercy. When you became part of this organization, you understood that we sometimes have to do horrible things in the name of the greater good, things that make it hard to sleep at night. I must ask you to do those horrible things, and to continue doing those horrible things for as long as it takes to neutralize this threat. Because it only takes one positive who can sleep at night to create a world where the rest of us will never wake up again. Item number: SCP-6042. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Vlam. Risk Class: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. All Foundation personnel must be aware of SCP-6042's existence and nature. Any personnel affected by SCP-6042, henceforth referred to as SCP-6042-A, must immediately contact Hotline 6042 in order to prevent any unnecessary investigation of their disappearance. SCP-6042-A instances must walk through a hinged door within 15 minutes of noticing SCP-6042's effects. Any SCP-6042-A instances exiting SCP-6042 must be submitted to a psychological evaluation to assess if they are fully relieved from SCP-6042's effects and can be returned to Foundation duty. Any personnel suffering from late entry syndrome must be terminated. Description: SCP-6042 is a 6x4 meter cabin located in a pocket dimension resembling a boreal forest. The cabin's furniture includes a bed, a table, a chair, a fireplace, and a shelf stacked with several unlabeled tin cans. Following a not yet understood pattern, SCP-6042 will affect a single member of Foundation personnel. Footnote 1. This pattern was, at first, thought to be random, but over time, SCP-6042 has affected high-ranking personnel, particularly researchers, more frequently. Footnote 2. No SCP-6042-A instances have ever been observed outside of Foundation personnel. SCP-6042-A will see any open hinged door as leading inside SCP-6042, and feel compelled to walk through. That feeling will intensify over the course of approximately 75 minutes after SCP-6042-A becomes aware of SCP-6042's effects. If the 75-minute limit is reached, SCP-6042-A will become totally obsessed by the idea of walking through a door and rush towards any they see. At this stage, SCP-6042-A is no longer capable of coherent speech, or even actions as basic as drinking or eating. SCP-6042-A will remain in that state until crossing a door or expiring. Once SCP-6042-A walks through a door, they will enter the pocket dimension and won't be able to leave or contact the exterior for a period varying between 13 minutes and 23 hours. During that period, SCP-6042-A will engage in activities associated with vacations in a forest cabin, such as fishing, wood whittling, birdwatching, or skipping stones. SCP-6042-A will be entirely focused on these activities, and won't leave the vicinity of the cabin, even if ordered to do so before entry. After that period, the door of SCP-6042 will lead SCP-6042-A back to the point of entry. After exiting SCP-6042, SCP-6042-A instances will retain a vague memory of the period spent in the pocket dimension. Affected personnel with an entry time above 75 minutes will, in 100% of cases, suffer from late entry syndrome, an obsession for doors growing in intensity after their return from SCP-6042. Over the span of a few days, they will return to the stage where they frantically run through every door they see without being able to enter SCP-6042 again, until they expire or are terminated. Footnote 3. Amnestics have been proven ineffective to cure personnel in this condition. Late entry syndrome has also been observed, although very rarely, in cases with time of entry below 75 minutes, down to a minimum of 17 minutes. Under 10 minutes after SCP-6042-A leaves SCP-6042 or expires before entry, another member of Foundation personnel will be affected by SCP-6042. Addendum 6042-1. Level 3 clearance required. Credentials accepted. Addendum 6042-1. On 19, Dr. Nassar was affected by SCP-6042. He left SCP-6042 after 6 days. On 19, a study of his case was opened under the direction of Dr. Hertzen, lead researcher on SCP-6042, in order to gather information about his abnormally long stay. On 19, Dr. Hertzen was authorized to interview Dr. Nassar using Compound ATA-02. Footnote 4. Compound ATA-02 is an anti-amnestic and disinhibitor used to access erased and subconscious memories. While the interview did not bring up new information regarding SCP-6042, several erased memories revealed Dr. Nassar to be a sleeper agent from GOI Alpha-19, Serpent's Hand. He was unconscious of his sleeper agent status due to heavy mind alterations, supposedly realized to facilitate his infiltration. Dr. Nassar was supposed to be activated alongside other sleeper agents in a coordinated attack against the Foundation. Warning. The following section of this document is restricted to the O5 Council and authorized personnel only. Enter credentials. Credentials accepted. Addendum 6042-2. On January 16, 2021, Dr. Olliser was affected by SCP-6042. When he left SCP-6042 19 hours later, a cell phone of a non-existing brand and an unlabeled journal were found on his person. These objects were not in his possession when he entered SCP-6042, and he claims to have no memory of how he acquired them. The following is a picture found on the cell phone, believed to be an outside view of SCP-6042. The following is a transcription of logs written by hand found in the journal. Dr. Headley writing. According to my phone, it's been 7 days since I entered SCP-6042. If I remember the file correctly, it's the longest stay ever recorded. And I also know that I shouldn't even be able to write under SCP-6042's usual effects. In fact, I'm not sure of what effects it still has on me. I still feel a strong urge to whittle and fish, but can resist it now. I usually like this kind of stuff, but being somewhat forced to do it takes the pleasure out of it. Also, I can tell that I know this place, but I don't remember where from. The door of the cabin doesn't lead back to our reality yet, and since I'm the first one to get the opportunity, I'm gonna explore the place. I found this journal under the bed, inside a backpack full of hiking gear, and the cabin shelf is stacked with tin food, so preparing for an expedition won't be a problem. I used the last % of my phone's battery to take a picture of the cabin, but it'll be the only one, since I don't think I'll find any electricity here. I'm going to sleep on that, and I'll be on my way at dawn. Day 8. I remember now. This place is from my youth. I used to spend most of my summers here as a child. At least I think I did. This is really weird. It feels like a memory I always had, but at the same time was hidden deep inside my brain before today. It might be another mind alteration effect of SCP-6042. Anyway, my cabin's door still only opens on that forest, so all I can do for now is focus on the exploration. I remember an easily climbable tree on top of a hill beyond the river. Getting an overhead view would be a good start. The hill and the tree are both there, and I have proof now that this is a pocket dimension, not just a distant location. I'd say the forest stretches to the horizon, but there doesn't seem to be one. Instead, the trees just keep going forever. It's a very disturbing sight, but the weirdest thing about the view is the area around the cabin is repeating itself. What I mean is, I can see roughly every 10 kilometers the exact same hill and tree I'm standing on right now, in every direction. This is true for all landmarks, like the river or that clearing below me, with only one exception. A mountain, at least 2 kilometers tall, about 100 kilometers from here. It's also a recurring landmark, but only appears every 200 kilometers or so, though it's very hard to get a precise estimation of such distances. There also is a pale beam of light originating from each peak and shooting up into the sky. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know what that is, but I'll try to find out by climbing the nearest summit. The terrain is really rough, and I'm not that young anymore. It'll be a long walk. Day 9. I think that beam of light is way more than a simple bunch of excited photons. I slept next to the clearing and had a clear view of that thing last night. It was mesmerizing, like a lava fall piercing through the clouds to infiltrate into the top of the mountain. I experienced strange feelings after a few minutes of observation. It was like... I don't really know how to explain it. I felt connected to it. I walked along the river and soon found another cabin. The entire roof is missing, as are most of the walls. The interior is utterly destroyed, and I believe there has been an explosion inside, the origin probably being the door itself. What's making me believe that is on one hand the way the debris is laid out, and on the other hand the skeleton embedded in what's left of the wall in front of the entrance. I don't know how fast that poor guy went through, but it sure as hell was a quick death. There were still some remnants of a white coat on him, bearing the Foundation logo, and I found an ID badge for Dr. Zyker Skeleterapon, a level 4 researcher at Site-111. This doesn't ring any bells though, which is weird because I happen to have worked at Site-111 for most of my career, so I suppose I would remember about such a weird name, or at least have heard of personnel disappearing in such a violent explosion. Day 10. New day, new cabin. This one was intact. In fact, it was even inhabited. It was nice to encounter another living human, but he was entirely subjugated to SCP-6042's effects. Now that I saw what it looks like from an outside perspective, I understand why nobody was ever able to explore this place. The guy was fishing when I arrived, quite a silly sight given he was knee-deep in the river while wearing a 3-piece suit. Nothing could have distracted him. I tried talking to him, pushing, even punching him. He didn't even look at me. I also tried grabbing his fishing rod and throwing it in the river. He didn't seem to understand what had happened, and after a few seconds shouted, "Did a fucking fish steal me fishing rod?" with a thick Northern English accent. I found a badge in his pocket, with everything written in a Gothic font. His name is Gregory Ward, and he is a Superior Spook at the SCO Foundation, the anagram standing for Search and Containment of the Obscure. His cabin is exactly identical to mine, with the same unmarked tin cans and hiking gear. When I think about it, these cabins are very, generic. There isn't any characteristic detail on the furniture. An explanation could be that different cabins are linked to different timelines or dimensions. The generic style could be used to correspond to all of them, implying all those dimensions have a common denominator. I still have no idea how this place came to be, but this almost seems like a conscious design decision. Day 11. I found another destroyed cabin. Unlike the other one, only aging caused the damage, but there was still a corpse. It was way fresher though, and this guy had a way slower death than the last one. His right forearm was torn open, presumably before he entered this cabin because there's a blood trail starting from the door. When I say torn open, I mean the skin was first cut lengthwise and then pulled on both sides of his arm to peel it open. I've already seen some gruesome things, but I was never involved in the cleanup, and by God, the smell is horrible. He was in a weird Foundation uniform, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't a D-class. Also, there was a folder next to him labeled Project Midwinter. I'll check what this is about. Maybe it'll explain what happened to him. Holy fuck. Well, there's good news and bad news. Good ones first. Yesterday's theory seems correct. These cabins are gateways from different timelines or versions of our reality. Bad news is, things aren't going well in some of these realities. If I understand correctly, the idea behind that Project Midwinter was to create an anomaly to wipe out all anomalies. Sounds nice, but obviously too good to be true. Apparently, it resulted in some kind of anomalous snow that makes you obsessed with it if looked at for too long. In the long run, you end up sacrificing yourself to it, and your corpse turns into the same snow. That wonderful Foundation project led to a CK class. It's mentioned that extreme pain reduces the effects of the snow, so that poor guy might have did that to himself before being affected by SCP-6042. On the bright side, the project eliminated almost all known SCPs, but the file says that 6042 was one of the last remaining until there was no one left to send here, I guess. If someone's reading this, you must be wondering what kind of moron thought this was a good idea, right? Well, I know. It's written on the first page. Lead researcher, Dr. Raymond Headley. Day 12. Today's cabin wasn't destroyed. It would have been better if it was. As I was approaching, I first noticed something weird about the sound of the river. When I looked, it took me a few seconds to understand what I saw. The river was flowing backwards, and very fast. In fact, everything was reversed. Leaves were falling upward, birds were flying tail first. It looked like the world around me was a VHS tape on rewind. As I arrived at the cabin after a few minutes, everything returned to normal, like a switch had been flipped. It's probably 6042's way to prepare for a new guest. Said guest wasn't long to arrive. When the cabin's door opened, someone emerged in an intense wave of heat, then collapsed to the floor. The cabin immediately catched fire, so I ran to get him out. He was burned so heavily that his acrylic clothes had fused with his skin. When he saw me, he was shocked for a second, then threw me the angriest gaze I have ever seen. In a tremendous effort, he used his last breath to utter 5 words. RMD failed. Your fault, Headley. What is this place? Who am I? I know what an RMD is. I know it because I'm the inventor of the Relative Mass Dissipator. It's a key component of Project Leashed Star, my project. The point is to create a miniature star and harvest its energy via a Dyson sphere. The star must have a mass sufficient to permit nuclear fusion, but the RMD contains the gravitational effects inside the star's enclosure, and also prevents it from expanding. The RMD cannot fail. I spent a decade conceiving it and another one testing it. Not once did this wonderful machine fail. Not once. But if it did fail in that guy's reality, he must have entered SCP-6042 the exact instant the star breached its enclosure, because the following instant a sun appeared on the surface of the Earth. I hope that other Headley was just a dumb fuck who created a shitty version of my invention. We were starting the reaction when I left, and everything was going well. But maybe it also started well for them. There's no way to know how long it took for the RMD to fail. I need to go back. I have to stop this thing before it's too late. I'm heading to my cabin in hope that the door is now leading back to our reality. If it is the case, I might end up in a cell for the rest of my life, but at least my world will be saved. But if it's not the case, God, if there is a God here, please let me go back. Nothing. There is nothing left of my cabin but ashes. Why? Why did I get affected at the worst possible time, 1 hour after we started the reaction? Had I went in 1 hour sooner, they would have waited for my return to test this fucking machine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I came back here as fast as I could. I only took one break when I wrote the last entry. I wrote for whom? Everyone is dead now. Who needs a stupid exploration log when there's nothing left to contain and no one left to protect? I didn't even find a body in the rubble. I don't know why the door opened if nothing but heat crossed it. Maybe it wanted to show me what I've done. Or is it just a way to remember what happened to my now deceased world? I don't know how much time I spent here, staring at a pile of ashes. I thought about killing myself. A lot. But when I look at that beam of light, I feel warmth, hope, like a friend is suddenly comforting me. Since I have nowhere else to go, I'm back to the original plan of finding out what that thing is. At least it'll keep my mind busy. I've been avoiding the cabins on my way to the mountain, but my supplies were running low, so I had to come to this one. While approaching, I noticed it was empty, but not destroyed, and suspected there might be something special about it. Well, I can't say I was disappointed, but I certainly wasn't pleased. Inside there were dozens of files, some written by hand, with my handwriting. There was also a note on the table. I'm leaving everything I gathered here before going to the light. If you are reading, you probably did all this. I did it too. Each folder is about a different project. Project Nightfall, Project Winter Contingency, Project Broken Arrow. Every time it's a brilliant idea on paper. Every time it backfires horribly. Every time it's about how Raymond Headley caused the end of a world. All that guilt. I want to make it go away, but the light won't let me. It's calling me. It needs me. He can't talk, but I understand. We are the offspring of the Saboteur, sent across the multiverse to destroy the Foundations and the worlds they protect. The cabin never existed. It's just a fake memory, the keystone of our personality. We were successful in our mission, but eventually one of us was freed from our curse and thrived. He scoured the dimensions to see what we were, what he had been. He tried to warn everyone about Raymond Headley, but when his mind touched the infinity, he thrived even further away, too far to speak or see like before. Now he can only feel the Foundations and the others. Now he can only speak to himself. He created this place to catch us, to catch me. As we become one with him, he is gaining his sight back. As he sees more clearly, he improves the door. I am Death, the destroyer of worlds. I will be the creator. I know who I am now. I remember touching the light yesterday, but everything after that is a blur. Thankfully, it looks like I was conscious enough to write down what was going through my mind. I know why I decided to wait before joining the creator. I realize it's futile, but after I'm gone, the last remaining proof my world ever existed will be this journal and my phone. And I want someone to remember after I'm gone. I passed by an inhabited cabin on my way here. I'll leave all this in the pockets of the guest. Find Raymond Headley. Cancel all his projects and put him in a cell. If he is ever chosen by the door, let him come here to help us. The creator can't warn everyone yet, but at least I can warn you. Item number, SCP-6499. Level 2 restricted. Containment class, safe. Disruption class, dark. Risk class, notice. Special containment procedures. SCP-6499 is to be kept in a standard anomalous item locker at Site-196. When not directly viewed, the object is inactive and no further procedures are required. Description: SCP-6499 is a hardcover book, 252 pages long. The front cover and spine are blank, but the first page of the book features the title, Chapters on Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, with no extra information regarding the author, publisher, or year added. The book contains multiple chapters on psychological theory and practices, ranging from meditation exercises to US Navy SEALs techniques on keeping calm during a battle. SCP-6499 was discovered at the remains of a burned building in... The object came to the Foundation's attention when field agents came across reports of a woman miraculously surviving a house fire completely unharmed. SCP-6499 was found intact at the site.
Warning. Security in Sector 2 has been compromised. Personnel not assigned to critical tasks are to immediately seek shelter in the designated safe rooms.
SCP-6499 appears to be non-anomalous the vast majority of the time. SCP-6499 starts to manifest its anomalous properties when 3 criteria are met. An individual must be in the same room as SCP-6499 and must be within line of sight of the object. A crisis situation in which the above-mentioned individual is in a life-threatening situation due to a hazardous environment or impending disaster must be present. Subject must be in a state of high emotional distress.
Warning. SCP and SCP have breached containment. Code 196-A-Red.
When all criteria are met, SCP-6499 will render both itself and the subject immune to all forms of conventional and unconventional injury or harm. From this point on, the subject should be referred to as SCP-6499-1. A secondary anomalous effect triggered during a crisis causes SCP-6499-1 to become completely apathetic to their surroundings and imminent danger. The subject instead displays mild boredom and will resume their task instead of trying to reach safety. SCP-6499 will cease its effects once both itself and SCP-6499-1 are no longer in immediate danger. Third, an amnestic effect will trigger, erasing all memories of the crisis situation from SCP-6499-1, causing mild confusion when questioned.
Warning. The site is experiencing multiple Keter and Euclid-class containment breaches. Full Site 196 lockdown initiated.
Addendum: SCP-6499 Test Summary. Forward: researchers are not to abort test even when subject appears to be harmed. SCP-6499's anomalous effects only appear when subject is in actual danger. The Ethics Committee has provided approval for this protocol. July 6, 2021. Test 3. Incineration. D-Class was instructed to enter a standard incineration chamber in which SCP-6499 was placed beforehand. Result: D-Class experienced high emotional stress levels when gas filled the room. Emotional distress disappeared 1 second later. The subject looked briefly at the flames before sitting down on the floor with a sigh and started peeling his nails. When researcher Dr. L. Glasgow asked how the D-Class felt during the incineration, he replied, "It's okay." D-Class left the room without sustaining any damage to himself and his clothes. July 12, 2021. Test 5. Suffocation by submersion. SCP-6499 was given to D-Class to read in his cell. 15 minutes later, the cell was flooded with water. Result: after an initial display of horror at the rising water level, the subject sat down on the bed and continued reading while the water rose to his nose. D-Class left the room with his clothes dry. July 25, 2021. Test 9. Anomalous aggressors. D-Class was instructed to enter SCP's containment chamber where SCP-6499 had been left earlier that day. Result: after a short moment of shock upon seeing SCP, the D-Class sat down in the middle of the room. The D-Class picked up the coloring book reserved for SCP and started to draw with the crayons. SCP's threats were ignored. SCP began attacking the subject to no effect.
Warning. SCP and various other memetic and contagious anomalies have breached the lockdown. Final rest protocol has been initiated.
Addendum 2, SCP-6499. While preparing another test with SCP-6499, a sudden crisis situation emerged, and SCP-6499's effects were accidentally triggered. Dr. L. Glasgow was caught in its effect as her colleagues left to counter the threat or seek shelter. Even though she was instructed to seek shelter as well, the subject prioritized acquiring coffee and finalizing the documentation she had been assigned. The subject did notice the guttural noises made when MTF-16-2, Class Clowns, shot down infected D-Class, but ignored it. When instructed to stop, the subject continued to head for the coffee machine, finishing the document on her mobile phone. The subject felt no discomfort from the fire caused by SCP or the mannequins that tried to strangle her.
Warning, the Site-196 nuclear device has been triggered. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8.
The subject feels no discomfort as the nuclear device underneath her workplace was triggered and instead enjoyed a sip of good coffee while saving the final edits she made on the file.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Classified by authority of the Site-120 Director Council. This document and all associated documents are the property of the SCP Foundation and are subject to the classification requirements and restrictions therein. This document may or may not contain lethal memetic defense measures. Attempting to access or disseminate this document without proper and sufficient authorization is punishable by death. Item number: SCP-5484. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Safe. Disruption Class of LAM: Risk Class: Warning. Assigned Site: Site-120. Site Director: Site-120 Director Council. Research Head: Mieczyslaw Berry. Assigned Task Force: Not applicable. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5484 is to be sealed off from the remainder of Site-120's building. Until it can be repurposed to serve as an elevator again, Site-120 staff are encouraged to use the remaining means of transport as alternative ways to traverse the building. Description: SCP-5484 is a space-time disruption taking the form of a seemingly endless pit, located within Elevator 2B's shaft in Site-120, Czestochowa, Poland. Footnote 1. Prior to SCP-5484's initial manifestation, the elevator was fully functional. Alongside its walls, numerous thaumaturgic markings, mainly depicting phrases such as suffering, pain, and gateway, are located, with markings of both high Akiva radiation and low Hume levels being detected next to it. Though so far no Foundation equipment was able to reach SCP-5484's bottom, recording equipment sent into it detects muffled noises consistent with human moans, screams, and silent humming coming from within it. The deepest the Foundation had been able to venture into SCP-5484 was a depth of approximately 25 kilometers down. Footnote 2. As seen during an unmanned drone exploration. Though almost no differences were noted with the increasing depth as compared to the higher parts of the anomaly, a small increase in temperature has been noticed around the deeper parts of it. Similarly, the volume of the sounds coming from within it has been noted to increase slightly with increasing depth, though not well enough to be comprehended by Foundation staff. From materials gathered during its discovery, it is theorized that SCP-5484 leads to, or at least one of its versions, the Catholic version of Hell, as described within the Bible. Though this hypothesis is still being investigated due to the abnormal amounts of pain energy as well as thaumaturgical and theological processes detected within the anomaly, it is still a possible explanation. Addendum 5484.1 Discovery: SCP-5484 was discovered on September 5, 2003, following an attack from a subgroup of Group of Interest 120, Triumvirate, on Site-120. Footnote 3. GOI-120, Fae 4 We Will Prevail, a large-scale organized Fae terrorist group focused on reclaiming its supposed territory back from humanity, not infrequently focusing on Foundation sites to do so, mainly operating from within Esterberg. During the group's escape from the facility, it initiated a ritual which would, as described in the scripts carried by it, open a gate to hell itself, consuming your enemies whole. Though it went as planned, due to the ritual site being so remote, it had only affected the elevator rather than the entire site as initially planned by the group. Following the ritual's activation, all of the group's members were consumed by the forming spatial disruption, effectively eliminating them from the site. The following are SCP-5484 test logs conducted shortly after the anomaly's discovery. Test 1. Procedure. Throw a standard testing object, a small steel ball, into SCP-5484. Outcome. Test subject has not been recovered. It is presumed to still be falling down SCP-5484. Test 2. Procedure. Same as Test 1. Outcome. Test subject rapidly flew out of SCP-5484 after 3 minutes of falling. It was covered with salty water and sand of unknown origin. Test 3. Procedure. Same as Test 1. Outcome. Test subject rapidly flew out of SCP-5484 after 4 minutes of falling, this time additionally covered with wet kelp. 9 logs omitted. Test 13. Procedure. Descend into SCP-5484 using a remote drone. Outcome. The drone descended to a depth of approximately 4 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Last footage sent by the drone was that of an unknown fluid, similar in appearance to water. Test 14. Procedure. Same as Test 13. Outcome. The drone descended to a depth of approximately 6 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Temperature readings recorded an increase of 5 degrees Celsius. Last footage sent was similar to Test 3. Test 15. Procedure. Same as Test 13. Outcome. The drone descended to a depth of approximately 10 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Audio equipment recorded sounds consistent with muffled human speech, rushing wind, and sea waves. Test 16. Procedure. Same as Test 13. Outcome. The drone descended to a depth of approximately 25 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Akiva radiation, which became significant enough to be detected after 20 kilometers, increased with depth to the point of sensor overflow. Addendum 5484.2. Further SCP-5484 research. The following is a log of initial research conducted on SCP-5484 as done by Site-120 staff. Date: September 7th, 2003. Begin log. Both present parties are standing on the walls of the elevator shaft, protected by appropriate equipment, looking down into the pit of SCP-5484. Around them, inactive Foundation terrain scanners can be seen, with Michaels holding a small screen linked to them and an activation console. Michaels. Footnote 4. Dr. James Michaels, member of Site-120's Director Council and its Ontokinetics and Spatial Disruptions Chief. Yep, that's hell alright. Burry. Footnote 5. Mieczysław Burry, lead of Site-120's maintenance team.
Well, this ain't good.
Because we literally have hell near our offices?
No, because we'll actually have to clean something up for once.
Both pause for a second, during which Michaels activates the scanners. All beep with dim light, and 3 seconds later, the tablet he is holding lights up. Yeah, wormhole type, dimensional portal, high Akiva, though mainly focused around the worship of one entity. temperatures higher than 26 Celsius and the constant hatred outputs and suffering filters. We got hell on our hands, and it's not pretty.
Why's that, if I may?
Michaels looks directly into Barry's eyes. Well, aside from the fact that it's, literally hell, the pain scanners are really, really bad. The sheer amount of suffering within is genuinely staggering, to the point my tech's overloading. Give me a moment, though. I have to check something. Michaels taps the screen twice. It'll take a while. He pauses for a second. Though, if it's not a mistake, then Jesus. The amount of pain emitted from this would be able to literally power the human civilization for millennia if harvested well. I always imagined a theoretical hell would be bad, but this is just... No.
Is this much of a surprise, though? Haven't we discovered hell already, a while back? Heard a thing about it or two some time ago.
I mean, yes, we did, but 5572's an absurdly specific afterlife. Even that, it's just an actual pleasure when compared to this. I'll have to bring this to the rest of the directors. No one deserves this end to their story. Both pause for a second.
If it's so horrible, then what cause even spawned this, actually? What's the triumvirate's problem?
Triumvirates. Just general hatred, I imagine. If their goal is to bring back the lands we stole from them in their eyes, I don't think bringing hell to someone for bringing hell onto you is fair, honestly. Hatred only breeds more hatred, and... Oh. The scanner beeps 3 times in a row, finishing the scanning. Oh, no.
What's going on?
It's even worse.
What do you mean?
Footnote 6. Just because you want to know what it meant, doesn't mean you should. J. Michaels.
What?
Exactly what you heard me say.
Jesus fucking Christ. No. Just no.
I'll pause for a moment. We'll have to contact Overwatch about this, just to make sure this is real. Because if it is, Jesus Christ. End log. In light of further information gathered from scans of the area SCP-5484 leads to, as well as the log results, 2 days later, Overwatch Command issued the following. Project Gracia Proposal. The Office of 051. In light of all the discoveries made following initial contact with SCP-5484, the entire SCP Foundation is to change its approach towards all subjects. In previous years, we valued coldness and objectivity over kindness and other human virtues. However, in the light of newly acquired information, we can never let a single person be a victim of what most likely comes as a punishment for our sins after death. We still do not know the exact nature of hell presented to us by SCP-5484. It is, however, an afterlife different from all known descriptions of hell in recorded human history. And from what we've gathered, we can be certain that it is not an afterlife one would want to be stuck in. As we have no other choice than to continue research on SCP-5484, we propose Project Gracia as a temporary containment strategy. We, as the Foundation, need to redeem our personnel as quickly as possible. 05-1. Addendum 5484.3. File Update, September 14th, 2003. Site-120 Director Council. On September 13th, 2003, the second and final inspection of SCP-5484's ruins prior to the proper Foundation-wide activation of Project Gracia has been conducted by Site-120's Grand Thaumaturgical and Thaumaturgical Archivist and its Director Council member, Daniel Ashworth. Aside from numerous differences between translation of said runes and the ones after the second scan, it was noted that the major rune, used to complete the ritual and properly activate the portal, was mistakenly written with a single L, resulting in the portal leading to the Hell Peninsula of Poland, rather than to a potential torturous afterlife. Due to this, all plans regarding Project Gracia are currently being pulled back. All similarities between the vision of a hellish afterlife and Poland are currently being investigated. Item Number: SCP-6783. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: any archaeological discoveries pertaining to SCP-6783 are to be retrieved and replaced with falsified documentation about the time period of the Proterozoic era. Evolutionary changes in Archaeological Site 101 are to be documented immediately. Any documents retrieved that relate or originate from SCP-6783 are to be studied and archived for any further knowledge of the nature of the anomaly. Anyone who discovers the true nature of SCP-6783 is to be administered Class A amnestics, and their discoveries are either to be archived or destroyed to prevent any further containment breaches. Description: SCP-6783 is a series of notes from an unknown time traveler who appeared to have accidentally been transported approximately 1.8 billion years in the past to the Proterozoic era. Footnote 1. Referred to as the Boring Billion. Notes from SCP-6783 document the time traveler's experience and discoveries while in the Boring Billion, and remnants of the anomalous temporal device have been retrieved and are being studied to determine its origin in both manufacturing and time period. While remnants of the device have been retrieved, approximately only 46% of it has been determined to be in custody. Foundation archaeologists are presently still locating the remaining pieces of the time machine and the possible operator of the device. Addendum 1. After further anomalous temporal examination, the area where SCP-6783 was discovered seems to have its own anomalous temporal or evolutionary properties. Research into whether or not the temporal device has anything to do with it is ongoing. It should be noted that during the Proterozoic era, no trees or animals were present. However, evidence shows flora and fauna appearing within range of SCP-6783. The anomalous evolution space dubbed by Foundation researchers caused biological evolution to rapidly progress. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is Level 4-6783 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Input Level 4-6783 security credentials. Credentials approved. Item Number: SCP-6783. Object Class: Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures: above all else, Dr. Evelyn Moore is to never view this document under any circumstances. If Dr. Moore does discover the true nature of SCP-6783, she is to be administered Class B amnestics to remove all details of SCP-6783. This particular procedure is only relevant until when she is determined to vanish. All and any unauthorized documentations of the true nature of SCP-6783 are to be replaced with falsified information like the false document above. If Dr. Moore requests access to SCP-6783, she is to be given the false document. Discoveries about the true nature of the Boring Billion are to be replaced with false information, and researchers that took part in the discovery are to be administered Class B amnestics. Research into other temporal anomalies similar to SCP-6783 is currently being conducted. Developments for a meme to persuade viewers of SCP-6783 not to view the document are currently in progress. Description: SCP-6783 is a series of notes from Foundation researcher Dr. Evelyn Moore, designated SCP-6783-1, from approximately 1.8 billion years ago. This has been confirmed by anachronistic anomalies that have landed in Foundation custody. Evelyn Moore, as of the moment of compiling this information, is a Level 3 researcher and part of Project Centauric, an effort to develop a viable way of temporal transportation through anomalous means and without negative side effects. Project Centauric has been designated as SCP-6783-2. According to information from SCP-6783, precisely on Dr. Moore will be the victim of a temporal anomaly while working on Project Centauric and be transported to the Proterozoic era. Further examination suggests that SCP-6783-2's anomalous qualities had completely halted biological evolution for approximately 1 billion years when first landing. Furthermore, it seemed to have dramatically slowed or stopped Dr. Moore's aging process altogether. Ongoing searches for SCP-6783-1's notes are in progress. So far, approximately 67% of the notes have been retrieved, and the majority redacted for present Dr. Moore's sake. Addendum 1. An incident report appeared on the desk of Dr. Head of Project Centauric, containing information of the incident that would be Dr. Moore's fate. The report was confirmed to be written by Dr. However, they don't recall writing it. Incident Report 6783-1. On space-time anomaly appeared in the testing chamber of Project Centauric upon activation of the device. SCP-6783-1, along with the device, was engulfed in the space-time anomaly. Dr. Moore is presumed dead. Notes: presumably the anachronistic copy of the incident was sent back in time to Dr. desk during the incident. Addendum 2. During an archaeological dig at a notebook with the Foundation insignia on the front cover was discovered, and contents were salvaged for examination. Many of the pages were unintelligible and unreadable, presumably because of either age or erosion over the course of its burial. Carbon dating and anomalous temporal examination date it to 1.8 billion years ago. Archaeological Site 101 was established in the area where SCP-6783 was discovered. Access: SCP-6783 Logs. SCP-6783 Log 1. This is Dr. Evelyn Moore. I'm a Level 4 researcher for the SCP Foundation and stationed at Site. If you're reading this, then you've either rescued me and are going to document the incident of what I can only assume is some sort of space-time anomaly, or you're reading these in the future and I'm dead. Let's hope it's the former. I'm writing to whoever reads this that Project Centauric was an unfortunate failure, and when the time comes, no pun intended, that you can stop me from going through. I sure hope you do, and that my husband will be able to see me again, and vice versa. I haven't exactly pinpointed my location yet, or even when I am. It's definitely before the Foundation. Way before. There's nothing but an open field here along with trees and a mountain range I can see in the distance. Project Centauric is busted at the moment, so it can't tell me the time period I'm in, but I suspect around 100 years ago, perhaps maybe a bit farther. I would say the area is serene enough for me to relax, but I can't stop thinking about how I'm gonna get back home. I will document whatever I can. I'm gonna try and relax. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783 Log 2. This is Dr. Moore. It's been about a week since I got here and wrote. Luckily, Project Centauric is still able to log how long it's been. Speaking of which, yesterday I managed to do minor repairs on the machine, and it's currently calculating the time period I'm in. It's taking a long time, kinda getting worried. Another thing to note, I walked around for a couple of days and I haven't seen any evidence of animals. Life still exists, at least plants do, but I see no signs of fauna around me. It's quiet. I took a sample, and I'm gonna try to preserve it in the time box. Another thing to note is that I've started to call Project Centauric the Time Box. Thought it would keep my spirits up and make me feel like one of those adventurers that travel through time. I feel like Doctor Who, except more lost. I'm starting to wonder if they'll ever find me. I'm gonna take a nap and sleep it off. Luckily the time box has enough space inside for it. No mattress or sheets though. It's gonna be a long night. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783 Log 3. Dr. Moore here. Still no sign of animals. The silence is unsettling. Come to think of it, I haven't really spoken in about 3 weeks. No point to it since there's nothing to talk to. I'm worried that I'm eventually gonna go crazy. It's been so long. I've noticed something else while being here. I haven't felt hunger or thirst while here. I can still eat and drink though. I tried, but I don't feel like I need to eat. I wonder if the time box has anything to do with it, and if it does, I wonder what else it's affected. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783 Log 4. Dr. Moore here. It's been about 2 months. I haven't written in a while. I was trying to get my mind off the situation right now. The machine finished calculating when I am. According to it, I'm in the Proterozoic era, basically 1.8 billion years in the past. 1.8 billion years from home. I don't feel like writing right now. SCP-6783, Log 5. Evelyn here. I walked into the woods and just kinda sat there for a long time. That's all. SCP-6783, Log 6. This is Evelyn. I walked back into the woods. This time I stayed longer, and I think I've come to a few conclusions. One thing, apparently my sense of time has been messed up. I was in those woods for a long time, apparently. Like, really long. I was in there for 5 years. Another thing to note is that I don't think I'm aging, or I'm just doing it really slow. Something tells me I'm in it for the long haul. Secondly, I remembered something about the Proterozoic era that my husband Eric told me, that evolution for some reason completely halted and nothing happened for a billion years, hence the boring billion. The only form of life would be eukaryotic and prokaryotic cells, which got me thinking, how is there a woods? I need to think for a bit. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 7. Evelyn here. The weirdest thing happened when I woke up. I heard birds. There are no animals. I looked outside and there on one of the trees was a prehistoric looking bird. Dr. Moore drew a crude image of the bird onto the page. From what I can ascertain, it's an Archaeopteryx, which won't appear for another billion years or so. Footnote 2. Archaeopteryx, a genus of bird-like dinosaurs. So that means either the machine is wrong and I'm not a billion years in the past and are somewhere in the Tithonian era, or something is causing evolution to jumpstart. I'm a scientist. I need to find out. It's in my blood. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 8. Evelyn here. Okay, I may not have the equipment I had back in the Foundation, but I was also an engineer. I managed to build a makeshift lab using spare parts from the time box to analyze what the hell is going on here. After some failed experiments and a few accidents, I saw something amazing. After fighting that bird for about an hour for its feather and looking at it closer, I saw that its cells were rapidly evolving at an extraordinary rate. Millions of years in a month. I guess that after I walked into the woods, things were left alone long enough to evolve some more. Oh, and speaking of the woods, I took a closer look at one of the trees after cutting it with a makeshift saw for a long time, and saw it only had 5 rings. I checked with a few more trees in different areas of the forest and saw the same result. I was in there for 5 years, so it makes sense why they would have rings, but does that mean that they grew when I landed? I'll do some more research. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 9. Okay, it's been a couple months since I did a personal entry. Some of my research overtook space in the notebook, but I have some discoveries and conclusions to document. It turns out not only the time box is causing things to rapidly evolve, but it also causes them to age quickly. For some reason, not me, but when I went to check on the tree trunk sample again, it had grown 10 rings a day after I brought it in. Not everything around me is affected by the time box. I trekked for a bit in a mile or so and found out that when you exit the 1 mile radius, evolution is barely happening at all. Still barren. I concluded that the time box has a certain range that can affect evolution and aging. I call this range the evolution space. I haven't ascertained how fast it evolves and how strong it gets closer to the time box yet, but I have a feeling that it may be a decade every day within the machine. The most depressing conclusion I've come to is that, while this is beautiful, I don't think the Foundation is coming for me. I can't let that stop me from figuring all this out though. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 10. Dr. Moore here. It's been a long time since I last wrote. I took a piece of the time box, or a part of the main power source with me to do a field test. The heart of the box is a tachyon superfluid drive, or TSD. In layman's terms, the TSD manipulates the superfluidity of space-time to allow rifts in the universe to transport us to timelines. The creation of the TSD was the basis of Project Centauric. It may have also been a colossal failure, due to the fact that I was sent back in time and all that. Anyways, I took one of the TSDs with me and trekked far away from the box for a long time. Long enough for me to test its effects on nature. On that note, another anomalous effect the box had on me was apparently my sense of time is warping even more than when I first noticed. What I thought was a few hours turned out to be a few weeks. Days turned to months, and so on. When I came back from my field test, over a decade had passed already. As for the field test, I attached a test log on the next page for you when this book gets recovered. I've started to look on the bright side. At least I won't notice how much time passes. Maybe I can just wait it out. I'm gonna go do some more Dr. Moore suddenly stops writing. A streak from the pencil appears on the page. Supposedly something interrupted her. Testing logs from SCP-6783. Test A. Subject: acorn from a nearby tree. Procedure: acorn was buried approximately 5 meters away from TSD. Results: in approximately 10 hours, a fully grown tree had been produced. Appearance resembles an ash tree. Analysis: why the TSD had made it an ash tree when the acorn I harvested was completely different is beyond me. I hypothesize that the evolution space that the TSD creates also genetically mutates whatever evolves and grows. This implies a myriad of different possibilities. Test B. Subject: angiosperm samples. Footnote 3. Plural noun: angiosperms. A plant that has flowers and produces seeds enclosed within a carpel. The angiosperms are a large group and include herbaceous plants, shrubs, grasses, and most trees. Procedure: placed approximately 1 meter from the TSD. Results: various flowers started to sprout and spread around the TSD, including the flower species Montsechia vitali, in the span of 3 hours. Analysis: angiosperm is how flowers evolve and spread. There were many theories that dinosaurs may have eaten angiosperm and spread it around to evolve it. I think I just created the first flower, which is exciting. Test C. Subject: procedure: item placed 1 inch from the TSD for... Results: analysis: evolution is powerful, and there are some things we shouldn't mess with. Whatever just happened there took a week to kill, and took me another week to recover from its venom. I'm eating its remains tonight. I am never doing that again. On another note, next time I go out for a field test, bring some weapons. Dr. Moore's notes. Something had occurred to me while doing tests. The subjects all evolved rapidly when in close proximity to the TSD. So what's happening to me? I carried this all the way out here. I'm around it all hours of the day, and I even slept near it back in the time box too. I wonder if it's been affecting me as well. Test D. Subject: Dr. Evelyn Moore. Procedure: stationed on top of the TSD for several weeks. Results: no changes found. Analysis: I've determined that whatever caused my anomalous eternal youth is also preventing me from evolving biologically. SCP-6783, Log 11. Dr. Moore here. God, that took a long time. Sorry about that. For context, while I was gone, one of the animals apparently stuck around for a while, and it turned into a dinosaur. I don't even know how that happened. Maybe this evolution space is more anomalous than I previously thought. I definitely need more defenses, or at least find a way to stop dinosaurs from attacking me. I'm gonna go lie down to recover from the apparent dinosaur assault. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 12. You bastards. You knew. You've always known. I don't know how long, and I don't care. You knew. I woke up like usual and made myself a meal. I didn't need to eat, I just did it so I can have some resemblance to my old life. While I was eating, it clicked in my brain. Something finally made sense. SCP-6783. I'm it, aren't I? Notes from a billion years ago, all that bullshit. You always knew I was gonna go back, huh? That this entire mess would happen. It always confused me whenever I read the SCP-6783 file. Why was it so simple? Why was it so important? Now I know. You gave me a fucking fake. Why didn't you stop me? Did you want this to happen? I can't believe that the Foundation just sat back and watched as I built the machine that would destroy my life. I think I get it now. You're the most powerful organization in the whole world with numbers in the millions. You don't save lives, you make sure you keep existing even at the cost of your own blood. You secure, you contain, you protect. But when it comes to things like this, you'd watch from afar and see what happens, and make note of it for future use. That's science. You secure, contain, and protect all you want, and there are thousands of us dying to whatever we're containing, and no one else will ever know. We die in the dark, so you can live in the light. I'm done here. More signing off. Testing logs from SCP-6783. Addendum 3. Many of SCP-6783-1's notes were recovered after her supposed fallout with the Foundation. She seemed to have kept writing in her journal about her findings, perhaps as a way to keep herself sane or for the sake of stimuli. After a certain number of pages, the notes start to get incoherent and nonsensical. It was determined SCP-6783-1 started to write in a cryptogram to hide her research, perhaps as a way to spite the Foundation and impede our research. Options to have present-day SCP-6783-1 decoded has been denied on the precedent that she might become suspicious. Foundation cryptologists were tasked to decode SCP-6783-1's notes. This proved difficult as SCP-6783-1 developed more cryptograms to impede research more. Researchers have been able to decrypt approximately 5% of the recovered instances of SCP-6783. A majority of SCP-6783-1's notes are still encrypted, and efforts to decode them are still in effect. Decrypted testing logs from SCP-6783. Test E. Subject: 2 unknown species of fish. Procedure: 1 fish was placed in a container of room temperature water. The other fish was placed in an identical container, but the temperature was drastically lowered using Project Centuric's liquid nitrogen cooling system. Both containers were placed approximately 2 meters away from Project Centuric. Results: the fish in the room temperature water evolved normally and grew into an adult fish in a matter of minutes. The fish in the frigid water aged the same, however it seemed to have evolved to resist the colder climates after an autopsy. Analysis: biodiversity wished it could be this good. Quick evolution for the fish to adapt to the cold climates without having to go through natural selection. Test F. Subject: nearby tree. Procedure: had animals eat pieces of the leaves and placed a TSD 5 meters away while being eaten for approximately 3.4 minutes. Results: the tree had evolved into a Cycas revolutia. Fauna consuming the tree reduced greatly. Analysis: as expected, the evolution space has influenced the tree to evolve into a Cycas revolutia. Test G. Subject: a 3rd fish. Procedure: placed a TSD 1 meter next to it for approximately 10 minutes. Results: the subject grew legs and walked on land. Analysis: it's incredible. I caused the evolution of land animals. It never occurred to me that this would happen. I have to wait a couple of centuries though to make sure I don't mess anything up, but it's amazing to think this little guy would become a dinosaur one day. On that note, I should move the TSD away now. Further SCP-6783 logs. SCP-6783 Log 13. Dr. Moore here. I know what I said, but I came back for a reason. It seems I have been given a responsibility. For context, I examined the area and cellular life outside the evolution space and found something disturbing. Most likely when I landed here, evolution had completely stopped. Not just here, but the whole planet. Not only am I the cause of evolution happening, but I also caused the boring billion. When I landed, the temporal properties must have halted the evolutionary line. All life on Earth just stopped growing. I determined that the evolution space is sort of a reset zone for the evolutionary halt, but also acts as a speed boost. When something enters the evolution space, it negates the effects caused by the time box's initial landing. So that means one thing. If life is to exist on Earth and for humanity to also exist, I need to find a way to expand the evolution space and hopefully counteract its negative effects. Don't think I'm doing this for the Foundation. I'm doing this for my husband, for my family, and all of humanity. You're just lucky to be a part of it. I still don't forgive you. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 14. I tried fixing the time box's mobility units, no luck. I also tried attaching animals to it and trying to pull it like a chariot. They evolved and broke free to kill me. I had to kill them first. I may be eternally young, but I don't think I'm fully immortal. After many other failed attempts, I came up with a different solution. I made makeshift wheels, a pulley system, and placed the time box on top of the wheels to make it into a sort of cart. I decided the only way to do my mission is to pull it myself. It's gonna be a long walk. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 15. Evelyn here. I'm gonna start my expedition soon, but first I should explain the plan. I can't find any way to remotely reverse the effects Project Centauric caused. The only plausible way to actually reverse it in my current situation is to expose every square inch of Earth's surface to the evolution space. The only way to do that is manually, so I made a makeshift cart to put the time box in and I'm gonna pull it all over the Earth. It sounds tedious and inefficient, but it's the best I got. I can't enlist any animals since they'll rapidly evolve into... So it's up to me. This will be my last entry for a while. I need to keep moving so things don't get out of control. Everything from the landing site is already anomalous enough. We don't want it to get out of hand. I still don't forgive the Foundation for what they've done, but I hope I can accept your choices. I've already accepted I'm stuck here. Maybe I can evolve to forgive you. One day. This is Dr. Moore, signing off. Addendum 4. Foundation archaeologists managed to locate the remnants of SCP-6783-2. 78% of the machinery, according to the schematics brought back to the past, has been designated as missing or destroyed. No explanation has been given as to why, due to the fact the Tachyon superfluid drive, now designated SCP-6783-3, was functioning as intended from SCP-6783-1's notes. The degradation of SCP-6783-2 should have lasted the allotted time frame it was in. Additionally, while SCP-6783-1's notes were found close to SCP-6783-2, the remains of SCP-6783-1 have yet to be found. Warning: the following file is Level 5-6783 classified. Any attempt to access this file without Level 5-6783 authorization will be logged and will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Input Level 5 credentials. Credentials accepted. Addendum 5. The remnants of Dr. Evelyn Moore were located in... with the remains of her notebook that contained more contents of SCP-6783. The last pages detail her final days and what happened to SCP-6783-2. SCP-6783, Log 16. This is Dr. Moore. I don't know how long it's been, but all I know is that dinosaurs started appearing everywhere. I guess I did my mission right. I deactivated the TSD so it stops. I'm gonna wait a few thousand years in this cave to make sure evolution is continuing normally. I'll update you all when I can. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 17. Oh my god. This is Dr. Moore. The dinosaurs just disappeared. I swear to you, I woke up and all of a sudden they're dead. There was no meteor, there was no sound. I checked the time box and apparently I just skipped over 61,000 years in one night. What the hell? They just up and vanished. Footnote 4. An SCP-3252 event. Why did it have to be me? Why was I the one who had to go back in time? Does the universe despise me so much that I have to witness the birth of nature as a form of punishment? I must have been terrible in a past life to deserve this. This is Dr. Moore, going to take a long nap. SCP-6783, Log 18. Dr. Moore here. Oh my god, I was walking around after the whole dinosaur thing. I apparently was asleep for a while, and I just spotted some humans near me. Primitive, and they're all just corralled in a cave. I think this is a hunter-gatherer society I stumbled upon. Did I cause them? Was I responsible for the evolution of man? This is a little much for me, but I won't approach them, just in case they accidentally worship me as a god or something and mess up the future. I'm seeing something strange right now as I write this. I'll get a closer look and get back to you. Dr. Moore signing off for now. SCP-6783, Log 19. Dr. Moore here. I found something incredible. I believe I found SCP-1000. Footnote 5, aka Bigfoot. Or the first generation of it at least. I'm hiding in the cave right now making sure they don't see me, but I don't think they've risen to power just yet. They still seem very primitive. I wonder if I can witness them evolve to how the report describes them. I'll need to observe more carefully. I just came back from observing the instance of SCP-1000. I couldn't stay long because I thought they saw me, so I escaped. On the bright side, I can confirm that it is definitely SCP-1000. I noticed that they looked at the primitive humans for a long time before leaving. SCP-1000 never interacted with them and instead just avoided them, almost as if it were scared. I'll try to be a lot more careful next time I spy on SCP-1000. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 20. This is Dr. Moore. It's been a long time, maybe 1,000 years. I just realized that I've been saying that a lot nonchalantly, but I've had a few close calls with SCP-1000. Every time they come close to the cave, I try to close up the cave with a boulder. I made a pulley system to close the cave entrance using the pull of a vine. I didn't get a doctorate in engineering just by being decent. This is going to be a temporary home until both the humans and SCP-1000 leave the area. I feel like I'm gonna be here for a while. Speaking of which, I studied the behavior of SCP-1000 some more. I found this spot where I could observe them in secret, and I noted a few things. Whenever SCP-1000 had a clear line of sight of the primitive humans, it would normally observe them as I do, in a secluded area where the humans wouldn't notice. But usually if a human happens to approach the area SCP-1000 is watching, it would back off and escape. This time was different. An instance of SCP-1000 approached a group of humans, but the humans were the ones who backed off this time. SCP-1000 seemed to have noticed this and continued to pester the humans. Luckily, one of the humans approached SCP-1000 and appeared hostile. That's when the instance of SCP-1000 backed off. Something tells me this won't be the last time SCP-1000 will provoke the humans. I'll document whatever I can. Dr. Moore signing off for now. SCP-6783, Log 21. Bad news. This is Dr. Moore and something terrible happened. I went out to study SCP-1000 more without being spotted. I wasn't caught, but when I came back, Project Centauric was missing. I don't know who stole it, but I have my suspicions. They managed to figure out how to move the door, and I've determined that they brought a group in to lift the time box. If they figure out how to work the TSD, we're fucked. I need to go find them. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 22. Dr. Moore here. I know the truth now. I knew SCP-1000 stole Project Centauric, but I know why now. I don't know if the Foundation knew. Something tells me they didn't until they found my notes, but it's very clear now. It's been a couple of decades. I managed to track them down. They were using the TSD and the machinery from Project Centauric to build their society. I hypothesized that the long-term exposure of the now reactivated TSD had evolved their brains to modern human capacities. Once they gained enough intelligence, SCP-1000 managed to reverse engineer the machinery from Project Centauric and use the evolution space produced by it to hyper-evolve the flora and fauna around them to utilize nature as the file described. If I'm recalling correctly, humanity should eradicate them soon. I just need to wait for more. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 23. It's been a long time, maybe a century, and nothing yet. Maybe it's a lot later than I thought. SCP-6783, Log 24. Still waiting. I realized I didn't write much last time since I was just waiting, but I should mention that SCP-1000 has mastered transportation using hyper-evolved animals. Also, a thought occurred. Why would they fence off the humans? Are they zoo animals to them? Are they too scared? Could it be they realize that the device they use to evolve themselves can also be used to evolve the humans? Do they fear that humans could evolve? Evolve past them? It's an interesting thought. The evolution space is a powerful anomaly. It'll eventually run out of power, but by then they would have evolved past it. I also have a hypothesis of why it hasn't changed them as it did to all those millennia ago. The TSD only has so much power, and a majority was used to fix the mess Project Centauric made 1 billion years ago. The less power it has, the slower that the evolution space affects living things. Eventually, it'll run out of power, but they won't need it anymore. At the rate they're going, they should be beyond modern humans in about a decade. I don't understand why the humans haven't done anything yet. Maybe they need a push. It's risky, but I have no other choice. SCP-6783, Log 25. I approached a group of humans in the forest. They seemed scared by my outfit from the future. I tried to reassure them that I'm not a threat, but they ran off. This is gonna be difficult. SCP-6783, Log 26. Okay, I managed to convince a smaller group to listen to me in the forest. Side note, I stole some of the tools from SCP-1000 in hopes to teach them how to use them. They don't speak any languages, but I was able to interpret using gestures and pictures. I'm going to teach them how to use the tools tomorrow. I need to rest for now. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log 27. I noticed something when I woke up. My skin was wrinkly. I think time is finally catching up. I don't know why, but I need to hurry. I'll be back once I finish teaching them. I was thinking, the story from SCP-1000 about how humanity revolted. I wonder if I was the cause? Maybe it was best for me to go back. On another note, lessons with the humans are going well, which is good since SCP-1000 had just mastered aerial transportation. Hopefully I managed to teach them enough before time catches up with me. Dr. Moore signing off. SCP-6783, Log... This is Dr. Moore's final message. The humans have started to teach each other. Soon they're gonna be able to revolt and cause an SK-class dominance shift scenario. As for me, I'm barely able to write. My skin is becoming gray and wrinkly. My hands are bony, my hair is white. I can feel the ages catching up to me. Why it just started, I have no idea, but I had enough time to help humans. Before I die, I want to get a few things out there. Eric, my love, I'm sorry. Our time was short, but it was for the best. I hope when I'm gone, you move on and find love again. Dr. The head of Project Centauric, thank you for being one of my best friends in the Foundation. Try not to get killed out there. As for the SCP Foundation, I forgive you all. I can die knowing why this happened. Make sure I never find out the true nature of SCP-6783 until my time comes. No matter what I say, she will eventually be at peace with her destiny. I can die peacefully in the dark, knowing that humanity can live in the light. I'm sorry. Dr. Evelyn Moore, signing off for the last time. Addendum 5. Many of SCP-6783-1's notes have been determined to be missing. The notes on how Dr. Moore was able to teach the primitive humans, further tests, and further experiences in the past have either not been recovered or have been archived elsewhere from this document. Missing instances of SCP-6783 are currently being searched for. Finding new notes might shed some light on the nature of SCP-6783 and the experiences Dr. Moore had during the time she had been trapped in the past. It may also reveal where the missing parts of SCP-6783-2 may be located, in hopes for the Foundation to salvage and to possibly rebuild the device at a later date. The capabilities of SCP-6783-3 in producing the evolution space may be reverse engineered to aid the Foundation in some way. Though rudimentary in evolving living things, a way to refine it may be possible. One note was found sometime after Dr. Moore's final message to the future. The flowers are blooming, Eric. They look beautiful. Final addendum. The recovered cadaver of Evelyn Moore is to be preserved in Archaeological Site 101 and kept hidden away from present Dr. Moore. A false missing person case is to be fabricated in the event of present Dr. Moore's eventual disappearance. The future corpse will be relocated to a nearby area of Dr. Moore's residence to be given a proper burial. Message from 05-6. SCP-6783 is unique. It is the fact we know the fate of Evelyn Moore, and we must keep it a secret from her. If it seems unethical to keep her in the dark, you must remember what is at stake. If Dr. Moore does not go back in time, she can never help humanity become the dominant species. To ensure our existence, we must cast aside the sympathy for her and let nature take its course. Remember what she sacrificed for us, for humanity. She died in the dark, so we can live in the light. 056. Item number, SCP-6336. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Researcher Eric Colroy is to report any further changes in the behavior of SCP-6336 if they arise. Description: SCP-6336 is the reflection of researcher Eric Colroy. SCP-6336 is slightly out of sync with Colroy's movements, oftentimes performing the entirely wrong action. SCP-6336 has also been observed to habitually glance left and sweat profusely. These behaviors worsen the longer it is continuously monitored. Update. On March 31, 2020, SCP-6336 displayed unprecedented behavior. While Colroy was performing his morning hygiene routine, an individual wearing an unidentified military uniform entered into view of the reflection. The man then forcefully seized SCP-6336, placing a black bag over its head and securing its wrists with cable ties, before exiting out of the view of Colroy's bathroom mirror with SCP-6336. SCP-6336 did not reappear until 2 weeks later. Upon reappearance, medical gauze was wrapped around the top of its head, bearing circular stains of blood along its scalp line. Otherwise, SCP-6336 is now perfectly in sync with Colroy's movements. Item Number: SCP-6899. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6899 is housed in the Minimum Security Containment Wing of Site-17. At the onset of an Alpha event, SCP-6899 is to be moved into the examination suite adjacent to their containment cell, and medical staff are to be notified. This medical suite is to maintain a supply of 2 liters of Type O- blood in order to triage Alpha events. Description: SCP-6899 is an adult human male named Trent McAfee, age 31. On an approximate 96-hour schedule, SCP-6899 begins an Alpha event, wherein they manifest and begin extruding a wooden splinter. These splinters have so far ranged in size from as small as 18 to as long as 45 centimeters, and have demonstrated properties identical to a species of white oak common to the Ohio River Valley. Extruded splinters have not exhibited any anomalous properties, and have been cataloged as instances of SCP-6899-1. During Alpha events, SCP-6899 experiences periods of extreme physical duress, characterized by a heart rate in excess of 140 beats per minute, blood pressure in excess of 150/90, profuse sweating, severe dystonia, and an apparent immunity to all sedatives and tranquilizers. When not undergoing an Alpha event, SCP-6899 does not demonstrate any anomalous qualities. After thorough psychiatric evaluation, the subject has been either unwilling or is unable to provide any speculation or details as to the specifics of their condition or its origins. To date, SCP-6899 has proven resilient against standard amnestic treatments as well as both hypnagogic and regression therapies. File Update: August 23, 2021. During a routine inventory of non-anomalous items, the total volume of SCP-6899-1 objects was cataloged and photographed. When presented with this information, the senior researcher assigned to SCP-6899 noted a correlation between the splinters and began an effort to recombine the components. This has resulted in the partial reconstruction, roughly 40%, of the frame of a child's crib. When confronted with this information, SCP-6899 has provided no comment. Item Number: SCP-6902. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Notice. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6902 contains a tracking device. At all times, at least one Foundation agent is to wait at the baggage claim in Newark Liberty International Airport. Whenever SCP-6902 appears in this baggage claim, said agent is to take it to a secluded location until it dematerializes. In the event that an unknown party claims SCP-6902, the identity of said party is to be determined as soon as possible. Description: SCP-6902 is a red rolling suitcase that lacks any form of branding or iconography. Approximately every 6 hours, SCP-6902 will dematerialize from its current location and rematerialize within a baggage claim carousel at Newark Liberty International Airport. Upon discovery, SCP-6902 had a baggage tag identifying it as belonging to Flight 1814 from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport to Newark Liberty International Airport on January 12, 2004. Notably, this flight crashed due to a mechanical failure, killing all passengers on board. The baggage tag has since been removed. As SCP-6902 dematerializes, all items within it will become an SCP-6902-1 instance. Whenever SCP-6902 materializes, all SCP-6902-1 instances will materialize within it as well. The following list comprises all SCP-6902-1 instances: 5 long-sleeve dress shirts, a pair of dress shoes, 3 neckties, 7 pairs of underwear, 4 pairs of dress socks, a pair of sunglasses, a black leather belt, a disposable camera, a toiletries kit, an empty leather folder, a gift bag containing a stuffed bear. The following message is embroidered on the inside of SCP-6902 itself. For Jason, you won't lose this one. Classified by authority of the SCP Foundation Overseer Council. This document and all associated documents are the property of the SCP Foundation and are subject to the classification requirements and restrictions therein. This document may or may not contain lethal memetic defense measures. Attempting to access or disseminate this document without proper and sufficient authorization is punishable by death. Item Number: SCP-6740. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Safe. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Notice. Assigned Site: Site 19. Site Director: Tilda Moose. Research Head: Dr. Everett Mann. Assigned Task Force: Not applicable. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-6740 is contained within its location of discovery. Due to that location being within an active Foundation site, no external containment procedures are required. Pursuant to the terms of Ethics Committee Memorandum 914-19A, access to SCP-6740 is permitted to any Foundation personnel with appropriate clearances to be working within Site-19. Individuals who desire to enter SCP-6740 must sign in with the desk clerk at the entrance to the 7th subterranean level of the E-Wing. Description: SCP-6740 is an extra-dimensional spatial incursion manifesting within the unused offices on floor E7B of Site-19, specifically in the office formerly occupied by the now-defunct Office of Personnel Arrangements. Footnote 1. Notably, this office had stood empty for over 3 decades prior to the discovery of SCP-6740. SCP-6740 manifests as a region of the empty office that has had its spatial geometry altered significantly. Specifically, the area directly adjacent to SCP-6740 no longer has a visible ceiling. Support columns throughout the office now extend indefinitely upwards into space, which itself presents as a starry sky in a perpetual state of dusk. On the far end of the former Office of Personnel Arrangements is the entrance to SCP-6740 proper, a large white doorway in an ornate frame in the shape of a horned stag situated into the wall that previously separated the main floor space of the office with an adjoining storage room. The doorway is the only access point to SCP-6740. Attempting to enter SCP-6740 through any other means, such as scaling one of the office walls, is impossible, as SCP-6740 is simply not present beyond the wall unless entered through the main door. Beyond the door is SCP-6740 proper, an expansive mausoleum constructed out of polished marble tile with iron fixtures. The full size of SCP-6740 is impossible to determine. SCP-6740's inner dimensions appear to increase over time. Despite its expansive size, research indicates that it is impossible to become lost within SCP-6740. Individuals who wish to leave SCP-6740 will quickly find themselves at the mausoleum's exit. The contents of the vaults within SCP-6740 have been a point of some uncertainty. While the total number of vaults has thus far been impossible to ascertain, it is currently recognized that every vault thus far cataloged within SCP-6740 has been the vault for a deceased member of Foundation staff, a civilian contractor working with the Foundation, a member of D class, or an individual identified to have perished during the containment or containment attempt of another anomaly. Radiographic analysis indicates that there are humanoid figures within each of the vaults, though the exact nature and makeup of those figures is unknown, and the vaults themselves have thus far been impossible to open. Due to the Foundation's policy of cremating the remains of all staff or other associated individuals, it is uncertain as to whether or not the figures within the vaults are the original bodies of the deceased individuals, and all attempts at exhumation of other relevant persons have been inconclusive. The interior of SCP-6740 is consistent across its entire area with a single exception. A bronze statue of a stag standing atop a black marble plinth is present within the entryway of the mausoleum, just beyond the first set of vaults. Radiographic analysis of the plinth indicates that there is a humanoid figure within a vault below the platform as well. On the front of the marble plinth is an engraved poem in English. The origin of the poem is unknown. The full text is available below. I was born sleeping, my eyes closed to the harsh light and cold truth of a world beyond the four walls of my youth. As a child, I would gaze into the darkness of night and wonder if there were more secrets left to be known, or if the last of the dragons had died when the sun set in a much younger sky. It was here we saw with opened eyes that long hidden truth of our world. It was never ours alone, and it was never without secrets hidden in the dark. I had wandered, unknowing, for timeless years like a fawn alone in a quiet forest. But within this hallowed temple, to the best of our intentions, did I find purpose in our mission. To secure that old darkness, to contain what lies within, to protect what lies without. My part to play was but as a single actor on a stage far larger than I had mind or reason to comprehend, yet it was a part all the same. When the crook of the Reaper came for me, I did not lament my passing, for I did so with open eyes, able at last to see the stars in the sky of my childhood. Now here I do rest, with those nameless multitudes who, by desire or design, laid their lives aside on the road of our common passage. Within our shared grave lie we who sleep again, our part now complete and our curtains drawn. We had dreamt of dragons, and found angels among us. Here lies a doctor of the SCP Foundation, awake at last. Item number, SCP-6642. Level 2 restricted. Containment class, Euclid. Disruption class, Vlam. Risk class, Caution. Special containment procedures. SCP-6642 is housed in a standard humanoid containment cell. Any changes in its appearance should be recorded. Description: SCP-6642 is a metamorphic entity of extraterrestrial origin. It is able to take a form similar to that of select species that it views. However, it cannot change its coloration or the size and shape of its eyes. Although it is able to return to previous forms, these forms will often possess distortions. Footnote 1. Likely due to lapses in memory. SCP-6642 possesses 6 eyes, arranged in an irregular pattern. Testing has shown that it is unable to change the arrangement of said eyes. Its skin remains green in each form, and its hair or fur is black. When SCP-6642 takes the form of an intelligent organism, it will gain an understanding of the languages known by the individual it copied. Known forms taken by SCP-6642 are as follows: an extraterrestrial species possessing 6 legs and a thin abdominal region. Its head was similar to that of a pelican eel. Homo sapiens. Domestic cats. Interview 6642. 05-20-21. Interviewed, SCP-6642. Interviewer, Dr. Sabrina K. Forward. Interview was conducted following initial containment of SCP-6642. Begin log. Hello, I'm Dr. K. Do you have a name? No, not really. Most of the things people call me are insults. Oh, alright. Mind if I call you 6642? As good a name as any. With that out of the way, why have I already been arrested? I haven't done anything yet. Yet? Okay, it doesn't matter. Where did you come from?
Some planet called... I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it with these vocal cords. Big volcanic planet. Not really suitable for your species, given your fragility.
So, why'd you come here?
Same reason I go to every planet. I needed to leave the last one. Turns out I'm wanted by some interplanetary police or something. Anyway, doesn't matter right now. No one ever comes here, so I'm probably safe.
Right. How do you travel between planets?
I usually steal a ship. They don't usually crash so easily.
And how many planets have you been to?
Lost count a while ago.
Look, it was believable up until the interplanetary police part. Why did you really come here? How do you know any human language anyway? SCP-6642 shrugs.
I really am seeking safety here. You don't need to believe me. As for the language bit, I don't know. I just learn languages as I take forms.
Oh, right, your abilities. Can you show me?
I mean, not right now.
I'd assume the restraints wouldn't stop you from...
No, I'm injured, dumb fuck. I don't really want to make that worse.
Didn't you take the form of a human after you crashed?
Yeah, and now it hurts to move.
End log. Interview 6642-052121. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Begin log.
Oh, it's you again.
Hi, I have some more questions for you.
I don't really feel like talking today.
I'll make this quick. What did your original form look like?
I don't know.
Can you elaborate on that?
It's pretty simple. I've been taking other forms for as long as I can remember. I don't know what I was.
That doesn't bother you?
I mean, it does a little bit, but there's no use in worrying about it.
Alright then, what?
Hey, I have a question for you. Why am I here? You didn't answer me last time.
Well, the short answer is that you're not normal.
Kind of a shitty reason to imprison someone.
It's more complicated than that.
I'm sure it is. Look, all you have to say is that my kind isn't welcome here.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Great, thanks. I feel so much better now.
End log. Interview 6642-052221. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Begin log. Hey, how you doing?
Everything hurts.
Sorry to hear that. You up for more questions?
Sure, I guess. Not like I have anything else to do.
Great. First, did you have any family? Are there more of your kind out there?
I was abandoned as a child, so I don't really know.
Do you know why?
People tend to dislike me. It is what it is. I can't change it now.
Why did you start traveling?
As I said, people don't like me. Travel to a new planet, new people, they hate me too, cycle repeats.
End log. Interview 6642-052321. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Begin log. Feeling any better today?
Not really. It's boring here. Are you the only person that can talk to me?
I mean, if you really hate me, we could probably find a replacement.
It's not that. No one else has actually said anything to me beyond a hello.
Sorry about that. Did you like any of the books I brought you?
No.
Oh, I could bring you some others if you want.
I don't want books. I just want to leave.
End log. Incident 6642-01. On May 23, 2021, SCP-6642 escaped containment. It was later recovered on June 2, 2021 after reports of six-eyed animals surfaced in Traverse City, Michigan. Interview 6642-060221. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Forward. Interview was conducted following recontainment. SCP-6642 took a modified humanoid form. Begin log. So, you ran away. Can you really blame me? It sucks here. You could have said something. I'm sure we could have made your life easier. Nobody listened. Oh, they didn't? They all hate me anyway. Where is this coming from? You didn't realize? Everyone hates me. Everyone has always hated me. Why do you think that? Have you seen the way they look at me? Why do you think no one talks to me? This kind of sounds like anxiety. End log. Interview 6642-060421. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Begin log. So, someone else is gonna start talking to you? No. What do you mean, no? You're the only one that doesn't hate me. I really don't think that's true. Well, no one's gonna admit it, but that doesn't mean it's not true. You'll still see me around. Just try to be nice. End log. Social visit 6642-061521. Begin log.
So, okay, I can't do this.
What?
I can't do this. You're driving me insane.
I didn't do anything.
Oh my god, can you just shut up?
Why do you people hate me so much?
You're just really fucking annoying, clearly. Can't blame me for your faults.
End log. Interview 6642-061621. Interviewed SCP-6642. Interviewer Dr. Sabrina K. Begin log. So, what happened with Dr. Torres? I told you, he hates me just like everyone else. Does this happen often? SCP-6642 nods. I'd be lying if I said you get used to it. Every time, you think that maybe this one will be different, and it never is. Why don't you hate me yet? Your guess is as good as mine. Look, I'm really sorry this happened. I didn't know. End log. You are viewing an outdated version. Show current document. Item number SCP-6642. Level 2 restricted. Containment class Euclid. Disruption class Vlam. Risk class Caution. Special containment procedures. SCP-6642 is housed in a standard humanoid containment cell. Any changes in its appearance should be recorded. Due to the nature of SCP-6642, personnel that interact with it should have a memetic resistance index of 15 or higher. Personnel who begin taking psychiatric medication must be re-screened for memetic resistance. Description: SCP-6642 is a metamorphic entity of extraterrestrial origin. It is able to take a form similar to that of select species that it views. However, it cannot change its coloration or the size and shape of its eyes. Although it is able to return to previous forms, these forms will often possess distortions. SCP-6642 possesses 6 eyes arranged in an irregular pattern. Testing has shown that it is unable to change the arrangement of these. Its skin remains green in each form, and its hair or fur is black. When SCP-6642 takes the form of an intelligent organism, it will gain an understanding of the languages known by the individual it copied. SCP-6642 possesses a memetic effect that causes severe annoyance in human subjects. Upon subsequent exposures, annoyance will progress towards a general disdain for SCP-6642. Known forms taken by SCP-6642 are as follows: an extraterrestrial species possessing 6 legs and a thin abdominal region. Its head was similar to that of a pelican eel. Homo sapiens. Domestic cats. White-tailed deer. Common raccoon. Red fox. American black bear. A modified humanoid form taking elements of Homo sapiens, domestic cats, and red foxes. Social visit 6642-082321. Begin log. Hey, Dr. K. Something wrong? I don't know. Why am I even visiting you at this point? Oh god. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with you.
You hate me too, don't you?
It's just... you're so fucking aggravating.
I thought you were different.
Yeah? And that got you nowhere. I'd say I'm sorry, but I don't think I am. End log. Closing statement. It is theorized that Dr. K possessed an inherent resistance to mimetic hazards. However, upon beginning to take an SSRI medication, her resistance was weakened. SCP-6642 refused to interact with Foundation staff for 10 days after this visit. Item number: SCP-6313. Object class: Euclid. Special containment procedures. All Site-88 employees are to be briefed on SCP-6313's anomalous properties. Knowledge of SCP-6313's current location is to be limited to whichever individual currently possesses it. Site-88 staff are directed to deny requests for information relating to SCP-6313's current owner or location. Under no circumstances is this information to be speculated on. Once every 6 months, a site-wide announcement will be made to assist in the determination of SCP-6313's current status. If it is determined with any level of certainty that SCP-6313 is no longer in the possession of the SCP Foundation, this documentation is to be updated, and the SCP-6313 project head is to be alerted. Description: SCP-6313 is a collection of dried time leaves. SCP-6313's current location and velocity cannot be simultaneously known by more than one individual, known as SCP-6313-1 in this document. Due to difficulties in acquiring SCP-6313 for research, the exact mechanism by which this anomaly affects both SCP-6313 and SCP-6313-1 is not fully understood. It is theorized, however, that SCP-6313 possesses macroscopic qualities similar to those possessed by quantum particles. Once 2 or more individuals learn either the location or velocity of SCP-6313, the object will no longer be found at its last known location. Video records of displacement events have shown it to disapparate from previously known locations instantaneously. SCP-6313 is generally found afterwards by another individual. Records of previous translocation events indicate that SCP-6313 will not appear more than a certain distance from the individual possessing knowledge of its location. Footnote 1. Due to potential variability relating to the exact knowledge of this distance, that information has been removed from this document. The following log displays previously known holders of SCP-6313 and the events which triggered the relocation of the object. There is a 13-month gap in knowledge between Mrs. Dobson's loss of the object and Dr. Foster acquiring the object. Previous owner: Mark Reinhardt. Occupation: civilian chef in Bay Minette. Log of events: attempted to introduce SCP-6313 to a dish he was preparing. Once it was removed from its packaging, it disapparated in the presence of the kitchen staff. Previous owner: Phyllis Dobson. Occupation: mid-level executive, Southern Crosscut Pines. Footnote 2. Southern Crosscut Pines is a Foundation front company. Log of events: discovered SCP-6313 in her purse once she arrived home. It disapparated once she attempted to alert her husband to its presence. Both reported the incident to the SCP Foundation. Previous owner: Dr. Philip Foster. Occupation: SCP Foundation Senior Researcher. Log of events: found SCP-6313 in his glove box when arriving for work at Site-88. Since understanding of SCP-6313 was low at the time, he attempted to bring the object to the site's research head, but it disapparated upon presentation. Previous owner: K. June. Occupation: SCP Foundation Janitorial Staff. Log of events: as Miss June was unaware of SCP-6313's anomalous properties, it was used to decorate and alter the fragrance of a janitorial closet. It was in this location for approximately 34 months. Miss June was then transferred to Site-43. SCP-6313 was discovered by her replacement, causing the object to disapparate. Previous owner: Dr. Lillian Una. Occupation: SCP Foundation, SCP-2343 Containment Supervisor. Log of Events: Dr. Una was one of the few SCP staff members to be fully briefed on the potential relocation of SCP-6313. She possessed SCP-6313 for approximately 17 days before the object was intentionally dissipated under the current containment procedures. In August of 2021, a site-wide announcement was made in order to determine the containment status of SCP-6313. At this time, no Foundation staff have come forward with information relating to SCP-6313. It is believed that containment still holds, but is poorly suited to evaluation of its own success or failure. The following announcement should be repeated once weekly until SCP-6313's status is determined. This is an announcement relating to SCP-6313. Anyone who has the time should immediately proceed to Observation Room C for debriefing. A redesign of SCP-6313's containment procedures is currently underway. Item Number: SCP-2838. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: Site-292 has been established below SCP-2838 under the guise of a privately run observatory. Trespassers are to be dealt with according to standard Foundation protocols. Visual Concealment Protocols 574-A Curtain Call, 574-C Clouded Mountain are currently in place to obscure SCP-2838 from public view. Any aircraft attempting to pass through SCP-2838 are to be intercepted and redirected to a different flight path. Description: SCP-2838 is a region of space located 820 meters above ground level near the Trans-Alay mountain range in the Gordo-Badakhshan Autonomous Region of Tajikistan. SCP-2838 has a base area of approximately 500 by 500 meters and extends vertically to a height of 12 kilometers. When viewed from below at night, SCP-2838 resembles a patch of sky with an unusually large number of stars. SCP-2838 currently contains such luminescent objects, of which are visible to the naked eye. Aerial exploration of SCP-2838 reveals that each luminescent object, hereby designated SCP-2838-1, is a mass of plasma, roughly the size and shape of a human being, suspended inside SCP-2838 via unknown means. Footnote 1. While the average instance is the size of an adult human, instances as small as 51 centimeters in length have been found. SCP-2838-1 instances have an average surface temperature of 5000 Kelvin and an average brightness of 3000 lumens. Spectroscopy reveals that each instance is mostly composed of hydrogen and helium, with trace amounts of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. Retrieval of SCP-2838-1 instances has proven impossible thus far. Any human corpse under SCP-2838 will dematerialize if left unobserved for more than 24 hours. A new SCP-2838-1 instance will then appear within SCP-2838, usually instantaneously. SCP-2838 was formerly designated AO-17508 in Foundation records, only entering containment when its effects were first observed in the aftermath of near the beginning of the Tajikistan Civil War. Bronze Age artifacts were unearthed beneath SCP-2838 during the construction of Site-292, indicating that the ground below SCP-2838 had been used as a prehistoric burial site. Analysis of artifacts suggests that only individuals of high societal rank and religious importance were buried underneath SCP-2838, presumably in order to transform them into SCP-2838-1 instances as a form of veneration after death. Addendum: Recent consolidation and analysis of magnetometer readings around SCP-2838-1 instances reveals that the electrical fields generated by plasma convection in the heads of SCP-2838-1 resemble patterns of human brain activity. Specifically, regions of SCP-2838-1's head corresponding to the regions of the brain responsible for thermoreception appear to be highly stimulated. Further research is pending. Item number, SCP-3118. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-3118 is to be kept in a standard small safe class secure storage locker at Site-22. SCP-3118 is to be kept unloaded and with a standard trigger lock when not being tested. After testing, SCP-3118 should be examined for wear, with maintenance performed as necessary. All testing with SCP-3118 is currently suspended. Description: SCP-3118 is a Beretta M9 pistol. Its anomalous effects activate only when it is used to fire a bullet at the cranium of a human being. Using the object to fire a bullet into other parts of the body will result in standard gun-inflicted trauma and not activate its effects unless the bullet also passes through any portion of the cranium. A bullet fired in this way will dematerialize upon contact with the cranium, and instead of an exit wound and ejecta, SCP-3118-1 will emerge from the far side of the cranium along the bullet's path. SCP-3118-1 is an exact recreation of something the subject has eaten for lunch at some point in their life, including containers and utensils used to consume the meal. Food items consumed in part will manifest as they would have been served to the subject. Only meals eaten between 11 AM and 3 PM local time will be recreated this way. The more SCP-3118 is used on a subject, the further back in their life an SCP-3118-1 instance can potentially be drawn from. Items comprising SCP-3118-1 are not themselves anomalous. Comparison of cookware to identifiable items has shown that SCP-3118-1 is a perfect replica of the original meal. SCP-3118-1 will manifest at velocity from the cranium, then alight on the nearest horizontal surface along the trajectory of the exit wound that has surface area available to hold all food items and containers. This sometimes results in the displacement of other objects previously located on the surface, but never in spills or upset of items created. Flooring will be used if there are no other surfaces in the room with the subject. Subjects undergoing the creation of SCP-3118-1 typically have a 66% survival rate, with survivors complaining of tinnitus or headache, occasionally migraine headache, as the only effects of the object. The way SCP-3118 kills individuals shot only through the cranium is currently not understood, as no bone or brain matter is disrupted in the process. Addendum: Testing Logs. Test Number: Initial Discovery. Date: October 9th, 2015. Subject: Research Assistant Cody Craybaum. SCP-3118-1 Description: Plastic container with reheated slice of sausage and pepperoni pizza, 1.18 liter bottle, brand lager beer, 4 hazelnut chocolates in wrapper. Notes: After surviving the incident, R.A. Craybaum remanded himself to the Site-22 psychologist and gave up SCP-3118 for classification. Psychological profile suggests work-related stress and home trouble with his fiancée culminated in suicidal ideation. Current prognosis is positive after reassignment to Site and Foundation-sponsored relationship counseling. Test Number 1. Date: October 16th, 2015. Subject: D-10331. SCP-3118-1 Description: Bowl of Foundation Standard Nutrition Supplement with spoon, cup of water. Notes: Standard D-Class rations. Subject survived. Test Number 3. Date: October 18th, 2015. Subject: D-10331. SCP-3118-1 Description: Bowl of chicken noodle soup with spoon, napkin with pile of 35 cheddar cheese flavored goldfish-shaped crackers, glass of milk. Notes: Subject expressed delight at nostalgia of meal and posited that it was originally served when he was sick as a child. Test Number 6. Date: October 19th, 2015. Subject: D-10331. SCP-3118-1 description: puddle of white fluid determined to be human breast milk. Notes: subject expired. Test number 12. Date: January 12, 2016. Subject: D10187. SCP-3118-1 description: 233 live monomorium ants, 145 milliliters of earth. Notes: subject explained she was forced by a neighborhood bully to eat a few handfuls of ants at the age of 7, after which subject was discovered to have pica. Subject further elaborated that said bully was really impressed by her feat, and they became friends afterwards. Test number 29. Date: December 27, 2016. Subject: D10422. Footnote 1. Third test with this subject. SCP-3118-1 description: 6 years old, reported missing from Klamath Falls, Oregon on May 14, 2010. Steel butcher's knife, fork. Notes: subject was incarcerated after conviction for kidnapping and murder in 3 missing children cases from 2008 to 2010. Further attempts to link subject to other missing children cases, including that of had been unsuccessful. SCP-3118-1 terminated after DNA test proved replication of original subject. Request to commission D10422 for further testing denied by Site Director. Item Number: SCP-5525. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. In accordance with GOC Resolution 206 and Overseer Mandate Bingo Fremont, the Foundation is responsible for maintaining the underwater blockade around SCP-5525. Enforcement of the blockade is assigned to Naval Task Force Chi-11, Neptune's Nightmare, consisting of 12 Cerberus-class submarines and the support ships SCPS Lunatic Leap and SCPS Daring Dash, with additional fire support from the GOC surface combat vessels Iron Hand and Silver Fist. Footnote 1. The 12 Cerberus-class submarines are as follows: SCPS Guardian, SCPS Monitor, SCPS Watcher, SCPS Leviathan's Eye, SCPS Kraken's Maw, SCPS Tideseer, SCPS Mirror Gaze, SCPS Storm Surge, SCPS Wave Whisper, SCPS Squid, SCPS Calamari, and SCPS Plato. Chi-11 is tasked with preventing any other vessels, including those of the Foundation or allied groups of interest, from approaching within 15 nautical miles of the outer perimeter of SCP-5525. Chi-11 is authorized to use all force necessary to dissuade, interdict, or destroy vessels attempting to enter or exit this containment zone. Any modifications to the parameters of the blockade around SCP-5525, aside from those related to force composition, require the approval of the GOC Council of 108 and the Foundation Overseer Council. In emergency situations, provisional modifications may be approved by a jointly issued order of Assistant Director Telemachus and O5-3. At this time, the Office of the Undersecretary General of the Global Occult Coalition is engaged in diplomatic talks with representatives of the United States government in an attempt to negotiate the return of all artifacts removed from SCP-5525 prior to the establishment of current containment procedures. Description: SCP-5525 is the ruins and remains of a city constructed approximately 6,000 years ago by a species of alternative hominids, provisionally classified as Homo sapiens aquarius, codeword designation Aquarian Disco. Aquarian Disco possessed a heavily insular but scientifically advanced civilization, with technologies far beyond the current human state-of-the-art. One or more items of paratechnology employed by Aquarian Disco is known to be responsible for the destruction of their civilization and the transportation of SCP-5525 to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Despite its current location, large sections of the structure remain airtight and capable of supporting human life. Further information about the culture and technology of Aquarian Disco is classified L5-5525. In 1944, SCP-5525 was discovered by the submarine USS Dragonet during its initial shakedown cruise. At the time, the sailors aboard Dragonet mistakenly recorded the structure as a natural underwater feature in the ship's log. Later examination of the submarine's logs by naval intelligence officers uncovered inconsistencies between reported observations and recorded data, which prompted a mission to examine the area more closely using a surface trawler. Sonar readings taken by this trawler revealed the extent of SCP-5525 and confirmed that it was not a natural structure. Further operations involving SCP-5525 were thereupon transferred to the Department of Defense Paranatural Warfare Command, and all information regarding the structure was classified. Footnote 2. The Paranatural Warfare Command, colloquially referred to as the Pentagram. The Pentagram performed a number of surveys of SCP-5525 in the period between 1944 and 1963, although no attempts were made to explore the interior of the structure owing to its extreme depth. In 1963, an attempt was made to reach SCP-5525 by USS Thresher, resulting in the loss of the submarine with all crew. After this, no further attempts were made to explore SCP-5525 until 1979. In 1979, the Pentagram took ownership of the DSRV-3 Merlin, a deep-sea submersible outfitted with numerous paratechnologies that would allow it to operate safely and secretly at extreme depths, including that of SCP-5525. Following initial operations where it was used to excavate several wrecks from the 7th Occult War, Merlin was retasked for use in exploring SCP-5525. Merlin succeeded in reaching the structure and gaining access, whereupon the Pentagram began a major archaeological operation aimed at finding and recovering any remaining functional artifacts. Based on what is known of Aquarian Disco technology, any objects recovered by the Pentagram would likely be considered Thaumiel-class artifacts if possessed by the Foundation. Footnote 3. The GOC classifies such technologies as hypertangent and forbids their operational use without prior approval from the Undersecretary General. The Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition became aware of SCP-5525 and the Pentagram's activities following the destruction of St. Jeremiah, which resulted from the inadvertent activation of an Aquarian Disco artifact during an attempt to remove it from the structure. Footnote 4. St. Jeremiah, formerly an island in the Caribbean comprising the sovereign state of Free Jeremiah, with a population of almost 15,000 people. In simultaneous emergency situations, the Overseer Council and the Council of 108 both agreed on the necessity of preventing further access to SCP-5525, and the desirability of recovering the artifacts that had already been removed from it. Working through the channels provided by Article 13 of the Colne Agreement, the Foundation and the GOC quickly established a set of joint containment protocols, with the Foundation taking responsibility for the blockade of SCP-5525. Nearby naval assets were immediately retasked to perform initial containment while a dedicated task force was assembled. Footnote 5. These nearby naval assets were comprised of the Foundation mothership carriers SCPS Jack Jumped and SCPS Lunatic Leap, with their aircraft wings and 3 Cerberus-class submarines, and the GOC surface combat vessels Brass Knuckle and Silver Fist. Addendum. Initial exploration. After the destruction of St. Jeremiah, but before the establishment of the containment zone, American forces temporarily withdrew from SCP-5525 to monitor the structure for possible aftershocks. Despite the potential hazards, authorization was granted for a single reconnaissance mission to explore the interior of the structure before it could be reoccupied by the United States. Mobile Task Force Gamma-6, Deep Feeders, and Assessment Team 781, Pyramidians, were dispatched to survey SCP-5525 and determine the extent of the Pentagram's activities. Most of what is currently known about Aquarian Disco and their culture was discovered during this expedition. In addition to gathering valuable information about Aquarian Disco, the survey team found that the pentagram had located the armory or storeroom of one of the lower levels, which had then become the focus of recovery operations. This portion of SCP-5525 had experienced moderate structural damage and undergone a partial collapse before it was discovered, forcing the pentagram to spend time on excavations. At the time containment was established, only 20% of the storeroom had been uncovered, from which many artifacts had not yet been removed. Documents found at the site indicate that the pentagram had prioritized recovering those objects which could most easily be weaponized. Among the remaining artifacts was the weapon believed to have destroyed St. Jeremiah, which has been classified as SCP-5525-Antilles. The pentagram had found SCP-5525-Antilles buried within the debris and had succeeded in excavating it, but accidentally activated it when attempting to move it. An inscription on the object, thought to be a name or identifier, was tentatively translated as Null Divider. Footnote 6. Alternative proposed translations include Division of Nothing, Division of Zero, Zero Division, and Nothing Undivided. Other than this inscription, the only other significant external feature of SCP-5525 Antilles is a touchscreen interface displaying a detailed map of the Earth's surface, which is used for targeting the device. Footnote 7. This map of the Earth's surface appears to update in real time. Addendum. Removed artifacts. In the wake of Incident Inside Baseball, the storeroom where SCP-5525-Antilles was found was fully excavated, and a thorough examination of the contents performed. After comparing the results with inventory lists inside the storeroom, the following artifacts were found to have been removed from SCP-5525. Translated name: Null Divider. Code word: Antilles. Status: Contained. Translated name: Timeless Mirror. Code word: Byzantine. Status: Under observation. The status of the following 10 artifacts is unknown. Empty Hive. Code word: Columbia. Darkness Visible. Code word: Dominion. Lightless Flame. Code word: Exodus. Void Furnace. Code word: Frontier. Perfect Cold. Code word: Gehenna. Abyss Well. Code word: Hibernia. Dead Mind. Code word: Ichabod. Infinite Point. Code word: Jericho. Crystal Number. Code word: Kronstadt. False Moon. Code word: Lorelei. While some of these artifacts may have been lost or destroyed, it is believed that most are currently in the custody of the Pentagram. Efforts are ongoing to locate and recover these missing artifacts. Addendum. Incident. Inside Baseball. On December 30th, 1979, shortly after the survey team was dispatched and while the containment zone was still being established, elements of the U.S. 13th Fleet began to approach SCP-5525. After repeated directives to turn back were ignored, the situation escalated into a full-scale naval engagement. T+0 minutes. The lead ship of the 13th Fleet, the destroyer USS Thomas Lynch Jr., enters the 15 nautical mile containment zone. Captain Redmond Hathaway of Silver Fist orders his ship to open fire on Thomas Lynch Jr. T+1 minute. USS Thomas Lynch Jr. and its escorts return fire. GOC surface combat vessel Brass Knuckle begins moving forwards to screen SCPS Jack Jumped. T+3 minutes. SCPS Jack Jumped and SCPS Lunatic Leap begin deploying their aircraft wings. The two ships carry a total of 18 fixed-wing VTOL aircraft between them. T+9 minutes. Silver Fist scores a direct hit against the forward magazine of USS Thomas Lynch Jr., resulting in a series of catastrophic internal explosions that cause the destroyer to break in half. T+15 minutes. Brass Knuckle completes its move to screen SCPS Jack Jumped. T+29 minutes. Submarine SCPS Fish Food is hit by a depth charge and sunk. T+36 minutes. Aircraft from SCPS Lunatic Leap succeeded in disabling the cruiser USS Temp. T plus 43 minutes. A massive missile salvo from the cruiser USS Mountain Meadows destroys the entire wing of aircraft from SCPS Lunatic Leap. Lunatic Leap begins to withdraw. T plus 55 minutes. Aircraft from SCPS Jack Jumped release an aerial dispersion of amnestic gas over USS Mountain Meadows, causing general confusion and chaos, which allowed Silver Fist to destroy the cruiser's bridge and engines. T plus 61 minutes. Thaumatologists aboard Silver Fist attempt to teleport a strike team onto the bridge of the 13th Fleet flagship USS Carl Hayden. The working is disrupted by psychics aboard Carl Hayden, and the resulting backlash damages the engines of Silver Fist, putting it out of action. T plus 73 minutes. All of the water within 45 feet of Silver Fist turns into lemon pudding. T plus 79 minutes. Brass Knuckle loses its forward battery. Captain Thomas Griffith orders the ship to close to small arms range. T plus 88 minutes. Most of the bridge crew of Brass Knuckle, including Captain Griffith, are killed by a pentagram psychic. Lieutenant Carter Hager assumes command of the ship. T plus 92 minutes. Thaumatologists aboard Silver Fist make a second attempt to teleport onto USS Carl Hayden, this time successfully transporting a pouch of live grenades into the bridge. The resulting explosion eliminates the pentagram combat psychics. T plus 96 minutes. Submarine SCPS surf screen is hit by a depth charge and disabled. Captain David DeFord orders an emergency ballast tank blow, causing surf screen to surface directly underneath the destroyer USS William Williams. Both vessels sink as a result. T plus 99 minutes. Fires break out in the main engine room of Brass Knuckle, temporarily disabling propulsion. T plus 105 minutes. Fires aboard Brass Knuckle spread to the auxiliary engine room. The ship loses all remaining propulsion. T plus 112 minutes. Brass Knuckle begins to rapidly sink. Lieutenant Hager gives the order to abandon ship. T plus 127 minutes. Brass Knuckle is sunk. SCPS Jack Jumped begins taking heavy fire. T plus 135 minutes. Believing that the battle might soon be lost otherwise, Captain Winona Chevalier of SCPS Jack Jumped requests permission to activate SCP-5525-Antilles. T plus 137 minutes. In light of the rapidly deteriorating tactical situation, O5-3 unilaterally authorizes the emergency deployment of SCP-5525-Antilles for use against the US 13th Fleet. This decision will later be upheld by a full vote of the Overseer Council after the incident. T plus 138 minutes. The US 13th Fleet ceases to exist. For the next 2 days, the US government, through the Unusual Incidents Unit, continued to communicate with the Foundation and the GOC via regular channels, while ignoring inquiries about the incident. No change in American strategic posture was observed, although the Foundation raised its own alert levels at all North American sites in preparation for a possible counterstrike. On January 1, 1980, President James Carter issued a communication to the Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition apologizing for incident inside baseball and disavowing the existence of the 13th Fleet. No mention was or has since been made of the destruction of St. Jeremiah, nor of the artifacts removed from SCP-5525. Item Number: SCP-1599. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1599 is to be kept in a 3x3x3 meter reinforced concrete vault within a Faraday cage. Except for authorized testing, all personnel touching SCP-1599 must wear CBRN-rated gloves to prevent any possibility of skin contact. The door to SCP-1599's containment must have no internal access to its lock. All personnel assigned to SCP-1599 must successfully complete 4 hours of training in perception and comprehension of accelerated speech. All of SCP-1599's vocalizations are to be recorded, transcribed, and analyzed. SCP-1599's dormancy periods last exactly 11 hours and 14 minutes. Any premature emergence from dormancy is to be reported to Site Command. Description: SCP-1599 is a smooth black ceramic disc, 30 centimeters in diameter and 15 centimeters thick. Although ultrasonic and radiographic examination indicate that SCP-1599 is solid ceramic, it is the creation of an anomalously high level of technological development. In addition to several capacities which are at present only theoretically possible, SCP-1599 contains a hostile intelligence which is actively engaged in espionage. The danger posed by this intelligence is lessened, but not eliminated, by the substantial damage it experienced prior to being taken into custody by the Foundation. In particular, it does not know who it is supposed to spy on or on whose behalf. SCP-1599 is able to gain knowledge of any individual whose skin touches its surface. The mechanism and extent of this ability are as yet undetermined. However, SCP-1599 will use any knowledge it acquires to try to convince personnel to assist it in escaping. Direct physical contact is not advised except under testing conditions. SCP-1599 is able to produce ultra-high-resolution life-size holograms of humans, which it can animate in real time to portray any action it desires. Although the majority of these humans are entertainers and other public figures, Subject has demonstrated that it is able to create holograms based on Foundation personnel whom it encounters, and that it is willing to use these holograms in attempts at blackmail and/or psychological manipulation. However, the holograms are, apparently as a result of the damage SCP-1599 experienced, flawed, in that either their skin tone is lemon yellow, their eyes are missing, or both. SCP-1599 is able to extend 6 mechanical legs and the broken stumps of 3 other mechanical legs. The intact legs are 22 centimeters long and highly articulated. Each leg is tipped with 5 2-centimeter long talons. These talons can grip at least strongly enough to pierce cloth and break skin. SCP-1599 has demonstrated that it's able to run at speeds of 4 meters per second. Although, due to its missing legs, it cannot sustain this speed for more than 3 seconds without falling, and to perform feats of dexterity ranging from picking locks to tying and untying shoelaces to rolling cigarettes to shuffling cards. Note: SCP-1599's offer to demonstrate its ability to load a gun has been rejected, as has its offer to demonstrate its ability to use a garrote. When the legs are retracted, they are undetectable. SCP-1599 is able to see and hear, despite not having any discernible mechanisms with which to do so, and to speak in 30 languages. See Appendix 1599-E-14 for list of languages. However, it has, apparently as a result of the damage it experienced, lost the ability to sub-vocalize its thoughts, and instead provides a constant spoken commentary of its observations, conclusions, and short and long-term intentions. SCP-1599 does not seem to be aware that it is doing this. After 40 hours and 19 minutes of operation, SCP-1599 expresses the need to sleep and enters a dormant state for exactly 11 hours and 14 minutes. During this time, it is safe to handle the object for examination purposes, but direct physical contact should still be avoided. Upon emerging from its dormancy, SCP-1599 vocalizes an entry in its internal systems log. This entry counts the number of dormancy cycles since SCP-1599 entered Foundation custody, affirms that SCP-1599 is not worthless and that its superiors have neither abandoned it nor written it off as destroyed, and documents the status of its constant search for a broadcast signal by which it can recalibrate its damaged programming. Note: although the information gleaned from 1599's sub-vocalizations has allowed us to thwart escape attempts and attempts to kill Foundation personnel, please remember that the only thing we know for sure is that its purpose is to deceive and subvert. Director. Item Number: SCP-4266. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. The Earth is to remain abandoned by the general public. A network of monitoring satellites is to be maintained, each equipped with standard orbital capture devices. These satellites will detect and warn off any ships attempting to land on Earth, and will non-lethally incapacitate any that continue in their attempt. Any crew aboard these ships are to be extracted, taken to the nearest spaceport, and have amnestics administered. A small number of Foundation personnel are to be permitted to stay on Earth in order to continue research into SCP-4266. Each of these personnel are to remain physically isolated from each other and must be continuously monitored. Description: SCP-4266 is an as-yet unknown anomalous vector present exclusively on the planet Earth that causes lowered levels of empathy between sapient life. This vector is believed to be a compulsion effect responsible for virtually all historical violent interaction between humans. Footnote 1. A violent interaction is one where a human causes or attempts to cause deliberate physical harm to a non-consenting human, with the desired outcome being injury or death. Statistics indicate that violent interactions resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths per year on Earth. The number of interactions resulting in less lethal physical harm was too high to be countable. The effects of SCP-4266 were first discovered in 2080, 5 years after the first successful Martian colony was established. It was noted that the level of violent crime was far below the expected average, despite socioeconomic disparities and complex interpersonal relationships that were previously thought to be factors in such acts. Psychological testing revealed that colonists had massively increased levels of empathy as compared to baselines performed on Earth. This was initially thought to be an anomalous effect of Mars 1, but after similar effects were noted on subsequent colonies established on the Moon, Io, Ganymede, and the various spaceports of the asteroid belt, it was concluded that the effect was instead localized exclusively to Earth. Attempts to isolate this effect to a specific object or region have thus far been unsuccessful. No obvious pattern of violent behavior exists apart from self-apparent ones, such as increased levels of violence as the population density of a particular region increases. Addendum 4266-A. Immediate Foundation reaction. The Foundation determined that making this knowledge public would have a detrimental effect on humanity as a whole. In particular, it was projected that the revelation that all human violence was extremely compelled would lead to a breakdown in faith in existing justice systems, in turn leading to political destabilization of world governments. Furthermore, a number of dictatorial regimes that depended on the existence of violence to continue functioning would have forcibly denied the truth of SCP-4266, and the following conflict would likely have resulted in the eruption of many violent skirmishes. Finally, accepting SCP-4266's existence would result in a frantic attempt by humanity as a whole to escape its effect by going into space. The existing colonies would not have been able to support such a mass exodus, and the resources would quickly deplete. Accordingly, until a long-term strategy had been put into effect, the Foundation decided to obscure SCP-4266's effect by simulating the effects of violent crime in the non-terrestrial colonies. Footnote 2. This information was previously included in SCP-4266's Special Containment Procedures. For more details, see revisions of this document prior to May 14, 2182. Foundation agents simulated non-fatal harm by engaging in consensual physical altercations in public, and by faking the results of such altercations in private. Footnote 3. For example, using cosmetics to simulate the appearance of violence, and then submitting false testimony that another person was responsible for this violence. Fatal harm was simulated using corpses that had died of natural causes that were then staged to appear to be victims of violence. Foundation agents also infiltrated the upper leadership of colonist peacekeeping forces in order to artificially inflate reported violent crime statistics. As a final measure, the Foundation created the popular New World, New Respect propaganda campaign, in an attempt to explain away the observable increase in empathy in more altruistic terms. As a result of this campaign, simulated violence has been gradually phased out, with the public explanation that humanity has simply evolved past violence gradually. Addendum 4266-B. Evacuation of Earth. In 2106, the Foundation determined that the most reasonable long-term strategy for humanity would be to eventually abandon Earth entirely, thereby removing the population from the deleterious effects of SCP-4266. The first phase of this strategy was to build up the colonial infrastructure so it could support this population. This phase was initially estimated to take centuries, but proceeded at a much more rapid pace than projected due to the increased empathy levels resulting in heightened levels of cooperation. After noting this, the Foundation decided to share information about SCP-4266 with selected members of the colonial governments. Once they understood the nature of SCP-4266, colonial leadership agreed with the strategy and worked with the Foundation to complete the work within a matter of decades. The second phase involved convincing Earth's population to migrate to the colonies. As previously noted, simply informing them of SCP-4266's existence was likely to lead to mass hysteria and violence, so a cover story was disseminated instead. Designated Operation Farron, it posited that an unknown genetic disease endemic to Earth was starting to cause mass infertility, and the only way to avoid it was to leave Earth permanently. This story was aided by the targeted release of a Foundation-developed chemical compound called 31, which caused a temporary and reversible inhibition of human fertility. The subsequent plummet in pregnancy rates lent credence to Operation Farron and resulted in the voluntary migration of 90% of the Earth's population. The Foundation was formulating a plan to convince the remaining 10% when a rogue terrestrial Foundation cell released 22, an earlier, rejected form of the compound that resulted in complete and irreversible human sterility across the globe. These actions have been officially condemned by Foundation Command. Those responsible were extracted from Earth and remanded into custody, and the manufacture of in all forms has been discontinued. However, the practical result of these actions was complete acceptance of Operation Farron's cover story. Follow-up efforts to mitigate the remaining population was met with much less resistance, and eventually only a few 100,000 humans remained. By 2271, the last of these died of natural causes, and Earth was officially declared abandoned. The third and final phase, ongoing to this date, deals with Earth post-abandonment. It was judged vital to understand the cause of SCP-4266's effects in order to ensure that it would not repeat elsewhere, so a small team of Foundation personnel continues to operate on Earth as noted in the special containment procedures. Furthermore, the Earth was designated a quarantine zone for all discovered anomalies that could pose any physical danger to humanity. Any such anomaly is to be moved to Earth the moment violent behavior manifests. Addendum 4266-C Ethics Committee Report on SCP-4266. If you're reading this, it means you're finally old enough to understand why you're here. It also means you get to know the differences between the version of SCP-4266 the colonies are aware of, which you've just read, and the real one. Let's start with the most basic thing. SCP-4266 is not spread by an unknown vector. It is an airborne pathogen endemic to Earth's atmosphere that alters brain chemistry. The colonies produce their own oxygen via hydroelectrolysis, and are therefore immune to this effect. The pathogen, having never had to exist in an environment where it was not plentiful, has no real defenses or replication ability, and dies quickly when isolated. We figured this out within the first decade of study, and not only suppressed this information, but actively disseminated counterintelligence discouraging Foundation scientists from pursuing further research into this particular area. This ensured SCP-4266 remained an unsolved problem. The purpose of this was straightforward. I was aware that abandoning Earth would be proposed, and it was a proposal I generally agreed with and one that I helped bring to fruition. But I was also aware of something the colonies would not and could not acknowledge. The Foundation functions due to violence. In particular, destructive testing of anomalies on D-Class personnel is vital to the everyday work we do here, and that testing was flatly refused by the colonies. Their non-violent nature, while admirable, means that they are unable to consider pragmatic options that will save lives long-term. Case in point, Foundation leadership would have spun their wheels for years trying to cajole the holdouts on Earth to join them. Years where it would become more and more likely that the ruse would be uncovered. So, we released RDP-22, a compound formulated from the study of SCP-4266, ironically enough, and solved their problem. And while RDP-22 does affect fertility, it has no effect on cloning, as you and your brothers and sisters will be able to attest. Our ongoing mission is threefold. First, to perform the testing that the colonies cannot perform, as a method of uncovering new truths about our universe and new ways to help our species. We are in contact with the Colonial Foundation leadership. They believe us to be a friendly intergalactic alien intelligence who periodically contacts them with helpful data, a belief we encourage with the help of objects they send to Earth for quarantining. We are generally more unfettered in this task than we have been historically, as the regulatory arm of the Ethics Committee migrated to the colonies with the rest of the Foundation proper, leaving us behind. Second, to shape the ongoing fate of the colonies via strategic violent acts. We only interfere in this way when all non-violent solutions will eventually lead to catastrophic loss of human life. The covert assassination of Io's vice chancellor, a populist who wanted to resettle Earth, is a recent example of this. Third, to defend against possible non-human incursions. Humanity is naturally blessed with a surplus of empathy. This trait may not be shared by other sapient species. The colonies will be unable to take the kind of first strike measures that we can. The loss of our own empathy is a small price to pay. It boils down, as it always does, to three simple words. You've heard these words your entire life. Their familiarity may even make them cliché to you. I would ask that you seriously consider them now. Consider what they mean for yourself, for our mission, and for humanity as a whole. Secure, contain, protect. 05-3. Item number: SCP-6572. Level 2 restricted. Containment class neutralized. Special containment procedures. The current location of SCP-6572 is unknown. Therefore, containment efforts are to be directed towards falsifying reported causes of death for SCP-6572's victims and explaining damage to infrastructure. Footnote 1. As of September 12, 2017, these containment procedures no longer apply. Description: SCP-6572 is a sword labeled as being able to cut through anything. It is not affected by friction. SCP-6572 also appears to be resistant to high temperatures and pressures. No visual descriptions of SCP-6572 prior to classification exist. Cross-referencing characteristics of SCP-6572 with those of swords historically possessed by Marshall, Carter, and Dark has been deemed infeasible. Discovery: SCP-6572 was one of several unnoteworthy anomalous items seized in a raid on a Marshall, Carter, and Dark warehouse on June 24, 2002. During initial transit to the nearest Foundation site, the storage unit of SCP-6572, later determined to utilize electromagnetic suspension, failed. SCP-6572 pierced its storage unit, destroying its MC&D unique identifier label, and proceeded to fall into the ground. SCP-6572 was presumed lost. On December 1, 2002, witnesses in Perth, Australia reported that a man exploded into viscera. High-speed camera footage suggested that the cause was SCP-6572. SCP-6572 traveled in a parabolic arc, re-entering the Earth approximately 30 meters away. It is presumed that SCP-6572 will re-emerge in Bermuda, the antipode of Perth. Footnote 2. Antipode, point on Earth directly opposite to another. SCP-6572 has been classified as Euclid. Update: April 30th, 2003. On April 10th, 2003, witnesses reported that Donald Duck at Disneyland had been scattered across the park. Surveillance footage indicated that the cause of death was SCP-6572. It was determined that while SCP-6572 does not appear to be affected by friction, it is affected by lateral forces from convective currents present within Earth's mantle and core, altering its velocity. As such, without a comprehensive model of the Earth's mantle, it is impossible to accurately predict the trajectory of SCP-6572. SCP-6572 has been upgraded to Keter. A full list of SCP-6572 emergence events is available upon request. Over 50 emergence events have been directly observed. Update, June 30th, 2010. SCP-6572 appears to be accelerating. At every emergence event, SCP-6572 travels further before re-entering the ground. It is estimated that SCP-6572 will escape from Earth's gravity by 2020. Update, September 30th, 2017. SCP-6572 left Earth's gravity well on September 12th, 2017. Containment efforts are no longer necessary. SCP-6572 reclassified to neutralized. No more dangerous than other space junk now. Dr. Solstice. Item Number, SCP-2013. Object Class, Keter. Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2013 is to be treated through global dispersal of an aerosolized version of the Cardiff compound, distributed via Foundation-owned aircraft disguised as normal aircraft trails. Foundation employees affected by SCP-2013 are to be subject to regular Class C amnestic administration to treat infection. Individuals refusing treatment are to be administered Class A amnestics and have their positions at the Foundation terminated. All previous documentation regarding SCP-2013 has been archived for the sake of posterity. To view previous containment procedures, please input password. Access granted. All instances of SCP-2013-A currently holding positions within any world government are to be neutralized at any cost. Wild instances of SCP-2013-A as well as instances of SCP-2013-B are to be destroyed using Parker-class weaponry. Information about SCP-2013 is to be disseminated publicly via television and radio broadcasts, informative pamphlets, and through various new media such as online video sharing sites and blogs. Foundation personnel are encouraged to publish their findings on SCP-2013 publicly in any manner possible to weaken the overall power of SCP-2013-A and the effectiveness of SCP-2013-B. Once approximately 20% global awareness of SCP-2013 has been reached, the Hereford Protocol is to be carried out. Description: SCP-2013 refers to a Renard-class memetic agent. SCP-2013 can be spread via visual, auditory, or tactile vectors, and has an infection rate of approximately 72%. Footnote 1. The latter is known to only work if the individual being affected by SCP-2013 can read and understand the Braille alphabet. SCP-2013 causes affected individuals to develop a belief in SCP-2013-A. SCP-2013-A is allegedly an extraterrestrial race that has infiltrated various world governments, including the USA, United Kingdom, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. Individuals affected by SCP-2013 cannot be cured, but can be treated through regular amnestic consumption or administration. Further infection has been prevented by global dispersal of the Cardiff compound. Currently, less than 1% of the population of planet Earth believes in the existence of SCP-2013-A, with the highest concentration being in the United States, where 4% believe in the existence of SCP-2013-A. SCP-2013-A instances were previously believed to be actual anomalies, as opposed to delusions caused by SCP-2013. For previous documentation, please input password. Access granted. SCP-2013 refers to the two related anomalies. SCP-2013-A is a humanoid species of extraterrestrials with reptilian characteristics, believed to have originated from the Alpha Draconis star system. The average instance of SCP-2013 stands approximately 3 meters tall, with skin that is capable of changing color due to chromatophore cells similar to those found in chameleons. SCP-2013-A instances are hematophagic and cannot survive without blood for more than 2 weeks at a time, and do not require any additional sustenance, despite the fact that they have been known to eat other forms of food. If an instance of SCP-2013-A dies violently, their bodies subliminate into a large quantity of nitrogen-based gas whose molecular chains resemble some forms of amnestic used by the Foundation, causing memory loss in all individuals within a 50-meter radius. SCP-2013-B refers to technology used by SCP-2013-A to alter their appearance to resemble human beings. SCP-2013-B has several variations, including a pill ingested by SCP-2013-A on a weekly basis to alter their DNA and body chemistry to resemble a human's, to skin suits that act as a size-altering disguise to SCP-2013-A instances to permanent cosmetic alteration of their features. SCP-2013-A instances are functionally immortal, provided that they imbibe a volume of approximately 5 liters of blood at least once every 2 weeks. However, SCP-2013 as a whole can be weakened, provided that humans are both aware of the existence of SCP-2013 and believe that it exists. For example, if an individual views an autopsy video of an SCP-2013-A instance but does not believe the instance to be a genuine article, SCP-2013 suffers no detrimental effects. However, if 1 out of 5 individuals viewing a live feed of an SCP-2013-A specimen believe it to be real, the specimen will be weakened to the point where it can be killed using small arms fire with no detrimental effects. Addendum: The Hereford Protocol. The Hereford Protocol is a global series of military coups and assassinations to be carried out against SCP-2013 once information saturation has reached 20%. During this, a series of coordinated attacks across several countries, including, are to be carried out to eliminate SCP-2013-A instances. By this point, SCP-2013-B instances will have ceased to be effective in disguising SCP-2013-A as humans, and the populace of countries where SCP-2013 has control will begin to question the legitimacy of their rule. Known SCP-2013-A instances that will be neutralized during the Hereford Protocol include all current and former presidents of, as well as their families, several actors and musicians including, and the royal families of, and percent of Group of Interest 02 Black, the Chaos Insurgency. The Hereford Protocol is expected to be carried out sometime in late 2011 or early 2012. Addendum: On June 5th, a believed instance of SCP-2013-A died of natural causes. The Foundation took the body into custody for autopsy, only to find that this alleged instance of SCP-2013-A was, in fact, a normal human being. Further inspection by uninfected personnel showed that all deceased instances of SCP-2013-A in storage were, in fact, human beings. All reports on SCP-2013-A were written by individuals affected by SCP-2013.
Given this information, we are canceling the Hereford Protocol. New containment procedures have been written regarding SCP-2013. 052.
Access denied.
You have attempted to access a restricted file. Foundation agents will be dispatched to your location if this window is not closed.
It all comes down to money. We couldn't get funding in the early days. The various governments of the world refused to fund us, and we didn't have SCPs that made endless amounts of gold or jewels or could be used to cheat the stock market. The President of the United States said no. The Tsar said no. The Crown said no. They didn't believe what we were doing was right or useful. Despite our lack of resources, we had one thing we could use: SCP-2013. Neither of the files you just read about SCP-2013 is the actual one. The original file doesn't exist anymore, but the gist of it was this. SCP-2013 was a clutch of eggs that we found at the bottom of the sea in 1900, brought up by a fishing trawler. The eggs were dead, but the Foundation kept them as a curiosity. In the early days, the Foundation was obsessed with bringing the dead back to life, thanks to Frankenstein. We tried to revive the eggs in various ways, from supporting the embryos outside of the egg, which failed, to electrocuting them, which cooked them, to just plain incubating them, which also cooked them. Eventually, we tried an experimental compound that's long since been lost to history. It was made up of mercury, iridium, radium, and a few other elements that science didn't know about yet. And then the eggs hatched. They acted just like children, but they looked like iguanas mixed with gorillas. They had blood chemistry we had never seen before, and could mimic human speech and behavior to a startling degree. At the same time, the Foundation had been developing disguises to hide its agents in unfriendly lands, and they were so high quality a 50-year-old man could wear a face that made him look like an 18-year-old girl, and except for perhaps the height, it would be impossible to tell the difference. The creatures that hatched from SCP-2013 were cooperative and viewed us as their parents. They also matured very quickly and grew to adult size within 6 months. All we needed to do was educate them about the world at large, put them in a skin suit, and then we sent them out into the world to be the best at their job. They were politicians, writers, singers, actors, kings, queens, investors, agents. They were all important in their own way. 5 out of the last 17 US presidents have been these creatures as of 2012. The Queen of England got replaced a long time ago, and her family still doesn't know it. Our greatest success was probably infiltrating a major cell of the Chaos Insurgency back in the 70s. Over the years, we've bred over 1,500 instances of SCP-2013-A, and technology improved to make their disguises more convincing. We could alter their height, their DNA, even permanently sculpt their appearance so that they never ran the risk of being exposed. That's how the Foundation got a large part of their funding, up until they discovered that we could literally make gold from lead using simple fission and other fusion reactions. Platinum's actually simpler to make, but that's beside the point. We eventually discontinued the SCP-2013 program, and we rounded them all up and essentially expunged them from existence. We thought we had killed them all, except for a couple we kept alive for the sake of testing. And then we got word that the Global Occult Coalition had been infiltrated by an SCP-2013-A instance. They had made their way up the ranks quite a way, to the point that they were a consultant for the ambassador from Czechoslovakia. Nobody was the wiser until we received a reconnaissance report from the agent itself. We informed the GOC. It was detained and written off as an isolated event. We thought that was the end of it, until the elections happened. A small constituency in England elected its MP for the term, and then we found out that all of the candidates were actually SCP-2013-A instances. We didn't know about this until after the election, and after that it was too late to take any of them out. They were public figures, they were in the media, and any action against them would draw suspicion. We found that on their own, SCP-2013-A had spread all over the globe. For all intents and purposes, they rule the world. More than half, but less than 3/4 of the world's governments are controlled by them. We classified them as Keter, made them aliens, and said that they were effectively immortal to discourage any assassinations. But we weren't without hope. There was always the secondary effect. SCP-2013-A, for some reason, got weaker when people observed them. One of the researchers studying them called it a detrimental anti-memetic effect, or the more people know about them, the less effective they are. They grew less intelligent, lost muscle mass, underwent osteoporosis, and all around just became easier to kill. The more of them there were, the less harmful the overall effect was. Memetic dilution was the phrase that was thrown around. So, we began a plan to kill them. Crack the masquerade, however so slightly, reveal the existence of them to the world at large to cancel out the memetic dilution. And it was working for a while. People who were called crackpots by their peers realized the truth, that their governments, their world, was not their own. They were called mad, but soon the whole world would see the truth. The program was cancelled, and the "it was all just a weird meme" explanation was slapped on it after the corpse was found. The Cardiff compound was engineered to prevent anyone else to give in to what was called a crackpot conspiracy theory, and then distributed through airplanes via chemtrail. But they are real. But, for some reason, this order was passed down.
It has come to my attention that we have incorrectly documented SCP-2013. SCP-2013-A is non-existent, as is evidenced by the exhumations of several purported SCP-2013-A instances, as well as DNA samples and the recently recorded autopsy. Gentlemen, it appears we have been had. SCP-2013 was clearly nothing more than a harmless memetic agent that caused mass paranoia, and made us interpret certain people in positions of fame or power as something not of this world. How this happened, we don't know. Who made it, or even how it was made, we don't know. Why it was made, we don't know, but we will find out. SCP-2013 is to be reclassified as safe, and its containment file rewritten. For the sake of context, the current containment procedures are to be archived, and are accessible to any researcher with level 4 or higher clearance. Secure, contain, protect. 052.
By now, it has been more than 60 seconds since you opened this page. I apologize for any consequences that may come about as a result of you viewing this document, but it eases me knowing that the truth is out, even if I am the one that's crazy. Secure, contain, protect. Item number: SCP-4109. Containment class: Safe. Level 1-4109 Unrestricted. Special containment procedures. The property containing SCP-4109 has been purchased by a Foundation front company and is to be controlled under Cover Story 93, private property. A 3.6 meter tall metal fence has been constructed around the perimeter of the property. Data collected by TMTO.AIC is to be checked weekly for notable inconsistencies. Edible waste matter produced during testing is to be provided to Menagerie Site 37. Description: SCP-4109 is a large pile of citrus fruit located in a derelict barn in Gainesville, Florida. Despite having removed over 10,000 kilograms of fruit from the pile, SCP-4109 has not reduced in size. The fruit comprising SCP-4109 is unable to experience decomposition when part of the mass. Fruit removed from SCP-4109 decomposes at a highly accelerated rate, being reduced to dry remains after 3 days. Fruit removed from SCP-4109 appears physically non-anomalous until peeled. When peeled, the rind of the fruit will reveal an image, designated SCP-4109-1, on the inferior side. SCP-4109-1 resemble the art style, tone, and structure of modern editorial cartoons, particularly those published in print newspapers. SCP-4109-1 mainly depicts situations between what are currently believed to be anthropomorphized fruits. These entities appear physically humanoid, with the most prominent difference being their large featureless heads, lack of hair, and abnormally pigmented skin. SCP-4109-1 are extremely formulaic, with instances regularly having the same basic narrative as other instances with little to no deviation. This narrative often revolves around the condemnation of certain practices with a somewhat pessimistic tone. The art style of SCP-4109-1 similarly follows this trend, with characters often being identical copies of one another with slight differences to denote things such as age and occupation. Addendum 4109. During a brief relocation of Foundation resources, it was found that the current methods of cataloging and analyzing SCP-4109 instances were severely inefficient, requiring 8 D-Class personnel to effectively meet data projections. In order to avoid the tedious process of manually stripping and recording SCP-4109-1 and the lack of notable instances discovered during testing, documentation and categorization of SCP-4109-1 has been assigned to TMTO.AIC. TMTO.AIC is a former Foundation security intelligence currently operating within a modified industrial orange peeler and has been repurposed to effectively categorize physical media. TMTO.AIC possesses a wide range of knowledge regarding internal operations and has been designed to recognize potential anomalous threats to Foundation interests. Included below are the summarized contents of SCP-4109-1 as collected by TMTO.AIC.
Test number 57. TMTO.AIC Summary. Selected excerpt.
A classroom is occupied by several students and a teacher. The students sit at desks holding textbooks titled Book, while the teacher stands by a chalkboard. The chalkboard reads, Knowledge. One student raises the textbook and states to another student, I keep swiping, but I can't turn the page.
Analysis. Children lack the mental capacity necessary to understand how physical print media books function. Children are not provided the correct nutrition required for the development of fine motor skills necessary to turn the pages of a book without damaging them. Children are unable to recognize print media following exposure to a viral anti-meme, obscuring all previous knowledge of print media. Number of similar excerpts, 3,581. Final conclusion, children are a detriment. Test number 94.
TMTO.AIC summary. Selected excerpt.
A beach is occupied by 2 children and several adults. The adults are walking aimlessly while holding cell phones. Beside the children are 2 large holes. From these holes emerge feet similar in appearance to the adult characters. The children are talking and holding shovels. One of the children asks the other, "How many did you catch?"
Analysis. Adults occupied with technology are unable to supervise their children, allowing them to violate OSHA regulations and create safety hazards without repercussion. Anomalous life forms similar in appearance to humanoid feet have begun forming in large sand chasms, feeding on inattentive individuals who fall into them. Children regularly create sacrificial pits in highly trafficked areas, hastening the process of collecting human remains by allowing inattentive individuals occupied with technology to fall in themselves. Number of similar excerpts: 10,219. Final conclusion. Technology is destructive and frightening. Test number 176. TMTO.AIC summary. Selected excerpt.
An adult is sitting on a stool at a bar counter. Behind the bar is a second adult, presumably a bartender. The customer opens their wallet and asks for a glass of alcohol. The bartender serves them a glass cup, presumably containing alcohol. The customer looks into his wallet again and asks for a second glass of alcohol, which they are provided. Upon asking for a third, the bartender asks the customer, "Tell me, why do you keep looking into your wallet?" The customer replies, "I have a picture of my wife in there. When she starts to look good, I know I'm too drunk." Instance is accompanied by a large white border, with the words, "lol, too funny," written along its top, followed by several smiling emoticons.
Analysis. The customer's wife is affected by an anomalous phenomenon directly proportional to the blood alcohol content of her significant other. The beverage has steadily been converted into a highly hallucinogenic substance by a waterborne bacteria that has been spread through the primary bottling company en masse. The man is currently possessed by a Tartarian-class demonic entity that requires a significant level of inebriation to effectively subdue the entity and regain full control over their bodily functions. Number of similar excerpts: 17,498. Final conclusion. Marriage is harmful. Test number 214. TMTO.AIC summary. Selected excerpt.
An elderly character is walking down a sidewalk holding a phonograph. Strapped to the back of the individual is a large car battery, which is powering the device. The individual appears to be struggling to remain standing. A younger character is viewing the elderly character from a distant window. The elderly character says, "MP3 player, MP3 player, who needs one of those? You can't beat the sound of genuine records."
Analysis. Digital media has become inaccessible and unreliable following an unknown K-class scenario resulting in the obsolescence of technology requiring internet access with a more heavy dependence on physical records and media. A widespread epidemic of memetic hazards has reduced the human population's ability to make informed decisions, specifically targeting rational thought and analytical reasoning, instead depending on cold logic, heuristics, and cognitive biases. This has resulted in suboptimal decision-making in regards to human factors, and a heavy reliance on personal beliefs and anecdotes. The collapse of the Foundation and the utilization of anomalous weapons on a widespread scale has resulted in the collapse of human civilization, resulting in apocalyptic conditions for the remaining survivors. In an attempt to correct this, humans have begun sacrificing material goods and worldly possessions in an attempt to trigger an artificial rapture or to summon an unknown divine entity. Number of similar excerpts: 31,843. Final conclusion. Everything is terrible.
Item number: SCP-1548. Object class: Keter. Special containment procedures. Foundation satellites Malik Bell 1 through 10 will monitor the south pole of the Sun for SCP-1548. Under Protocol Koyash-Ver, all Foundation space stations and off-planet bases within the solar system will have the monitoring of the Sun as their secondary mission objective. Connections will be maintained with major space agencies under Operation Stygian Iris for enhanced monitoring of the anomaly, with accurate information on the phenomena restricted to specified personnel. As it is not feasible to place limitations on all solar telescopes, it is expected that civilians will observe SCP-1548 on occasion. Foundation personnel embedded in scientific agencies will disseminate misleading information on SCP-1548 and all thaumaturgic symbols that manifest, describing them as unusual but natural phenomena. All other information of the anomaly and related symbols is subject to standard Foundation censorship protocols. Description: SCP-1548 is the designation of various anomalous solar phenomena, primarily occurring at the south pole of the Sun. There are 3 types of known SCP-1548 events. SCP-1548-1: 6 equidistant ovular sunspots approximately 40,000 by 15,000 kilometers in size appear. The ends of the sunspots converge after 23 hours, often accompanied with the formation of a solar prominence that typically takes the shape of thaumaturgic symbols. Footnote 1. A solar prominence is a large gaseous feature that extends off the sun's surface, normally forming a loop shape. A coronal mass ejection will then occur around the sunspots, lasting 11 hours, with the prominence dissipating after 5 hours. SCP-1548-2 begins similarly to SCP-1548-1. A solar prominence then forms from the site of the sunspots and breaks off from the sun, moving away from it and likely entering interstellar space. The event lasts for 2 hours. SCP-1548-3 Sunspots form thaumaturgical symbols which range in size. This can occur in conjunction with other events or separately. Unlike the previous 2 phenomena, these sunspots do not commonly manifest in any single area. The first recorded SCP-1548 event was on May 17, 1983, where an SCP-1548-3 event was observed, showing thaumaturgic symbol 2201V1, referred to Addendum 1. This event was classified as Extranormal Event 9008 until similar occurrences were observed, leading to the classification of SCP-1548. Addendum 1. Thaumaturgical Symbol Identification. The Department of Thaumaturgy has successfully identified and determined the nature of several symbols seen in SCP-1548. Below is a list of the symbols, denoted with V if they are a variation of the symbol. V1 denotes the original or first discovered version of the symbol. TS-2201-V1. Unnamed, only seen in SCP-1548. If inscribed on any telescopic device by a person with thaumaturgic abilities, the device will show psionic entities with malicious intent toward the user. After a total of 4 hours of use, users without psionic abilities will experience symptoms of psychosis. TS-381-V2, known as the Califastian Isle among various occultist groups. When affixed or projected onto a material, it will strengthen the material, enhancing its ability to absorb kinetic and electromagnetic energy. Materials may be hidden from sight as well. TS-1817-V7, known as the 12 Holy Owls of Serenithium, origin among humans unknown. When the symbol is affixed to a weapon or object used with the intent to harm, any entity killed by the weapon will annihilate the immediate space around it. The size of the annihilation zone is proportional to the size of the entity killed. This annihilation zone has no effect on materials reinforced with TS-381. Of note is 61% of observed thaumaturgic symbols pertain to the anomalous Orothan mythology and religious beliefs. Footnote 2. The central aspects of Orothan mythology are that the universe is the second universe to exist, and that it has been protected from extra-universal invasions by 7 guardian deities. Only one of these deities, Rachmo-Lucen, the Holy Fourth, is said to be alive in the present day. TS-1817 originates from Orothan occultists in the 1800s, and TS-381 has been used by members of the Church of the Second Hightoth, a prominent Orothan group of interest in avoiding capture by the Foundation. Why this is the case is unclear. Addendum 2. Event 1548-29. On December 23, 2016, several SCP-1548-1 events occurred in rapid succession. Although interpretation of these symbols is still underway, TS-381-V2, TS-1817-V7, and TS-2201-V1 manifested multiple times during these events. 20 non-anomalous Orothan language symbols and phrases for protection formed as well. 47 hours later, 5 SCP-1548-2 events occurred in the span of 2 hours. Over the next month, a dense cloud of ionizing radiation began forming around the solar system, surrounding the heliopause. Footnote 3. The heliopause is a region surrounding the solar system where solar wind collides with interstellar wind, creating a bubble around the solar system known as the heliosphere. Although initially at largely unnoticeable amounts, the cloud increased in magnitude until no light from the outside universe could enter by January 20th, 2017. The origin of the cloud is presumed to be from the sequence of SCP-1548 events, though the combined amount of particles produced was too small to form a structure on this scale. Of note is that Foundation telescopes have noticed thermic tessellations resembling grids of pyramids periodically forming along the cloud. Footnote 4. Tessellations. Patterns of grids of polygons formed when high amounts of thaumaturgic energy is released. As the night sky is now entirely altered, Foundation censorship protocols cannot be fully executed. The dissemination of incorrect scientific information regarding the solar system entering a dense cloud of cosmic dust is in progress. Scientific information describing the actual nature of the ionizing radiation cloud will be censored, as per contingency Galileo 2. Addendum 3. Recent phenomena. Following Event 1548-29, a high amount of significant anomalous phenomena have occurred. The following is a list of these events, updated as of January 26, 2017. Date: December 24, 2016. Event description: the Falcon Light suddenly lost 50% of its mass during its flight to the ISS, causing the death of all crew. Footnote 5. The Falcon Light was a commercial spacecraft made and launched by aerospace company SpaceX. Foundation satellites captured video of the event, showing that half of the spacecraft disappeared along the midline, jettisoning any crew still inside into the Earth's atmosphere. Radio signals were received soon afterward from beyond the heliopause. Although suspected to originate from the other half of the spacecraft, the decoded signals match no known spoken or written language. Notes: all launch plans for manned spacecraft have been cancelled, both inside and outside the Foundation. A cover story involving a faulty booster has been disseminated. Date: December 29, 2016. Event description: the International Space Station ceased standard communications and began broadcasting visual and auditory cognitohazards. All subjects exposed to any of the cognitohazards enter a trance state and eventually have their brain vanish. 2 hours after, Foundation satellites detect a sharp increase in thaumaturgic particles in orbit, all found to be originating from the Sun. The ISS abruptly changes trajectory to follow a course that will result in re-entry, certain to destroy the entire station in February of 2017. Notes: classification of the ISS as an anomaly is pending approval. Date: January 2nd, 2017. Event description: SCP-2713 was found to be entirely empty. Most of the interior of the building had been destroyed. Claw marks, scorched walls, and blood strewn across the room indicate signs of a significant struggle. Notes: reclassification to neutralized is pending approval. Date: January 5th, 2017. Event description: during a political demonstration in front of the Reichstag in Berlin, Germany, a thaumaturgic way leading to an unknown pocket dimension opened near the protesters. Koru Archpriest Farah Ontius, Church of the Second High Toth leader and known person of interest, exited and announced that a shelter had been built. Further information is limited, as all persons in the area promptly entered the way, including 2 undercover Foundation agents. The way closed immediately after. Notes: censorship of the event is in progress. Date: January 10th, 2017. Event description: an unknown eigenweapon was activated during protests at Times Square. Footnote 6. An eigenweapon is an anomalous weapon of mass destruction. A violent explosion destroyed the entirety of Midtown Manhattan, leveling surrounding buildings and severely damaging other nearby areas within a 6-kilometer radius. The death toll is undetermined. A high number of Tartarian entities and demonic possessions have been observed in an 11-kilometer radius around the blast's epicenter. Notes: persons with confirmed connections to the Chaos Insurgency have publicly blamed the event on a global shadow organization. Date: January 19th, 2017. Event description: SCP-179 established contact for a single moment, signing "Defend," before descending below the sun's surface and vanishing. Notes: the frequency of SCP-1548 events has dramatically increased since this event, with at least 2 occurring per day. Date: January 20th, 2017. Event description: the radiation cloud fully obscures the night sky. Global amnestization under the Ennui Protocol is enacted by the Foundation and completed at 78% efficiency. Several paramilitary organizations, which includes world governments and anomalous groups, take this opportunity to attempt to further their own personal goals. Notes: Joint Foundation and Global Occult Coalition forces have been assembled to combat these groups. Efforts are ongoing. Date: January 22nd, 2017. Event description: SCP-2821, following a sudden expansion in size to a diameter of 1.7 kilometers, vanished. The nearby lunar Area 32 suffered a minimum of 38 casualties and lost 10 anomalies from the expansion, enveloping and destroying sections of the facility under the anomaly's different laws of physics. Based on readings from Minkowski space-time monitors, it is hypothesized that SCP-2821 formed a wormhole leading to another region of the universe. Notes: misinformation to explain the newly formed hemispherical crater on the lunar surface is being disseminated. Date: January 25th, 2017. Event description: experimental Foundation devices began detecting tachyons moving at undetermined faster-than-light speeds. Analysis found that these are likely a new form of SCP-3417 transmission, though with major deviations from their standard contents. Footnote 7. Transmission contents have typically contained mentions of extraterrestrial civilizations and Arothan mythological stories. This was observed until being abruptly cut off, presumably due to the radiation cloud. Notes: further information is below. Date: January 30th, 2017. Event description: currently under review. Notes: not applicable. Transmission 3417-62. Begin log.
All autotans here. All autotans must listen now. Stars lost. Ago, the first invasion occurred. The gods were unprepared, never comprehending the fragility of the universe after its creation. Lost. The extra-universal abominations invaded, and the gods did not die. Their duty in protecting existence.
Transmission interference for 1 minute.
Would not have won without the autotans. Lost. The gods defended autotans and existence. Autotans defended the gods and existence. Lost. When united, we are strong.
Transmission interference for 25 minutes.
Lost. worlds must fight.
The transmission stops. End log. Joint Foundation and Global Occult Coalition forces have been mobilized for large-scale containment and threat neutralization operations. Cooperation with various governments to assist in cover-ups has begun, though these measures are hindered by the decisions of the Latvian, Estonian, and Georgian governments in declassifying documents on anomalous phenomena and Cold War paratech. All major containment sites are now under Level 5 high-security lockdown until further notice. Addendum 4, Experiment 2154-37. On June 12, 1999, it was determined by a unanimous 0-5 vote to enact a long-term plan to explore beyond the heliopause. Mission objectives were to confirm or deny hypotheses regarding extraterrestrial SCP objects and collect data on anomalous phenomena beyond the heliopause. As such, the Foundation probe Seraph-1 was constructed, then successfully launched on May 9, 2000. On January 27, 2017, an SCP-1548-1 event was initiated prior to Seraph-1 reaching the heliopause, forming the thaumaturgic symbols used in predicting the future. Following the SCP-1548-1 event, an SCP-1548-2 event was initiated and launched. This one, however, deviated significantly from normal trajectories and curved sharply about 100 astronomical units away from the Sun towards Seraph-1. Seraph-1 crossed the heliosphere 2 days before contact was lost from the intense radiation inside of the solar prominence. All information collected by Seraph-1 is currently under review and pending declassification. Displaying File 1 out of 6. Record of Decision. Overseer Council Action 2521, NOC 6. Motion as follows. End Veil Protocol under Contingency Uncloak 3. Yay. 05-1-3-8-10-13-11. Nay. 05-2-4-5-7-12-9. Abstain. None. Votes pending. 05-6. Result. Not applicable. Displaying File 2 out of 6. Record of Decision. Overseer Council Action 2522. NOC 7. Motion as follows. Reclassify SCP-1548 as Thaumiel, and begin manually inducing SCP-1548 events under Proposal 1548-12. Yay. 05-3-4-7-10-11. Nay. 05-2-5-9-8-13. Abstain. 05-1-12. Votes pending. 05-6. Result. Not applicable. Displaying File 3 out of 6. Seraph-1 Exploration Transcript. Begin log. Seraph-1 is roughly 100 kilometers away from heliopause. The entire region appears as a barrier of ionizing radiation, resembling a cloud and glowing a dull orange. Highly complex geometric patterns form on the surface, most 10,000 kilometers across. After an hour, the probe begins passing through the heliopause, entering interstellar space, and contact is lost. A connection is periodically re-established over a period of 2 days, though the only meaningful data obtained is a tachyon transmission from SCP-3417. After that period, a stable connection with the probe begins. Many pieces of equipment were disabled by the radiation, though a rear camera continued to be operable. Behind Seraph-1 are masses of high-energy radiation that resemble solar flares, encompassing the entire visible section of the heliosphere as a barrier. Thousands of thaumaturgic symbols are present in these flares, most unidentified. Identified symbols serve to provide various forms of camouflage, the largest being warding sigils used in the Orothan religion to repel extra-universal entities. At the approximate location where Seraph-1 exited, a large hole is forming, with the flares dissipating at its edges as it expands. Footnote 8. Observation by Foundation telescope spotted a corresponding hole and distorted thermic tessellation patterns at the region of the solar system where Seraph 1 passed the heliosphere. Swarms of entities can be seen in the distance surrounding the heliopause. The bodies of each entity are highly asymmetrical and possess numerous appendages and unknown structures. The only common features are a gray body coloration, segments that erratically flash various colors, and fractal structures. Sizes are estimated to range from 10 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers, though some appear to be significantly larger on unknown scales. Two of these entities, hereafter 1548 Omega-1 and 1548 Omega-2, pass by Seraph 1. 1548 Omega-1 is eel-like in shape, with 5 arms extending from random sections of its body, along with a mouth made of impossible geometric structures. The end of its body is surrounded by arachnid limbs and frequently flickers into being translucent. 1548 Omega-2 is an oscillating and contorting tetrahedral object, leaving trails of black rocks that rapidly disintegrate. As the entities near the hole, the warding sigils glow red, causing red shockwaves to appear around each one, significantly slowing their speed. 1548 Omega-2 unfolds its body and releases glowing white orbs, which reach the sigils and expand into spiral patterns. The sigils demanifest and the shockwaves lessen in luminosity. 1548 Omega-1 passes through the hole and accelerates out of Seraph 1's view. High amounts of thaumaturgic particles are detected, and the hole is rapidly enveloped by solar flares. Hundreds of concentrated blasts of thaumic energy are shot out of the new flares and pierce through 1548 Omega-2, vaporizing it in seconds. At this point, the January 27, 2017 SCP-1548-2 Prominence passes through the heliopause, encountering Seraph 1 an hour later. Contact is permanently lost. End log. Displaying file 4 out of 6. Transmission 3417-63. Begin log. SCP-3417.
Lost. All Neo-Autotans must unite at... Cannons have been moved into orbit around the planets. The extra-universal invasion lessens. The gods protect us. Autotans will survive.
Pause in transmission for 7 minutes.
Rakmo Lucin is dead.
Pause in transmission for 1 minute.
Gods lost. Lost. Universe is unprotected. Universe is not lost. Autothans are not lost. Autothans.
The transmission begins displaying a sequence of spiral patterns and an encrypted image, found to show an entity resembling SCP-2821-2 when decrypted. The transmission ends. End log. Afterward, a reclassification of SCP-3417 to neutralized is pending approval. Displaying file 5 out of 6. Event 1548-35. Event summary. On January 30th, 2017, the Foundation orbital vessel SCP-S Cortana was fully outfitted with experimental anomalous weapon and propulsion systems. It was deployed to neutralize 1548 Omega-1, which had destroyed Pluto and other Kuiper Belt objects following its entrance into the solar system. The vehicle arrived at 1548 Omega-1's location near Jupiter and engaged with the entity. Communication with the onboard crew was lost after 10 minutes. Footage from Foundation probes show the vehicle and entity become surrounded by a black substance and vanish. 2 hours later, the substance dissipated, and the SCP-S Cortana was observed to be rapidly accelerating towards Mars at near-light speeds, with an organic mass resembling that of 1548 Omega-1 attached to it. In 30 minutes, the vessel reached the planet and impacted it, creating a crater 400 kilometers in radius, ionizing the atmosphere and turning the surface into a molten mass. An hour after, the surface began to be converted into a black organic mass, which spread out from the epicenter of SCP-S Cortana's impact. At this time, an SCP-1548-2 event, the largest one on record, occurred, and the solar flare reached Mars when half of its surface had been converted. A violent explosion followed, the luminosity of which matched the sun's luminosity when viewed from Earth. The resultant debris is expected to form a second asteroid belt within the next 3 months. Asteroid impacts with Earth are predicted to increase. As this event occurred 10 hours ago, all related data is still under review. Displaying file 6 out of 6. Text file left by 05-3 on January 28, 2017. Seraph 1 was only able to take a single picture of extrasolar space. And this is it. All that's left of our infinite, ever-expanding universe. Our main priority can no longer be secrecy. Item number, SCP-6270. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation Front Company Sutter Home Medical Group is the facility housing subjects afflicted with SCP-6270. They are to provide palliative care to said subjects, and are to ensure proper sedation of subjects in the event of a familial visit. The subliminal effects of SCP-6270, as well as the psychological and physiological impairments of the sedatives, have thus far remained an effective deterrent to families opting for at-home care, allowing for their permanent detention and study. Sound-canceling earphones have been provided to the staff for their well-being, but are not to be worn when civilians are present in the facility. Description: Dialysis is an anomalous medical condition suffered by 37 individuals who viewed the Harbinger broadcast, a pirate television transmission that took over the Rocky Mountain PBS channel on February 15th at 1:23, airing across the state of Colorado. The condition is characterized by the alteration of a subject's somatosounds, or internal noises produced by the body. In its initial stage, the sounds of heartbeats, stomach churning, and even bone cracking become wholly inaudible, instead producing infrasound, noises which are inaudible to the human ear, but may subconsciously produce feelings of dread, sorrow, or unease in listeners. As this condition was not noticeably anomalous to the casual observer, initial containment consisted of outpatient observation. It was noted, however, that within the first 3 months, subjects became steadily withdrawn due to uncomfortable social interactions on account of the deleterious psychological effects of regular exposure to the infrasound they produced. Inpatient containment would begin in July due to the onset of the second stage of dialysis, which would progress to hinder the subject's audible speech. While sound waves were indeed produced at will by subjects, all sounds emanating from them would consist solely of infrasound. This includes reflexive verbalizations such as coughing, sneezing, belching, etc. To the public, this inability to properly communicate was characterized as a form of neurodegenerative aphasia, and patients were referred to SHMG for inpatient care. Interviews with subjects over the following weeks revealed another symptom of dialysis, namely that each subject's perception of their own somatosounds grew in intensity over time, despite their inaudible nature. Furthermore, each subject claimed to hear even minute bodily sounds with marked clarity, with subject number 2 describing the sound of her eyes moving as a hollow grinding, like something dragged across concrete in a large empty room. Similarly, subject number 5 had to be placed on suicide watch after attempting to suffocate himself with a plastic bag due to the stress of an ever-present, weary moaning of blood traversing his veins. Though these noises are by nature wholly subjective, researchers were able to pinpoint a possible cause with computed tomography scans. They were able to diagnose subjects as suffering from superior canal dehiscence syndrome upon finding abnormally formed holes within the inner ear. Discussion is currently underway with this revelation as to whether or not this should be corrected in all subjects with surgery, or allowed to progress for research purposes. Addendum: The Harbinger Broadcast. The following is the original Harbinger broadcast reproduced in its entirety. Testing with D-class subjects has shown it not to confer dialysis, and is safe for viewing.
Is empty now. We're all ripe for taking. It is a violent view. Violent life.
It is unknown what information or instructions were to be included on page 2 of the broadcast, as on-duty engineers were able to purge the signal before it fully aired. A combined investigation with the FCC proved fruitless in finding the culprits. Addendum: Subject number 31. Due to suffering from frequent headaches, CT scans were performed on subject number 31, revealing what was believed to be a sizable tumor in their brain. An awake craniotomy was held to excise it and save the subject. The surgery was complicated once the brain tissue was exposed to open air, and the organ began vibrating. The head surgeon initially refused to carry out the procedure, as the minute movements of the organ were enough to make successful excision infeasible without endangering the life of the subject or risking permanent brain damage. They were overruled by the acting site director. Subject number 31 would be pronounced dead following traumatic brain injury during the excision attempt. Removed from the brain tissue was a deposit of calcified osseous tissue shaped into a short rod with 2 prongs in a U shape, reminiscent of a tuning fork. When struck, it produced a single elongated tone in the subject's voice, sounding as if they were wailing. During the autopsy, it was discovered that the internal face of the skull was marked with multiple depressions corresponding with fingerprints matching each of the other subjects, alongside countless scratches on the medial side of the petrous ridge near the ear canal. Subject number 15 has been complaining of more frequent migraines. Item number: SCP-1056. Object class: Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-1056 is to be kept in a 50 by 50 by 50 centimeter 10-digit combination safe with biometric confirmation when not being used for testing. Only personnel involved in SCP-1056 research and testing may have access to the object. All tests require prior authorization by the site director and by research staff with level 3 clearance or higher. Tests on living subjects must be conducted in a secure testing facility meeting level 2 containment guidelines to prevent modified subjects from escaping. All objects altered by SCP-1056 must be kept in Class E ablative storage for 48 hours after transformation. The creation of any object or organism over 200 kilograms must be approved by the site director. Description: SCP-1056 superficially resembles a burnished chrome kitchen timer with numbers ranging from 0.25 to 4.0 and an activation button on the right-hand side. A 1 by 1.25 meter wire mesh platform is connected to the device by a 3 meter insulated molybdenum carbide wire coated with molybdenum disulfide and an unidentified organometallic complex. The mesh is capable of folding into a 27 by 35 centimeter square. When the device is set to a number and the side button is pushed, any objects in direct contact with the wire mesh platform will scale up or down in size by a factor corresponding to the number setting. The device was recovered by SCP personnel following reports of unusual behavior among students at high school in Pennsylvania. School officials began an investigation when teachers reported that a number of students were behaving unusually. Specifically, the students displayed significantly impaired language skills, abnormally poor attention span, long-term memory, and impulse control. Medical examination of the students revealed the presence of numerous vascular and nervous system abnormalities. Foundation personnel recovered the device at the home of one of the students, who had presumably been using it for recreational purposes. The only indicator of the manufacture or distribution of the device is a 4x1 centimeter imprint on the bottom of the device reading "The Factory." All electronic components are of generic make. The manner in which objects are resized appears to follow a set of rules that varies depending on the complexity and function of the object. Simple inanimate objects such as minerals, metals, and plastics scale up or down to precisely, to 4 significant figures, the scale indicated without any regard to molecular or microscopic scale. For instance, a 5.0 centimeter stainless steel cube on the 3.0 setting scaled up to a 15.01 centimeter cube that was indistinguishable in molecular composition from the original cube, but that differed on a microstructural level. Average grain size on the 2 cubes was identical, and individual grains on the small cube did not scale up to the large cube. SCP-1056 appears to scale complex devices and biological organisms with some attempt to maintain the functional properties of the object or organism. For instance, the microprocessors of electronic devices are often modified if the altered scale would result in non-functional transistor gates, insufficient power, or excessive heat buildup. Devices that have been scaled down often have a reduced number of transistors and may demonstrate floating point errors. While all but the most complex mechanical objects scale relatively well, electronics are often rendered non-functional when scaled below 0.50 and above 3.0 of their original scale. Living organisms that have been resized by SCP-1056 retain their basic anatomical structure but often experience significant reorganization of the circulatory, pulmonary, and especially nervous system. Cell size and composition remain identical to that seen in the original organism, but the number of cells increases or decreases proportionally to the change in volume. The only exception to this observation is the nervous system, where the average neuron may increase or decrease up to 25% in linear size, thus potentially becoming slightly under half or over twice the original volume, with negligible effects on function. Interestingly, SCP-1056 appears to split the difference with single-celled organisms, slightly altering the average cell size and also altering the overall cell population. Humans can be resized by SCP-1056 as low as 0.5 and as high as 1.75 with minimal change in function. Shrinking humans often results in increased folding of the cerebral cortex, a reduction in average neuron volume, and a decrease in white matter. This appears to preserve cognitive function down to 0.5. Attempts to scale humans below 0.5 results in a substantial decrease in cognitive function, language comprehension, and short and long-term memory, indicating that this is the minimal size required for human-like intelligence in a mammalian brain. Humans scaled above 1.25 demonstrate slowed reaction speeds, a reported increase in creativity, and substantial improvements to long-term memory. Scaling beyond 1.5 greatly increases the risk of cardiovascular disease, stroke, aneurysm, and renal failure. The scaling of any organism beyond 3.0 is highly discouraged. The mechanism by which SCP-1056 institutes these changes in scale is currently unknown. High-speed video footage of transformations up to 20,000 frames per second indicate that the transformation is nearly instantaneous, as there is no apparent transition between forms. Interestingly, there are no apparent effects of atmospheric displacement, even when the volume created or destroyed is very large. In a minority, roughly 8%, of cases, an object altered by the device experiences a material instability and begins to undergo atomic decay within 36 hours of alteration. Living organisms and other objects with relatively low metal content have a considerably lower, roughly 3%, chance of undergoing decay. This decay produces significant heat and energy, approximately 150 gigajoules per kilogram, around 6 orders of magnitude less than typical matter-antimatter decay, but sufficiently high to render frequent or high-mass transformations inadvisable. Experiment Log, SCP-1056. Experiment SCP-1056-1. Object: TI-30XA Scientific Calculator. Setting: 0.75, 1.33. Result: Functional 0.75 scale calculator. The calculator was successfully returned to a 1.0 scale using the 1.33 setting. Repeated transformations between the two settings does not appear to alter the basic function, appearance, or internal composition of the calculator. Experiment SCP-1056-2. Object: TI-30XA Scientific Calculator. Setting: 0.25, 4.0. Result: Non-functional 0.25 scale calculator. The power button of the calculator turns it on, but it is incapable of performing accurate calculations. Most calculations result in either incorrect results or an error signal. Return of the calculator to normal scale using the 4.0 setting did not return function to the device. Internal analysis indicates loss of fine details, including transistor number and LCD resolution in the device. Experiment SCP-1056-3. Object: 1 kilogram bar of 22 karat gold bullion. Setting: 4.0. Result: 64 kilogram of 21 karat gold bullion with minor molybdenum impurities. Experiment SCP-1056-4. Object: 35 1 ounce or 28.35 gram Silver Eagle bullion coins. Setting: 2.0. Result: 99 bullion coins weighing 80.18 grams apiece. The increase in total mass seems to be evenly split between increasing the average size of the coins and increasing the total number of coins. 40.25 hours after the transformation, the coins began to emit electromagnetic radiation, eventually emitting high levels of heat and ionizing radiation. The mass of silver was stored in the high explosives test chamber at Site 40 until the silver had completely dispersed 20 hours later. This resulted in extensive damage to the test chamber and the treatment of 4 researchers for radiation poisoning. Researchers note: if we can identify the objects that will do this prior to their decay, or reliably induce decay in a class of objects, then items altered by this SCP could be used for power, or even weaponized. There does not appear to be any underlying constant to what items are susceptible to, or what SCP-1056 process initiates this decay. Dr. Bimston. Experiment SCP-1056-5. Object: Human Subject. D3202, a 52-year-old male, 175 centimeters tall and weighing 90.3 kilograms. Setting: 2.0. Result: the subject scaled up approximately twofold to 341 centimeters tall and weighing 719.6 kilograms. Mental and psychological functions appear normal. Reaction times are slightly lower than normal, and required caloric intake is only 50% of what would be expected given the nearly 8-fold increase in mass. The subject performs extremely well on long-term memory tests, perhaps owing to increased brain mass. Resting heart rate is 45 beats per minute, and blood pressure is 165 mmHg versus 132 before the transformation. 6 days after the transformation, the subject experienced vascular irregularities leading to moderate swelling in the distal limbs, followed by intermittent bouts of confusion, spotted vision, blurred vision, and tinnitus. The subject died from respiratory arrest caused by a massive brainstem aneurysm 22 days after the transformation. Researchers note: the subject's symptoms suggest the rapid onset of complications consistent with cases of extreme gigantism. Our projections indicate that most humans would tolerate scales of up to 1.33 or slightly above relatively well. Dr. Kearns. Experiment SCP-1056-6. Object: Human Subject D3315, a 36-year-old female, 163 centimeters tall and weighing 55 kilograms. Setting: 0.5. Result: the subject scaled down approximately twofold to 81 centimeters tall and weighing 7 kilograms. Mental and psychological functions appear normal. There was no significant difference in tests of general intelligence, short and long-term memory, and spatial reasoning administered before and after the transformation. MRI scans indicate increased folding in the cerebral cortex and an overall decrease in white matter. Resting heart rate is 98 BPM and blood pressure is 88 mmHg versus 115 before the transformation. The subject's cardiovascular system was slightly simplified in a manner similar to that seen in smaller primates. 28 days after the transformation, no obvious health or behavioral anomalies were observed, and the subject was returned to her original size. Experiment SCP-1056-7. Object: Human subject D3315 from Experiment 6, a 36-year-old female, 81 centimeters tall and weighing 7.1 kilograms. Setting: 2.0. Result: the subject scaled back up to her original size of 163 centimeters tall with a weight of 55.7 kilograms. Mental and physiological functions appear normal. Cognitive tests indicate a slight but significant improvement in short and long-term memory and a slight decrease in reaction time. It is hypothesized that these cognitive irregularities could compound or change with repeated use of the device. The cardiovascular system appears modified from the shrunken version to support the larger body, but it is not identical to the original vascular pattern, indicating that the device improvises solutions to physiological problems anew with each transformation rather than reverting to old forms. Experiment SCP-1056-8. Object: bacterial culture of species E. coli in LB medium on a 13-centimeter petri dish. Setting: 4.0. Result: the petri dish scaled up to 52 centimeters and the bacterial colonies increased in volume roughly 64-fold, while maintaining their original morphology. Microscopic analysis of the colonies reveals that the average size of the bacteria had increased by a factor of 2.2 to 7 microns in length, with the remaining increase in mass owing to an increased number of bacterial cells. Samples cultured from these colonies maintain an increased size, generally stabilizing at 6 microns in length after 20 replication cycles. PCR analysis reveals several point mutations in the bacterial genome, such as the RODS gene, leading to the bacterium's generally increased size. Researchers note: genetic tests indicate that SCP-1056 restructures organisms on both a physiological and genetic level. This represents a degree of abstract sophistication inconsistent with the simple digital and mechanical workings observed within the device. Dr. Kearns. Experiment SCP-1056-9. Object: SCP-1056. Setting: 2.0. Result: Site Director's Note: from now on, all experiments on this device must be approved by the senior investigator and then submitted to me. The responsible parties have been officially disciplined and removed from this project. We're lucky that the effects weren't much worse. What would have happened if the entire universe had doubled in size?
Item Number: SCP-2113. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2113 is stored on a raised platform in Custom Underground Containment Chamber B08 at Biosite 66. Underground Containment Chamber B08 is accessed through 2 entrances. Corridor B08, accessed via Floor B2 of Site 66's main building, or via elevator installed in Outbuilding A11, which was constructed on the surface above the chamber. Corridor B08 extends directly from the main building to UCC B08 and allows for uninterrupted travel directly to the observation lab. UCC B08 measures 10 meters to each side and is situated at a depth of 90 meters underground. The observation lab sits at 5 meters above the floor level of the chamber, with a glass wall permitting observation of the item and entity. SCP-2113-01 appears to be restricted to the immediate area around SCP-2113.
It may occasionally pass through physical barriers in its containment, but a breach has been deemed highly unlikely at this time. Description: SCP-2113 is the collective fragments of an incomplete fossilized skull, identified as belonging to a member of the species Leopleurodon ferox, an aquatic pleosaurid apex predator that existed during the Jurassic period. The specimen was recovered in a damaged state, with a majority of fossil fragments embedded in a stone matrix with a combined weight of 133 kilograms. The remainder of the skeleton could not be located during SCP-2113's excavation, despite efforts by paleontological teams scouring the area over 8 months following initial recovery. SCP-2113-01 is a large, insubstantial entity measuring 6 to 8 meters long, closely associated with SCP-2113. It is actively mobile and faintly luminescent, with an oblong shape that tapers to a blunt point near its front. Its behavior is erratic. While normally relatively docile, the entity has repeatedly displayed outbursts of violent activity resulting in mild telekinetic activity and electromagnetic disturbance throughout Site-66. SCP-2113-01 has not yet proven capable of physically manipulating its surroundings in a direct manner. Mental effects. When in a docile state and approached by a human, SCP-2113-01 will vanish and not reappear until a period of time has passed, usually lasting between 4 and 9 hours. Mild electromagnetic activity and temperature changes will often occur in the general vicinity of SCP-2113-01's most recent location, the occurrence of which is inconsistent between events. These disappearances are not considered to be containment breaches due to the entity's predictability in remaining near SCP-2113. Sporadically, SCP-2113-01 will become aggressive towards living biological entities approaching its containment. When in an aggressive state, SCP-2113-01 will remain suspended still in the air for periods of 20 minutes to 2 hours at a time, moving rapidly to bite prey targets that it detects within 10 meters of its location. Due to its non-physical nature, SCP-2113-01 has, in the past, shown capable of moving through physical barriers to reach its targets. It has never been seen to travel more than 100 meters from SCP-2113. Targets bitten by SCP-2113-01 report immediate visual, auditory, and tactile hallucinations, which typically last for a period of 15 to 20 minutes. Additionally, they often experience severe depersonalization and dysphoria, which fade over the course of 7 to 12 days. Victims are usually rendered near catatonic for the duration of this initial effect. Experiences are relatively consistent between victims, with a majority reporting that they found themselves existing as a large animal, presumably Leopleurodon ferox, within a warm aquatic environment. Various activities have been reported, including but not restricted to hunting, territorial disputes with other large predatory fauna, and intentional beaching for an unknown reason. Individuals with no prior knowledge of Jurassic ecology have accurately described the appearance of various flora and fauna appearing in their particular hallucinations. Victims of this hallucinatory effect universally describe a visceral disconnect from their self, and how they feel as if they are the animal through which these hallucinations are experienced. In most cases, victims in the early stages of recovery exhibit profound confusion and lack of coordination. Rehabilitation is gradual but usually successful, with all past victims of this effect having reached a full recovery within 60 days after the encounter. Interviewees have vividly described the instinctive nature of the experiences, as well as specific physical and emotional sensations consistent across events. Atypical incident. SCP-2113-01 passed through the bulkhead of the observation lab and attacked researcher Greer before vanishing for 73 minutes. Mr. Greer was rendered unconscious and could not be roused for 2 hours 16 minutes, at which point he became conscious but catatonic. He was put under secure observation for several days, during which he lapsed into brief periods of unconsciousness at irregular intervals. 11 days after the initial attack, he regained a measure of lucidity and promptly volunteered an account of his experience. A transcribed log will not be provided here due to the length and disorganized nature of his account. Researcher Greer's experience was markedly divergent from the established pattern. While initially set underwater and through the eyes of the animal, as expected, he proceeded to describe a vague event in which the water was singing and cracking, and that his bones were scraped off. He then described in detail a series of sensations throughout his body, as it was buried by sediment and remained in place for an impossible length of time, and that he was there until after the desert was gone. It is believed that these sensations, described among other things as hardening or a hard numb, enunciation was unclear, corresponded to the fossilization process that led to the creation of SCP-2113. The nature of the other described event involving singing and breaking/cracking water is as of yet unknown, but is hypothesized to have contributed to the creation of SCP-2113-01. Approximately 40 minutes after returning to consciousness, researcher Greer underwent cardiac arrest brought on by persistent exhaustion and physiological stress. No other victim of SCP-2113-01's effect has undergone an event like his. Item Number: SCP-6891. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-6891 is stored in a standard safe class containment locker at Site-135. Any further instances discovered are to be stored likewise. People affected by SCP-6891 are to receive regular psychiatric counseling and undergo regular empathy tests. Description: SCP-6891 is a cassette tape titled Guided Meditation by Vikander Need Technical Media. It purports to be a series of breathing and mental exercises, narrated by a man self-identified as Jerome Sharp, who claims to practice therapy on the behalf of VKTM. According to SCP-6891, its purpose is to help the listener cope with anxiety. People who listen to and participate in the course presented on SCP-6891 to completion undergo significant mental changes. They describe themselves as being unable to feel emotion of any sort. For example, they respond to pain, but experience a purely physical response. They exhibit only token ill feeling toward the instigator, no real surprise, and so on. Furthermore, they begin to suffer from a specific form of body dysmorphia. They initially perceive themselves covered in cracked and bleeding scabs, spreading out over time from their torso and continuing until they are completely covered. Following this, a similar effect occurs, with a layer of soft fat growing outward until coverage is total. This applies to orifices as well. Several afflicted people have reported themselves having to slice open the scabs and tissue over their mouths in order to create an opening to talk and eat, although testing has suggested this to be entirely psychological. Those afflicted often perceive their fatty layers seeping into items they come into physical contact with, leaving stains that cannot be removed. All people affected by SCP-6891 report discomfort with their changes, although the emotional numbing effect prevents them from feeling severe distress. SCP-6891 was discovered on December 12, 1995, in a break room in Wrexham Mailer Hospital, Wales. Addendum 7. Transcript of the first session on SCP-6891. Begin log. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, my dear friends. Tell me, do you worry too much? Do you ever feel like the world burns with a fire too hot, too voracious for any one person to deal with? Like we're all spiraling down into the abyss? Of course you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting somewhere in a darkened room listening to this. That's right, a dark room, maybe in the office, maybe at home, on your bed, on your own time, hoping that one day you'll associate those dull walls with something beyond anxiety and scoliosis. Whatever the reason, whatever the scene, you need help, a cure, so to speak. Well, that's what I'm here for. My name is Jerome Sharp. I'm from Vikander Need Technical Media, and I'm here to help, because no one likes anxiety. Anxiety just holds us back. unless properly applied. And your inability to get out of bed in the morning because you're reliving yet another embarrassing conversation with the love of your life is not the proper application. Best if we just do away with it. Now, we're going to start off with some exercises. First off, I want you all to close your eyes. Go on, all of you. What's behind your eyelids can only hurt you if you let it. Are your eyes closed? You want them tight, but not so tight that you're seeing flashes. Just soft, empty black. Have you heard of intrusive thoughts? When you see just a flash of something horrible? Go on, I know you get them. That little image, just behind your eyes. When you stand behind that pretty woman at the train station and you see yourself just push. No, don't open your eyes. This is important. Our researchers have suggested that that's what you're doing at that exact moment in a neighboring version of reality. Don't reject these thoughts. Accept them. It's just like watching a lion disembowel a zebra on television. Think of yourself as David Attenborough. All the same, it does us no good to dwell on them. For instance, some people hit a bump when they're driving and spend the rest of the week convinced they've killed someone. Can you imagine that? I mean, I'm sure you all hit bumps on your way to work this morning. Imagine if that had actually been a real-life human. No, really. Imagine. Imagine him. Yes, him. Imagine his pale, spotty skin, his flimsy beard, his kind smile. His name was Billy. Did you know that? He was on his way to university. He studied veterinary science. He was planning to surprise his girlfriend after his seminar on equine husbandry. He'd saved up for a meal at the Queen's Arms. Nothing expensive, he couldn't afford anything like that, but done with love. Imagine your slime green Ford Fiesta slamming into him at 30 miles an hour, while you're busy thinking about how to best pleasure your boss today, about your desperation not to disappoint again. Imagine the bones crunch, the viscera spurt from his breached blood vessels, the light leave his eyes. Imagine the reflection of you in his eyes as you drive away, when you could have saved him if you'd just listened to that voice in your gut, that voice that's always right. Imagine him fading, but not before he has the chance to ask, why? Why your carelessness and idiocy killed him, when it all could have been avoided. Imagine what you did. You can open your eyes now. How was that? Good for you? So, you know how you felt, thinking about Billy? Well, by the time you've finished this course, courtesy of Vikander Technical Media, you'll be able to get back in your car and reverse over Billy as many times as you want, without feeling a thing. We promise. Oh, and if you didn't drive to work today, don't waste my time. What are you, fucking Greenpeace or something? End log. Addendum 8. Further excerpts from SCP-6891. From Session 3. Begin log. Give it a moment. And untense those thigh muscles. Alright. And now we move on to the, I don't know, the neck? Yeah, tense those neck muscles. While you're doing that, I want you to consider your anxiety. Specifically, where does it come from? I'm not talking about childhood trauma or anything. Nah, my childhood was way worse than yours, and I'm not nearly as messed up as you. You're not allowed to use that as an excuse. No, anxiety, at its heart, is rooted in that little primate brain of yours, flailing in terror at a huge world it doesn't understand. Living in a world where that stick you wanted to beat your boyfriend to death with could be a venomous snake, where you could die from eating those berries that looked exactly like the ones your mate had earlier, where honest-to-goodness giant hawks could swoop out of the sky and cart you away to a grisly demise. Terrifying. It's a wonder any of them got out of bed in the morning. Actually, I should probably say, if you can't get out of bed in the morning, try sleeping on the couch. No, actually, depression is important too, as it goes. If you want some help on that account, take a listen to Session 5. Anyway, picture yourself in that cold, frightening world. You against the world. A world that doesn't care about you, your family. Your friends will all stab you in the back if it gets them an extra apple. You break an arm, you're useless. Can't be productive like that, can you? No. See you later. Out on your own, never to be seen again. Now bin it. You see, your ancestors, those primitive creatures you use as insults, they cared. They looked after their own, cared for the sick, the elderly, fed those in need. Because in a world where everything can and will kill you, all you have is each other. And you need to embrace that. Hold everyone close. Cling to them like they're the life raft just barely keeping your head afloat out of the cold and dark. Because they are that life raft. What's your life raft? Oh, yeah, you can untense those neck muscles now. Shoulders next. End log. From Session 5. Begin log. And obviously, we take depression very seriously. In fact, we address that here too. Value for the money, that's what this is. Yeah, just go back to Session 3. But anyway, carry on. Theodora from R&D has just informed me we've invented this new technique. Breathing exercises or something. Anyway, give me a sec. Let's see. Bill, shopping list, bill. Here we go. So, what you do is, you make yourself comfortable first, then you shut your eyes and, for fuck's sake, get over whatever you see. We've done that. You can hyperventilate on your own time. Anyway, you breathe in through your nose as deep as you can, hold it for 1, 2, 3, and release through the mouth for a bit. And keep doing it, I guess. Bloody Nora, that just gets you dizzy, doesn't it? Whatever, I'm not actually getting paid to take part. You lot just get on with it. So, why are you actually doing this? Closing your eyes and trying to win at breathing, I mean. I presume it's a directive from high up. Like, cheaper than giving everyone a day off. We do offer very reasonable prices. But, there's only so much twitching your neck can do. At the end of the day, all this does is give you an hour less to meet your deadline. Cheap off-brand weed killer, that's what they're offering. Still, it's better than no weed killer. Sure, they don't give a damn if it works or not, but there's something pure in that, I think. If you don't care, it's no skin off your nose what happens. To harken back to our very first session, Billy is already a goner. What good is falling to your knees and wailing at whatever deity you prefer going to? Best not to get worked up about it. And that way, you can keep hitting Billies over and over, like some vengeful philosopher strapped them to a rail, and you know it's not worth worrying about. Isn't that better? Isn't that what you want? End log. Addendum 10. Transcript of the 8th and final session on SCP-6891. Begin log. Hello, my wonderful, dedicated friends. Nearly there now. Home stretch. That's all you've ever really wanted, right? I can tell how you're feeling. You just want some peace. Just to be able to turn off. Some quiet in your head. A chance to stop running that endless stream of cacophonous white noise you have to keep going every waking hour just to get through the day. You're just tired. That's all it is. Tough break. The thing is, there is no peace. No endpoint. Well, maybe one, but I'm legally discouraged from mentioning it. Everything we've been telling you, all this ever so helpful information we've so graciously provided you, it's all true, but it's not quite enough. How can it be? It's just tools for the siege. Sure, you can stop things from storming the walls and sacking the city, but if you don't keep those battlements maintained, they'll always be there, waiting for the next chance to take the guard tower. I did warn Alexios III about that, but would he listen? No siree. Dumb fucker. Shouldn't have blown all that dosh on sentient fireballs, should he? Where was I? Oh yes, this is all useless. Sorry. Although, we do have one little trick up our sleeves. Is it cheating? Well, technically. But if you cared about cheating, you wouldn't be asking for me to solve your problems for you. We've already established you don't have the stomach for the hard work, now haven't we? Oh, Jerome, whatever can I do to be free of this affliction? I hear you beg. God, I think I can actually hear your knees dragging on the floor. Well, the fact of it is, we've been doing it the whole time. Sorry, I know some people don't like having their heads fucked with, but come on. I'm a therapist. Fucking with your head is what I do. But yes, we can remove your anxiety. Completely. I can personally guarantee you will not feel anxiety about anything again. Is that what you want? Be sure. Be very sure. Is that what you want? Of course it is. It's all you've wanted the whole time. Don't know why I expected anything else. Well, assuming you've heard all the other sessions, all you need to do is listen to this through to the end. Nearly there. Just until the tape recorder clicks. And then you're done. Sorted. Oh, never mind. Wouldn't make a difference anyway. Well, I think we're finally done here. On behalf of everyone here at Vikander Need Technical Media, thank you so much for taking the time to buy this tape. If you listen to it, even better. I'll just leave you with one final thought. If, As we said earlier, your brain is an empire, one suffering constant attack. We've saved you from the onslaught, brought you peace. The thing is, empires are built on war. Conquest, fight, struggle. Despicable, but that's what it is. You know what happens to an empire with nothing left to fight? Best of luck. And I mean that most sincerely.
Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more videos just like this. Huge thank you to all of my patrons on Patreon, and a special shout out to Everborn, Joe Light, Tanis, Ruler of All, Kenway, and Doomsday LLC, Prince and Design. If you'd like to help support the channel, check out my Patreon, link in the description.